Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. It's so nice to finally meet you in person, Professor Shield, Izuku said with a bow. David chuckled, Izuku-kun, come on. At this point, you're more than welcome to call me David, or just Dave. There was a pause, and Izuku said, I'm sorry, Professor Shield, I'm physically incapable of doing that right now. David shook his head, no problem, then. He then noticed the small face shyly peeking out from behind the boy. Oh wow, Eri-chan. You're here too. I'm so happy you could come. Eri blinked. Hello, Grandpa David, she said carefully, having spoken to him over video calls, but not seeing him in person. Luckily, none of his girlfriend's parents freaked out too much about Eri. It helped that the steps went from, my boyfriend saved this abused little girl from a villain, to Izuku and his mom are taking care of this little girl now, to I called Izuku Papa and me Mama. By the time they got to the last step, they were too invested in Eri to protest. You don't need to worry, young Eri, All Might said. Dave's one of the sweetest guys I've ever met. He clapped his old friend on the shoulder. A guilty look flashed over David's face for a second. All Might had shed his muscle form, but Izuku was still getting used to his new true form. After the shocking reveal of Skeleton Might and spending a year as his apprentice, he was getting used to All Might now looking like a somewhat normally muscled middle-aged man. The white sclera especially were weird. Eri, for her part, rushed up to David, hugged his leg very quickly, and ran right back to her place behind Izuku. David laughed softly at that. Thank you, Eri-chan. You're being very brave. Izuku couldn't see Eri's face, but he could practically feel her smiling. Say, Dad, where's Sam? He's usually nearby and he's probably not filled in on Uncle Might's condition, Melissa asked. David's guilty look resurfaced. I'm afraid I had to let Sam go. He's been banned from my island. Melissa gasped. What? But he's been your assistant for years. Why? David sighed. Well, it's time to face the music. Unfortunately, I don't think Eri-chan should be here for this conversation. Understandable, Izuku said, as he began to lead Eri out. David seemed torn, before saying, You're Tosh's son, and you're dating my daughter. You deserve to know the full story, Izuku-kun. Izuku was taken aback, but Inko nodded, of course. Come on Eri, we'll have to leave them be for a little while. Thank you, Inko-san, David said, relieved. When they left, David sat in a chair and ran a hand through his hair, tired. I was planning on doing something really stupid. Izuku balked. How? You're one of the smartest men in the world. You have a Nobel Prize. You should listen to what other Nobel Prize winners have said and done over the years. Believe me, sometimes it takes a smart person to do stupid things, David said. So, before Toshi told me about One for All, I was driven to do something about his injury and his seemingly weakening quirk. I created a quirk amplification device, a machine that could enhance a person's quirk without affecting their physical body. Specifically, neutralizing any side effects present in drags like trigger. Wait, you managed to create a functional Starlin ring. Melissa said, shocked. Izuku sputtered, what? I thought that was just a thought experiment. As well as a cautionary tale, All Might said, frowning. David slumped further at that, yes. I wasn't the only one who thought so. The board made me shelve it. Too much potential for destruction if placed in the wrong hands. Of course, I was convinced that it was worth the risk if All Might could keep going. All Might sighed. Mirai never took your offers to meet, but Demon if you didn't end up with similar outlooks. Again, this is a mistake I made. And I almost made another, David said. See, after the board made the decision, I was trying to think of a way to get it into your hands. Sam had an idea and, desperately, I latched onto it. Hire actors, stage a villainous takeover of the island, and have them steal the device. The three of them reacted wildly. Izuku's face was drained of all color as his jaw dropped. Melissa brought her hands to her mouth as she began to shed horrified tears. All Might temporarily swelled up into his muscle form before reverting, trying to keep calm through clenched teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury. "Yeah, that's about what I deserve," David said, surrendering himself. "How could you even think of doing something like that?" Melissa cried out. "Even if you somehow succeeded, did you think they wouldn't find out? That you wouldn't be made a villain for it?" "I wasn't thinking straight, Melissa," David admitted. "I just wanted to help your Uncle Might." "You think I would approve of such a course of action?" All Might growled, shaking his head. "That I would want something like that done in my name. Even if you managed to give me the device, I would have refused. It would too easily fall into villainous hands. I thought you'd known me well enough to understand that. I was just trying to support you, the way I always have," David said. "And you hadn't told me about One for All. I was operating with an incomplete understanding of the situation." It seemed like All Might and Melissa were about to shout again, but Izuku interrupted. "Professor David-san," Izuku said. "You said this was Sam's idea, you just went along with it. And that you fired him. We'd know if this was what already occurred. What actually happened?" David sighed in relief. "Well, simply put, you happened, Izuku-kun. Toshi called to tell me about you. Didn't even reveal One for All, he just told me he was raising a successor and wanted help. Said that he was going to retire, but it was fine, because he knew for a fact he was putting the future in good hands. And when we hung up, I realized what a stupid idea this whole thing was. And when he revealed One for All to me a few days later, I felt like even more of a fool for creating the device. So, I scrapped the plan." Izuku blushed at the revelation, and both All Might and Melissa looked relieved. Still angry, but less so. Sam didn't seem pleased. "Tried to convince me to reconsider. After I gave him a hard no, I decided to monitor the situation. Turns out he didn't care about helping out All Might. He was hoping to steal the device and get a payday for it." David shook his head. "I managed to monitor the call. Turns out the actors he was hiring were an actual villainous mercenary group. Once I had the proof, I had to turn him in. I couldn't risk him going through with that scheme." Melissa radiated betrayal. The idea that Sam, someone she'd known and trusted for years, could bring actual villains into her home just so he could get rich was sickening. The only thing that made it worse was the fact that her father almost went along with such a scheme. Sensing that turmoil, Izuku walked up to her and took her hand in his. She squeezed tightly. All Might looked between the teens and his old friend, before sighing and saying, "Well, I suppose that if I wasn't so secretive, you wouldn't have been tempted to do any of this. At least you came to your senses before anyone got hurt." David almost collapsed from relief, but managed to steady himself. "Well, this is supposed to be a celebratory event, is it not?" All Might smiled. "Although, what about that group of mercenaries?" David gave a smile of his own. "I've taken precautions." Wolfram grinned as he and his men entered the airport. Everything was going according to plan. At first, he was worried. That S.H.I.E.L.D. guy had cancelled their original deal, telling them they'd still be paid after the expo for their trouble, but to forget the job. It would have been a great deal if they were actually actors and had intended to complete the job as S.H.I.E.L.D. intended. Too bad for him that the device he wanted taken was way too valuable and had a number of potential buyers. Hell, he had one potential buyer give him an extremely useful down payment just to help Wolfram F with All Might. Luckily, the guy's assistant was willing to go behind his boss's back in the hopes of a payday. Not that Wolfram intended to actually pay up. Still, it gave them the ability to infiltrate the expo and get their prize. He and his crew went through the airport security, ready to be cleared by the system. And then, all hell broke loose. The security bots went wild, shouting about unauthorized individuals being there. Their images were being displayed everywhere as wanted criminals. Alerts were sounded. As he and his men tried to retreat, the security bots attacked, driving them back, restraining them one by one. Thankfully, Wolfram's quirk allowed him to drive the metallic protectors back, throwing them about as he made his retreat. All he needed to do was get on one of those planes, hijack it, and make it to a safe harbor before anyone could. His plans were interrupted as he ran headfirst into a solid wall of muscle. He was knocked to the floor, staring up at one of the world's greatest heroes, in a flag-themed costume, tufts of blonde hair framing a smiling face. "You know, I wasn't going to come here today. I had something scheduled. But after Mr. Shield himself requested me, I couldn't refuse. I'm certain that my MSTR and his new disciple could handle you, but they can rest easy. Because I am here." And with that, the hero struck, and Wolfram saw only stars. After the discussion with David ended, All Might took 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and 𝐂𝐻𝐸 to the expo. 𝐂𝐻𝐸's rewinding hadn't changed the fact that he no longer had one for all, but with his body no longer gruesomely injured, he was much more proficient at using the embers he had left. If he wasn't fighting, he could stay in his muscled form for much longer. "What about 𝐂𝐻𝐸?" Izuku asked. "Shouldn't I be there if there's an accident?" "We'll contact you if you're needed," All Might said. "Besides, worst case scenario, I could certainly stand to lose another decade." 𝐒𝐭𝐻 swatted him when he said that. Before Izuku could comment any further, Melissa interrupted by shouting, "Come with me, Izuku," and began to drag him further into the building. "So, what did you want to show me?" Izuku asked as Melissa practically skipped to her workshop. "Well, I've had ideas for gear ever since I learned you could only safely handle a portion of one for all," Melissa said. "I've been working on prototypes for a while, but as we learned about your additional quirks and how they work, I've been hesitant to add it to your kit just yet. But now," she opened the doors to show a lab that looked fairly clean compared to the support labs at UA. Then again, its primary occupant hadn't been there in months. She went to the 3D printer that had been activated recently, right on time, she said as she held out 2 red strips of fabric. She went to Izuku and wrapped them around his wrists. Trusting her implicitly, Izuku watched as the fabric snaked out of Melissa's hands and coiled around his arms. He let out a start of surprise until they settled into red sleeves covering his forearms and elbows. These use proprietary textiles that can't be replicated elsewhere, except by certain quirks, Melissa said with a knowing wink. Having Momo around made scarcity a thing of the past. Now, based on all our data, these will let you use an additional 10% of one for all to your punches and elbow strikes without damaging you. Any more than that, and the risk of hurting yourself increases, but by less than if you were to use your previous compression sleeves and far less than with your bare hands. I call them the ultimate gauntlets. Izuku looked shocked, and pleased that she named them after his hero epithet. Wow. That's amazing. I'm already up to 30%, that should cover everything I might face. He thinks about that statement for a second, and amends it to, actually, no. I shouldn't trust that, with how everything's been going so far. Yep, I figured you'd probably wind up in a situation requiring 100%, possibly more if we add 𝐻𝐸𝐻 into the mix. Part of the problem was trying to come up with a design that didn't disintegrate at your full power. That's why I focused on a self-repairing mechanism. Melissa added. It decreased the maximum output you could add, but given you'd inevitably go past the threshold, it didn't make sense to prioritize that. Really wish I could argue that point, Izuku said sheepishly. Well, there's one last thing I just added, Melissa said. Make a finger gun like so, she gestured with her middle and index finger. When Izuku did, a long, stiff length of fabric erupted from his knuckles. You can adjust them like so, she said, gesturing with her fingers. As Izuku repeated the motions, the fabric lengthened and shortened at his disclosure. Wow, this seems stiff and dense enough to possibly act as a bludgeon, or perhaps something like Aizawa-sensei's capture tape, Izuku thought, until he noticed the minuscule grooves along the fabric's edge. Wait, is this for laser disc? You got it. Fire a disc along these grooves and you'll drastically increase your effective range, like a rifle barrel improving accuracy, Melissa stated. Izuku's face lit up. This is wonderful. You're an absolute genius, Melissa. He started to mutter out plans to potentially use this in battle, the extension growing and shrinking until he returned it to the gauntlet entirely. Melissa smiled brightly at that. Happy birthday, Izuku. Izuku froze. Wait, what? 𝐒𝐭𝐻-san told us all your birthdays tomorrow. It's a little early, but I wanted to make sure you got my gift to you now, Melissa said, giving Izuku a hug. The boy was still in shock as he absent-mindedly returned the hug. Once she let go, he still looked stunned. Are you okay? She asked. You're the first person besides my mom and Mitsuki-bin to give me a birthday present since I was in preschool, Izuku said, tears starting to fall. I've spent so many years with people deliberately doing something terrible to me on my birthday. And since things have been going so well lately, I just forgot that it was a thing. Even knowing all the SHT her boyfriend had gone through, every time he mentioned something like this, she wondered how the hell he managed to come out of it so heroic. Well, I'm glad. That just means I have a special place in your heart now. Of course, you do, Melissa-chan. Izuku said as he hugged her fiercely. You have since we met. And you always will. Izuku had the controls for the ultimate gauntlets tested as he and Melissa walked out to head to the expo. They stopped short as a new face entered. Hey, Mr. Shield. I just finished taking out the trash for you. A boisterous feminine voice called out in English as a muscular woman in a red, white, and blue costume, complete with a domino mask and a long cape. She had a feral grin on her face framed by her blonde hair in 8 distinct tufts. She looked at the two teens and waved, Hey there. Oh my god, is that you, Mel? She said excitedly. You've gotten so big. Hi, Miss Kathy. Melissa waved back. Izuku, this is Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, the USA's #1 hero. Izuku stated, grabbing a notebook from the ether and holding it out, bowing. I would be so grateful if you would sign this for me. Star and Stripe chuckled, sure thing, kid. As she signed near her entry, she looked at the text and said, Kathleen Bate can fluently read and speak Japanese. Then her eyes widened as she looked at the entry and was taken aback. Wow, kid, you got pretty close to understanding my quirk. I mean, it's completely wrong, but it's less wrong than the usual guesses I've come across. I knew it was a reality warper quirk of some sort. Izuku said, feeling vindication. That command had to be some way of imposing your will on the world. All of the time I spent analyzing those videos wasn't a waste. I knew it wasn't impossible. Melissa giggled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Miss Kathy, this is Izuku Midoriya. His hair visiting from Yush that was as far as Melissa got before Star and Stripe gasped, lifted Izuku in her arms, spun him around, and said, You're All Might's new disciple. I was hoping to see you around here today. Good to finally meet you, bro. Izuku had experienced a lot of this sort of thing since he met All Might and his life became completely insane. Still, having one of the world's greatest heroes, sight unseen, treat him this way was a shock. What? Melissa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to help calm him down. Sorry, little guy, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Star and Stripe apologized. I've been a fan of All Might since he saved me so many years ago. So when Mr. Shield told me he had an apprentice, I know the feeling, Izuku smiled, trying to compose myself. It's just hard sometimes, adjusting to this treatment. As Star and Stripe looked confused, Melissa stated, Izuku used to be like me. He's only been able to use his quirk for less than a year. Holy CRP. Star and Stripe said. I was a late bloomer, too. Not that late, mind you, but late. Good for you. She held out a hand, and Izuku took it, grinning widely as they shook. You know, Melissa, you're not exactly quirkless anymore either, Izuku said. I mean, technically you are, but my quirk is giving you a physical enhancer. Melissa nodded, true, and wait, what would even happen when? She trailed off and asked telepathically. When we reach stage would I even be able to use one for all? Heh, Izuku replied. I don't know. That's the annoying thing about this whole thing, I don't know what's going to happen next. Star and Stripe cleared her throat. I'm sorry if I stumbled onto something private, but I'm lost. My quirk has a mechanism where I empower people I love, and Melissa's one of them, Izuku said, which had Star and Stripe letting out an uncharacteristic girlish squeal. I don't know all that much about it, though, and it gets confusing. Especially since we just learned I can sort of share quirks when we get close enough, and I don't know how it's going to react with her. Star and Stripe let out a laugh. Well, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help someone in need when I can help? Especially since it helps Mel's relationship. After all her father's done for me. Melissa added. It decreased the maximum output you could add, but given you'd inevitably go past the threshold, It didn't make sense to prioritize that. Really wish I could argue that point, Izuku said sheepishly. Well, there's one last thing I just added, Melissa said. Make a finger gun like so, she gestured with her middle and index finger. When Izuku did, a long, stiff length of fabric erupted from his knuckles. You can adjust them like so, she said, gesturing with her fingers. As Izuku repeated the motions, the fabric lengthened and shortened at his disclosure. Wow, this seems stiff and dense enough to possibly act as a bludgeon, or perhaps something like Aizawa Sensei's capture tape, Izuku thought, until he noticed the minuscule grooves along the fabric's edge. Wait, is this for laser disc? You got it. Fire a disc along these grooves and you'll drastically increase your effective range, like a rifle barrel improving accuracy, Melissa stated. Izuku's face lit up. This is wonderful. You're an absolute genius, Melissa. He started to mutter out plans to potentially use this in battle, the extension growing and shrinking until he returned it to the gauntlet entirely. Melissa smiled brightly at that. Happy birthday, Izuku. Izuku froze. Wait, what? Inko-san told us all your birthdays tomorrow. It's a little early, but I wanted to make sure you got my gift to you now, Melissa said, giving Izuku a hug. The boy was still in shock as he absent-mindedly returned the hug. Once she let go, he still looked stunned. Are you okay? She asked. You're the first person besides my mom and Mitsuki-bin to give me a birthday present since I was in preschool, Izuku said, tears starting to fall. I've spent so many years with people deliberately doing something terrible to me on my birthday. And since things have been going so well lately, I just forgot that it was a thing. Even knowing all the SHT her boyfriend had gone through, every time he mentioned something like this, she wondered how the hell he managed to come out of it so heroic. Well, I'm glad. That just means I have a special place in your heart now. Of course, you do, Melissa-chan. Izuku said as he hugged her fiercely. You have since we met. And you always will. Izuku had the controls for the ultimate gauntlets tested as he and Melissa walked out to head to the expo. They stopped short as a new face entered. Hey, Mr. Shield. I just finished taking out the trash for you. A boisterous feminine voice called out in English as a muscular woman in a red, white, and blue costume, complete with a domino mask and a long cape. She had a feral grin on her face framed by her blonde hair in 8 distinct tufts. She looked at the two teens and waved, Hey there. Oh my god, is that you, Mel? She said excitedly. You've gotten so big. Hi, Miss Kathy. Melissa waved back. Izuku, this is Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, the USA's #1 hero. Izuku stated, grabbing a notebook from the ether and holding it out, bowing. I would be so grateful if you would sign this for me. Star and Stripe chuckled, sure thing, kid. As she signed near her entry, she looked at the text and said, Kathleen Bate can fluently read and speak Japanese. Then her eyes widened as she looked at the entry and was taken aback. Wow, kid, you got pretty close to understanding my quirk. I mean, it's completely wrong, but it's less wrong than the usual guesses I've come across. I knew it was a reality warper quirk of some sort. Izuku said, feeling vindication. That command had to be some way of imposing your will on the world. All of the time I spent analyzing those videos wasn't a waste. I knew it wasn't impossible. Melissa giggled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Miss Kathy, this is Izuku Midoriya. His hair visiting from Yush that was as far as Melissa got before Star and Stripe gasped, lifted Izuku in her arms, spun him around, and said, You're All Might's new disciple. I was hoping to see you around here today. Good to finally meet you, bro. Izuku had experienced a lot of this sort of thing since he met All Might and his life became completely insane. Still, having one of the world's greatest heroes, sight unseen, treat him this way was a shock. What? Melissa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to help calm him down. Sorry, little guy, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Star and Stripe apologized. I've been a fan of All Might since he saved me so many years ago. So when Mr. Shield told me he had an apprentice, I know the feeling, Izuku smiled, trying to compose myself. It's just hard sometimes, adjusting to this treatment. As Star and Stripe looked confused, Melissa stated, 𝐒𝐿 used to be like me. He's only been able to use his quirk for less than a year. Holy crp. Star and Stripe said. I was a late bloomer, too. Not that late, mind you, but late. Good for you. She held out a hand, and 𝐒𝐿 took it, grinning widely as they shook. You know, Melissa, you're not exactly quirkless anymore either, 𝐒𝐿 said. I mean, technically you are, but my quirk is giving you a physical enhancer. Melissa nodded. True, and wait, what would even happen when? She trailed off and asked telepathically. When we reach stage, would I even be able to use one for all? Heh, 𝐒𝐿 replied. I don't know. That's the annoying thing about this whole thing. I don't know what's going to happen next. Star and Stripe cleared her throat. I'm sorry if I stumbled onto something private, but I'm lost. My quirk has a mechanism where I empower people I love, and Melissa's one of them, 𝐒𝐿 said, which had Star and Stripe letting out an uncharacteristic girlish squeal. I don't know all that much about it, though, and it gets confusing. Especially since we just learned I can sort of share quirks when we get close enough, and I don't know how it's going to react with her. Star and Stripe let out a laugh. Well, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help someone in need when I can help? Especially since it helps Mel's relationship. After all her father's done for me. Melissa added. It decreased the maximum output you could add, but given you'd inevitably go past the threshold, it didn't make sense to prioritize that. Really wish I could argue that point, 𝐒𝐿 said sheepishly. Well, there's one last thing I just added, Melissa said. Make a finger gun like so, she gestured with her middle and index finger. When 𝐒𝐿 did, a long, stiff length of fabric erupted from his knuckles. You can adjust them like so, she said, gesturing with her fingers. As 𝐒𝐿 repeated the motions, the fabric lengthened and shortened at his disclosure. Wow, this seems stiff and dense enough to possibly act as a bludgeon, or perhaps something like Aizawa Sensei's capture tape, 𝐒𝐿 thought, until he noticed the minuscule grooves along the fabric's edge. Wait, is this for laser disc? You got it. Fire a disc along these grooves and you'll drastically increase your effective range, like a rifle barrel improving accuracy, Melissa stated. 𝐒𝐿's face lit up. This is wonderful. You're an absolute genius, Melissa. He started to mutter out plans to potentially use this in battle, the extension growing and shrinking until he returned it to the gauntlet entirely. Melissa smiled brightly at that. Happy birthday, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 froze. Wait, what? 𝐭𝐸-san told us all your birthdays tomorrow. It's a little early, but I wanted to make sure you got my gift to you now, Melissa said, giving 𝐒𝐿 a hug. The boy was still in shock as he absent-mindedly returned the hug. Once she let go, he still looked stunned. Are you okay? She asked. You're the first person besides my mom and Mitsuki-bin to give me a birthday present since I was in preschool, 𝐒𝐿 said, tears starting to fall. I've spent so many years with people deliberately doing something terrible to me on my birthday. And since things have been going so well lately, I just forgot that it was a thing. Even knowing all the SHT her boyfriend had gone through, every time he mentioned something like this, she wondered how the hell he managed to come out of it so heroic. Well, I'm glad. That just means I have a special place in your heart now. Of course, you do, Melissa-chan. 𝐒𝐿 said as he hugged her fiercely. You have since we met. And you always will. 𝐒𝐿 had the controls for the ultimate gauntlets tested as he and Melissa walked out to head to the expo. They stopped short as a new face entered. Hey, Mr. Shield. I just finished taking out the trash for you. A boisterous feminine voice called out in English as a muscular woman in a red, white, and blue costume, complete with a domino mask and a long cape. She had a feral grin on her face framed by her blonde hair in 8 distinct tufts. She looked at the two teens and waved, Hey there. Oh my god, is that you, Mel? She said excitedly. You've gotten so big. Hi, Miss Kathy. Melissa waved back. 𝐒𝐿, this is Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, the USA's #1 hero. 𝐒𝐿 stated, grabbing a notebook from the ether and holding it out, bowing. I would be so grateful if you would sign this for me. Star and Stripe chuckled, Sure thing, kid. As she signed near her entry, she looked at the text and said, Kathleen Bate can fluently read and speak Japanese. Then her eyes widened as she looked at the entry and was taken aback. Wow, kid, you got pretty close to understanding my quirk. I mean, it's completely wrong, but it's less wrong than the usual guesses I've come across. I knew it was a reality warper quirk of some sort. Izuku said, feeling vindication. That command had to be some way of imposing your will on the world. All of the time I spent analyzing those videos wasn't a waste. I knew it wasn't impossible. Melissa giggled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Miss Kathy, this is Izuku Midoriya. His hair visiting from 𝐻𝐸 that was as far as Melissa got before Star and Stripe gasped, lifted Izuku in her arms, spun him around, and said, You're All Might's new disciple. I was hoping to see you around here today. Good to finally meet you, bro. Izuku had experienced a lot of this sort of thing since he met All Might and his life became completely insane. Still, having one of the world's greatest heroes, sight unseen, treat him this way was a shock. What? Melissa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to help calm him down. Sorry, little guy, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Star and Stripe apologized. I've been a fan of All Might since he saved me so many years ago. So when Mr. Shield told me he had an apprentice, I know the feeling, Izuku smiled, trying to compose myself. It's just hard sometimes, adjusting to this treatment. As Star and Stripe looked confused, Melissa stated, Izuku used to be like me. He's only been able to use his quirk for less than a year. Holy CRP. Star and Stripe said. I was a late bloomer, too. Not that late, mind you, but late. Good for you. She held out a hand, and Izuku took it, grinning widely as they shook. You know, Melissa, you're not exactly quirkless anymore either, Izuku said. I mean, technically you are, but my quirk is giving you a physical enhancer. Melissa nodded. True, and wait, what would even happen when? She trailed off and asked telepathically. When we reach stage, would I even be able to use one for all? Heh, Izuku replied. I don't know. That's the annoying thing about this whole thing. I don't know what's going to happen next. Star and Stripe cleared her throat. I'm sorry if I stumbled onto something private, but I'm lost. My quirk has a mechanism where I empower people I love, and Melissa's one of them, Izuku said, which had Star and Stripe letting out an uncharacteristic girlish squeal. I don't know all that much about it, though, and it gets confusing. Especially since we just learned I can sort of share quirks when we get close enough, and I don't know how it's going to react with her. Star and Stripe let out a laugh. Well, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help someone in need when I can help? Especially since it helps Mel's relationship. After all her father's done for me. Slightly. I call mine power stockpile. It enhances my physical abilities, and as I get stronger, it does too. So that's why he was so relieved. I was so worried about someone finding out. We should still keep it a secret, she replied. Of course, but at least now I know I can trust you, he smiled, genuinely, for the first time in a long time. I'm Hitoshi Marabashi. Everyone called me Zero 'cause I was weak and because of the Maru in my name. She smiled in return. I'm Shizuku Kendai. Shizuku is spelled with the kanji for zero. We really are a pair of zeros, then, Marabashi chuckled. Hey, add 2 zeros to another number, and you increase it 100 times over. Kendai retorted, pumping her fists. She then held her fist out, and Marabashi bumped it. Marabashi and Kendai continued to grow, getting stronger and closer as they did. At age 18, they married. And shortly after that, all hell broke loose. They joined a resistance group of other people with meta abilities, at first fighting the government squads attempting to murder them, and then the new demon king of crime, that was forming his own army to rule from the shadows with fear and intimidation. Marabashi was planting an EMP bomb in a server room where their adversary had been stationed when he heard his wife scream in his head. With a light pop, he was right next to her. His world collapsed as he saw her fall to the ground as a white-haired man in a suit removed his right hand, glowing red, from her forehead and removed his left hand, covered in spear-like bones, from the hole he tore through her torso. Shizuku! Marabashi cried out, clinging to her dying form as he wept. He barely reacted as the man brought his hand to him, and he felt his meta ability slowing leave him in the same red haze. Might as well lose his superpower, his life was over anyway. Faye, I thought this would be a useful power, all for one scowled. Teleportation would be good, but no, you have the ability to be someone's soulmate. What a waste. Not even worth killing. He left Marabashi to his grief. Marabashi paid him no heed, tears streaming down his face until he heard, Hitoshi. Shocked, Marabashi opened his eyes. Kendai was still covered in BLD, but the hole that All for One tore through her was gone. Her clothes were destroyed, but her flesh was restored. Shizuku-chan. But, how? Marabashi sobbed. I think that's what the last bond does, Kendai said, feeling her stomach to make sure she was fine. Empathic bond let us know our feelings. Empowering bond made us stronger. Sharing bond let you tap into the power stockpile and contribute to it. Attracting bond let us teleport to each other, and we knew we got to a 5th stage. It healed you from certain death. Marabashi sniffed, grief gone, replaced with supreme gratitude. All for One may have stolen it, but there's only one name I can give it. Undying bond. Within the sea of quirks that All for One had taken, 2 orbs of light circled each other. Soon, the orbs grew closer and closer, until, finally, they collided together. As power stockpile met bonding, the vestiges of their 2 owners were locked in a tight embrace. As they refused to let go, the orb that was power stockpile slowly began to merge with bonding. All of a sudden, they were moved. All for One summoned power stockpile to his bidding. He had a new home for it. He had trouble at first, but the more he pulled on the quirk, the stronger they embraced one another, until bonding was fully contained within power stockpile. When they settled into their new host, they felt another orb of light reach out to them. It was similar to the quirk that stole them from their owners, but so different as well. As the quirks touched, they realized that they were beginning to merge. And that when they did so, only one of the 3 could survive. And so, they kissed each other goodbye and surrendered. Neither of them could bear to live without the other. Izuku regained consciousness as Melissa was laying him down. Izuku. I'm awake. How long was I out? Izuku said. About a second, Star and Stripe said, utterly relieved. Are you all right? I'm fine now. Information overload, Izuku replied. He got out his notebook and turned to a blank page, and began writing. Wait, it's not as clear as before. I rescinded the order as soon as you collapsed, Star and Stripe said. And given the reaction you had, I'm not going to try that again. I understand. Thank you, both for your help and your concern about me. Well, I remember some of the information, so I might as well write it down while it's fresh. Izuku said, pencil working at lightning pace. Are you sure you're okay? Melissa asked, concerned. I'm going to get our body scanner just to be on the safe side. Izuku beamed, of course. Don't want anything bad to happen. We've got an expo to attend. When Melissa gave him a clean bill of health, Star and Stripe reluctantly parted ways with them. I have to check in with Mr. Shield, and you kids should see the sights out there. I'm definitely going to meet up with you later, though, bro. To Izuku's credit, he managed to contain his excited fanboy squeal until she left. Oh man, I can't believe it. Star and Stripe used her quirk on me. She called me her bro. Melissa giggled. She does that a lot. She calls her squad mates bro or brother constantly. She's very friendly. She paused, then said telepathically, so, what did you remember from that overload? Primarily flashes of memories from the original users of bonding and power stockpile, Izuku replied as they boarded the elevator. They were husband and wife. I got a few insights into bonding from that and a few flashes of insight beyond it. Primarily, there's 5 stages of bonds. The 4th stage seems to let you teleport to each other's locations. The 5th stage let the stockpile user survive a fatal wound. That's extremely useful, and I hope we never need it, Melissa said. And if we do, I hope we reach that stage first. Any insights into how to reach those stages? Unfortunately, no, Izuku said sadly. Widely, Kaminari-kun came the overexcitable voice of Tenya, who arrived, chopping his hands. You keep on making wagers, and are apparently shirking your duties. You should be doing better to represent you during this event. Zero groaned as he took out another 500 yen coin and gave it to Denki. Thanks, Ida-kun, the blonde boy said, content. Tenya sputtered, but before he could continue his lecture, he was poked in the shoulder by a green vine. Turning around, he noticed Ibara standing behind him. Ida-kun, as much as I appreciate your longing to lead our classmates towards appropriate conduct, I believe you are being too overzealous, and as such are acting in the same ill manner of which you're accusing Kaminari-kun, Ibara stated. Tenya looked puzzled. What? How is that possible, Shiozaki-kun? Ibara sighed. Tell me, what would you think if someone representing you or your family was found to be harassing and yelling at a service worker over a perceived minor slight? Tenya chopped his hand. Why, that would be an outrage. I would be ashamed if someone representing the Ida name were to act in such a manner. As the puzzle pieces fell into place, Tenya's face dropped as he realized how badly he screwed up. He turned to Denki and bowed at a 90-degree. My apologies, Kaminari-kun. I had no business shouting at you. It's fine, man. All's forgiven, Denki said. My break's ending soon enough, anyway. Take your seats and I'll be with you ASAP. It would be my pleasure, Kaminari-kun. Tenya stated, standing upright. To Izuku's group, he said, I would love to join you all, but your table seems a bit crowded. No sweat, Okiko stated. Zu ped her head to the side. Ribbit, are you and Ida-chan here together, Shiozaki-chan? Ida-kun was generous enough to offer me an invite, as his family was unable to attend with him, Ibara said. A few of them winced, realizing that his brother's health was the most likely reason why. I merely wished to accompany him out of gratitude. I told her such actions were unnecessary, but if Shiozaki-kun wishes it, I'm quite happy to accommodate her. Tenya stated, as they made their way to a table themselves. Both of them were lightly blushing. Have fun, you two. Toru waved them off. Translation, this is a date but they are not admitting it, Yui thought to the group. Exactly, Ribbit, Zu stated. Baby steps. My guess is they'll be too skittish to hold hands for the next year, but after graduation, they'll be married, Toru said. So mufflers and vine hair. Mai asked. Neat pairing. Oh, senpai, we should try and think up new babies that accommodate both of their quirks. That'd be an interesting thought exercise at least, Melissa agreed. It's nice that Shiozaki-san reciprocates Ida-kun's feelings, Izuku mused. He mentioned that. Momo asked. Ah, right, Izuku blushed. You guys didn't overhear that part. Though he also said that he thought starting a relationship was too much of a distraction. In fairness, I kind of thought that as well, before actually coming here, Okiko said. But I was totally wrong. In his defense, the bonds are kind of doing a lot of the legwork for us, Izuku offered. Honestly, Izuku-in. Okiko thought warmly. Even without the bond, I think being your girlfriend would have made the two of us stronger anyway. Izuku sniffed. Here come the tears, Ribbit, Zu commented as rivers flowed out of Izuku's eyes. After lunch, the group made their way to one of the attractions, seeing an enormous glacier formed atop it. Oh, it's the villain attack attraction. Melissa stated. You should try it, Izuku. Of course. Izuku said. Anyone else want to try? Considering it for a second, Okiko stepped forwards and cracked her knuckles. I could use more practice with the awakened version of my quirk, she said with a grin. I want to try it too, Ribbit, Zu opined calmly. Let's check the leaderboard. Izuku looked at said board and did a double take. Wait, Shoto-kun finished in 14 seconds. What's Endeavor feeding that boy? Melissa asked, before the rest of the polycule winced. What? He's been feeding him a ton of abuse, Toru said angrily. Melissa gasped. I kind of forgot you were still at Island when we found out, Izuku replied. Nezu's working on it, Toru said, placing a hand on Melissa's shoulder. Well, time to blow his score out of the water, Okiko said, hoping to change the subject as Zu entered the attraction. She began, hopping across the terrain at high speeds. Between her kicks and the reach of her tongue, she made quick work of her foes, wrapping up in 27 seconds, earning her 6th place. Bonding's physical enhancements are completely broken, Yui commented. I'm kind of surprised she didn't immediately dominate her final exam, Mai brought up. I wanted to make sure Shiozaki-chan was contributing, ribbit. Figured she'd have failed if I did all the work, Zu stated. Plus side, it kept me fresh for Ectoplasm Sensei's giant clone. Okiko took to the stage next. She began to spark with her rose-colored lightning as she took her place at the beginning. Once the buzzer rang, she removed her own gravity and shot forwards like a rocket. She was a pink blur as she rocketed from mechanical villain to mechanical villain. She managed to make it in 21 seconds, reaching second place. And it seems a single % of one for all is more broken, Yui said. The different colors of lightning is cool. It's like a Sentai team. Mai-chan, Melissa-chan, can you make a giant robo for us? The very second that Power Loader lets his guard down, Mai said, practically vibrating with glee at that thought. Honestly, the care and maintenance of that sort of mecha outweighs the benefits, Melissa stated. Ah, good, a voice of reason. Momo was relieved. Her relief was short-lived as Melissa continued. With your quirk, it would probably be more feasible to create a set of power armor that you could enlarge to giant size yourself. Mai was already thinking of possible designs, while Yui's eyes were sparkling with utter and widely. Kaminari-kun came the overexcitable voice of Tenya, who arrived, chopping his hands. You keep on making wagers, and are apparently shirking your duties. You should be doing better to represent you during this event. Zero groaned as he took out another 500 yen coin and gave it to Denki. Thanks, Ida-kun, the blonde boy said, content. Tenya sputtered, but before he could continue his lecture, he was poked in the shoulder by a green vine. Turning around, he noticed Ibara standing behind him. Ida-kun, as much as I appreciate your longing to lead our classmates towards appropriate conduct, I believe you are being too overzealous, and as such are acting in the same ill manner of which you're accusing Kaminari-kun, Ibara stated. Tenya looked puzzled. What? How is that possible, Shiozaki-kun? Ibara sighed. Tell me, what would you think if someone representing you or your family was found to be harassing and yelling at a service worker over a perceived minor slight? Tenya chopped his hand. Why, that would be an outrage. I would be ashamed if someone representing the Ida name were to act in such a manner. As the puzzle pieces fell into place, Tenya's face dropped as he realized how badly he screwed up. He turned to Denki and bowed at a 90-degree. My apologies, Kaminari-kun. I had no business shouting at you. It's fine, man. All's forgiven, Denki said. My break's ending soon enough, anyway. Take your seats and I'll be with you ASAP. It would be my pleasure, Kaminari-kun. Tenya stated, standing upright. To Izuku's group, he said, I would love to join you all, but your table seems a bit crowded. No sweat, Okiko stated. Zu ped her head to the side. Ribbit, are you and Ida-chan here together, Shiozaki-chan? Ida-kun was generous enough to offer me an invite, as his family was unable to attend with him, Ibara said. A few of them winced, realizing that his brother's health was the most likely reason why. I merely wished to accompany him out of gratitude. I told her such actions were unnecessary, but if Shiozaki-kun wishes it, I'm quite happy to accommodate her. Tenya stated, as they made their way to a table themselves. Both of them were lightly blushing. Have fun, you two. Toru waved them off. Translation, this is a date but they are not admitting it, Yui thought to the group. Exactly, ribbit, Zu stated. Baby steps. My guess is they'll be too skittish to hold hands for the next year, but after graduation, they'll be married, Toru said. So mufflers and vine hair. Mai asked. Neat pairing. Oh, senpai, we should try and think up new babies that accommodate both of their quirks. That'd be an interesting thought exercise at least, Melissa agreed. It's nice that Shiozaki-san reciprocates Ida-kun's feelings, Izuku mused. He mentioned that. Momo asked. Ah, right, Izuku blushed. You guys didn't overhear that part. Though he also said that he thought starting a relationship was too much of a distraction. In fairness, I kind of thought that as well, before actually coming here, Okiko said. But I was totally wrong. In his defense, The bonds are kind of doing a lot of the legwork for us, Izuku offered. Honestly, Aizuku-in. Okiko thought warmly. Even without the bond, I think being your girlfriend would have made the two of us stronger anyway. Izuku sniffed. Here come the tears, ribbit, Zu commented as rivers flowed out of Izuku's eyes. After lunch, the group made their way to one of the attractions, seeing an enormous glacier formed atop it. Oh, it's the villain attack attraction, Melissa stated. You should try it, Izuku. Of course, Izuku said. Anyone else want to try? Considering it for a second, Okiko stepped forwards and cracked her knuckles. I could use more practice with the awakened version of my quirk, she said with a grin. I want to try it too, ribbit, Zu opined calmly. Let's check the leaderboard. Izuku looked at said board and did a double take. Wait, 𝐿𝐴 finished in 14 seconds. What's Endeavor feeding that boy? Melissa asked, before the rest of the polycule winced. What? He's been feeding him a ton of abuse, Toru said angrily. Melissa gasped. I kind of forgot you were still at Island when we found out, Izuku replied. Nezu's working on it, Toru said, placing a hand on Melissa's shoulder. Well, time to blow his score out of the water, Okiko said, hoping to change the subject as Zu entered the attraction. She began, hopping across the terrain at high speeds. Between her kicks and the reach of her tongue, she made quick work of her foes, wrapping up in 27 seconds, earning her 6th place. Bonding's physical enhancements are completely broken, Yui commented. I'm kind of surprised she didn't immediately dominate her final exam, Mai brought up. I wanted to make sure Shiozaki-chan was contributing, ribbit. Figured she'd have failed if I did all the work, Zu stated. Plus side, it kept me fresh for Ectoplasm Sensei's giant clone. Okiko took to the stage next. She began to spark with her rose-colored lightning as she took her place at the beginning. Once the buzzer rang, she removed her own gravity and shot forwards like a rocket. She was a pink blur as she rocketed from mechanical villain to mechanical villain. She managed to make it in 21 seconds, reaching 2nd place. And it seems a single % of one for all is more broken, Yui said. The different colors of lightning is cool. It's like a Sentai team. Mai-chan, Melissa-chan, can you make a giant robo for us? The very second that Power Loader lets his guard down, Mai said, practically vibrating with glee at that thought. Honestly, the care and maintenance of that sort of mecha outweighs the benefits, Melissa stated. Ah, good, a voice of reason. Momo was relieved. Her relief was short-lived as Melissa continued. With your quirk, it would probably be more feasible to create a set of power armor that you could enlarge to giant size yourself. Mai was already thinking of possible designs, while Yui's eyes were sparkling with utter and complete joy. Her face actually split into a wide smile for the first time since they'd known her. Momo, on the other hand, looked extremely worried. Izuku, for his part, entered the arena using zoom-enhanced danger sense to assess the locations of the mechanical threats. He couldn't easily spam Laserdisc for this, but between 40% of one for all, float, black whip, and the kinetic charge he kept building with F.A. Jin, he figured that was more than enough. Smokescreen hasn't gotten enough love, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stated as Izuku planned. Sorry, it just isn't helpful in this specific instance. Izuku apologized to En. En seemed to shrug in response. The buzzer rang, and if Okiko was a blur, Izuku was an actual lightning bolt. He shot to each area in a flash, smacked the foe villains with Black Whip, and shot off to the next. When it was done, he checked the time. 6 seconds. A new 1st place. His eyes bugged out as he noticed it. As the announcer stuttered out his time, he made it back to his girlfriends. Okiko gave him a high five. Way to wreck the curve, Aizuku-in. Sorry I bumped you both back, Izuku said to them. Ribbit, no self-deprecation, Zu said, patting his blushing cheek. Got it, Izuku said, smiling at her. 𝐿𝐴 walked over. Congratulations, Izukuni. You're right, Okan, it's weird to hear him say that, Toru whispered. 𝐿𝐴 looked at Okiko appraisingly. I didn't think your quirk was similar to his. Why didn't you use it in the sports festival? Technically, that was me using Aizuku-in's quirk, and I only reached the point where I could do that during the final exam, Okiko explained. 𝐿𝐿 looked between the two of them, calculating, then asked, "So are you secretly siblings, then? Maybe you should get a DNA test before the relationship goes any further." Okiko's face turned red, and her expression was oscillating between fury and embarrassment. Izuku, for his part, went completely pale, his eyes glazing over as his soul tried to leave. Momo decided to be diplomatic about it. "Todoroki-kun, no. We found out that Izuku can share his quirk stockpile with us after enough time has passed." 𝐿𝐿 seemed to accept this, understood. "Any chance of sharing that with me?" "There's only 8 slots available, and they are all filled, ribbit," Zu said. "Plus, you need mutual romantic interest." "Oh, okay," 𝐿𝐿 said, tone even. "Here. Wait, are you all able to use that power?" As Izuku slowly crept back to life, the girls nodded. 𝐿𝐿 looked slightly confused, only a little more expressive than Yue, and asked Izuku, "But, wait, you have interest in 8 people romantically?" Izuku finally got his bearings. Yes. We don't advertise it, but we're not hiding it either. We're not cheating on each other, we're all dating one another." 𝐿𝐿 looked baffled. "How do you maintain the interest?" "Wait, what?" Izuku asked. "I've tried to imagine possibly courting someone myself, and the idea seems so uninteresting," 𝐿𝐿 explained. "Well, have you met someone you're attracted to?" Toru asked. 𝐿𝐿 frowned. "How would I be able to tell?" "Oh, I know. I didn't know what attraction felt like until I found out thanks to Izuku's quirk." Mai said cheerfully. "See, it's like being friends with someone, but more. Like, you want to touch them or be with them, and when they talk to you or do things for you, it feels extra special. And you want to do things for them, too." Izuku and Okiko blushed wildly as Mai grabbed them both and hugged them. 𝐿𝐿 looked more confused. "Okay, so that's a feeling you just have toward someone. It just comes to you." As the group nodded, 𝐿𝐿 said, "And is it odd to not feel that way towards anyone?" There was a pause, then Yoichi said to the gathered group, "Oh, boy, I wish I could speak to him. It's hard when you've never met another person on the asexual spectrum." Momo, thankfully, managed to take over. "It's not common, but it's a perfectly normal occurrence. Some people feel reduced attraction towards others, or none at all. That's referred to as asexuality." "Ah," 𝐿𝐿 looked relieved. "I believe I overheard Shuji mention that term before, I'll have to ask." There was a collective sigh of relief until 𝐿𝐿 asked, "So, Izuku, have you decided which one you're going to marry?" Steam seemed to shoot out of Izuku's ears. "Yeah, that's too soon to think about, 𝐿𝐿-kun. Besides, I don't have to choose." As 𝐿𝐿 looked at him askance, Izuku clarified, "Polygamy is legal. People don't often marry more than one person, but it's not that unusual." "Wait, really?" 𝐿𝐿 asked. "Then why didn't Endeavor try that?" "Well, Izuku started, then stopped. Wait, why didn't he have multiple wives? Surely he'd be able to find more women with quirks he wanted. He was an established hero, and he had the clout to cover up anything untoward, and Endeavor isn't someone who typically cares what other people think, and there are polyamorous heroes, so it's not like he'd be pilloried for it. Could any of you follow that?" 𝐿𝐿 asked. "Most of it," Toru said. "But, yeah, that's unexpected. I'll have to think about that. In any case, I'll see you all at the party tonight." 𝐿𝐿 waved, heading off into the crowd. "It does feel super weird," Okiko said. "If Endeavor was willing to buy a wife for a quirk marriage, why stop there? Why not get 2 or 3? Perhaps there's more to the situation than we are aware of," Momo said. No one had a response to that. It would take some time for the unsettling nature of the conversation to subside. "I can't believe you were late, Midoriya-kun." Tenya began. Izuku straightened his burgundy pinstripe suit jacket. "I wanted to make sure I was presentable, Ida-kun. Besides, I'm not the only one who's late." "Izuku-kun," came a voice from behind as Nejiya zoomed up behind Izuku and put him in a crushing bear hug. "Did you have fun so far? What did you use for the villain attack event? What are those things on your wrists?" Tenya squawked indignantly at the affectionate display, as Izuku merely said, "Hey, Nejiya-chan senpai. Missed you earlier." until he plucked it off his head. Melissa's eyes widened. That glow, you can't be transferring one for all to me. It's not what you think, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said. Please, in the name of science, eat this. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said, his face and voice imitating All Might. Melissa, and indeed everyone else present, began laughing uproariously. When it finally subsided, Melissa snatched the hair and ate it. She grimaced a little as she swallowed. This feels like something a stalker would do. Would your stalker try that, Ribbit? Zhu asked. No, but solely because Toga wants to drink my BLD like she spent a day wandering the Sahara and I'm a juice box, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said with a shiver. Wait, does she actually have cravings like that? Mai asked. Like, does she need to drink BLD to survive? According to the police reports and the images she gave me via the bond, yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said solemnly. Near as I could tell, her parents tried to make her repress those urges until she couldn't contain them and she attacked a classmate. She ran away afterwards. That's actually really sad, Toru said. Like, she was starving until she had a psychotic break. She paused and added, still glad you broke the bond, though. Even if she didn't want to murder you, having those mental images piped into our heads would be rough. Yep, bullet dodged. Or, knife I guess, Mai agreed. Moving on from that, Melissa interjected, how long until we learn if this experiment worked? Well, it took me about 3 hours to digest the hair and hear the vestiges, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said. But once you swallowed it, we left Toshinori's body and entered yours. It was chaotic, like if you were in a car and it was grabbed by someone and flung somewhere else, even if the landing was fine, Yoichi said. We're not moving right now, but for the first time in history, the stockpile was drained. By how much? Momo asked, concerned. 0.25%, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 replied. The same amount of power that One for All had when I transferred it to Ryuji, Yoichi stated. He looked at everyone's blank stares. The growth over the centuries has been exponential. I'm not certain, but I think I could also have given you one of the other Vestiges quirks, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said. But I don't really want to experiment with that because I don't want to lose one of our bonds. But, this is how creation's affecting me. I can use the power of the stockpile to create a quirk that I can give to someone. Suddenly, the enormity of the situation hit Melissa. She'd been experimenting, and she had the physical enhancements, and she knew that she was eventually going to hit stage 3, but it hadn't sunk in. Now, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had actually done it. He'd given her a quirk. I'm not going to be quirkless anymore, Melissa said, in an awed, hushed tone. And it's not from our connection to each other. You gave me a quirk. You created a quirk and gave it to me. It's mine. Everyone stopped and looked at her. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 put a hand on her shoulder as tears ran down her face. Are you okay? I'm a little overwhelmed, Melissa said. I think I need to sleep on it. Do you guys mind if I take the first shift tomorrow? No one objected to that. The next morning began bright and early, with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 flying over from his hotel room to the tower where Melissa lived. She greeted him almost immediately. Did you sleep okay? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked, concerned. I took a sleeping pill, Melissa replied. I knew I'd need the rest and that I wouldn't be able to do it naturally. But I want to test it, and I need help. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smiled brightly. Have no fear, for I am here, he said warmly. Melissa giggled, but 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took her hand in his. I want to see what it's like for you, so I'm going to try and look okay. Of course, Melissa said, returning his smile. He closed his eyes. She did as well, and they leaned into each other so their foreheads were touching, their breath shared. He could see the quirk settled inside her. If One for All was an ocean in the middle of a thunderstorm, then this quirk, budded off of it, was like a river. A small trickle, but moving swiftly. It seemed small and harmless, but such rivers could carve canyons from stone and drown the unsuspecting. He showed her how One for All thrummed as he summoned 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Breathing deeply, she repeated the motion. As the new stockpile thrummed to life and coursed through Melissa's frame, she felt elated. She opened her eyes, and they separated. Both of them watched as she began to move, slowly at first, then swiftly. The appearance couldn't be more different from 𝐒𝐿𝐼's 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Her every movement seemed fluid, swift. She began to punch the air, each time creating an afterimage of her limbs bending into the punch alongside her. She began to wiggle her fingers, causing a confusing blur as the flesh and BLD fingers were mixed with the afterimages. "Whoa," Izuku said. "I think that your father's bendy fingers quirk is influencing your expression of one for all. Maybe my mom's object attraction and my dad's fire breath influenced my own." Melissa grinned. "So, we have dormant quirk factors that express themselves through the quirk we were given. That's an interesting avenue for research. We'll need to study this. I can only imagine the possibilities." Izuku smiled. "What are you going to call it?" Melissa blinked. "I'm not sure. I mean, I'll need a name for it, since I can't tell people it's one for all." "It isn't," Izuku said. "It's formed from one for all, but it isn't anymore. It doesn't have any of the vestiges, and it's not a part of it anymore. One for all is still my power." He paused as he realized exactly what he just said without thinking. "Izuku?" Melissa asked. Izuku sniffled. "I just realized, I've stopped thinking about one for all like it's still All Might's quirk. It's my power now. I've made it my own. And this power is yours, exactly the same." Melissa nodded. "Yes, but we'll need an alibi for why I just beat you in the record for latest quirk activation. And it's best to lie as little as possible." She thought for a second. "Battery. An energy stockpile that requires someone with a similar quirk to share their power to. Activate it. Once you were willing to share some of your stockpile with me, my own quirk awakened." Izuku smiled. "Perfect." He might have continued, but Melissa stopped him with a kiss. Their quirks activated as they did, Izuku's sparks flying as Melissa's every movement, no matter how slight, created a blurring effect. The two of them broke the kiss, and once again pressed their foreheads together, their breaths in unison. VWAP. "Wait, what?" Izuku dropped full cowl as Melissa gasped. "We reached the sharing bond already. It feels like it's been too soon." Melissa blushed. "Well, it's been an intense few days." "Well, I wonder how Izuku was cut off by his stomach growling." Melissa giggled. "Quirk testing later. We'll need to eat. And besides, the others will want a piece of you afterwards, birthday boy." Oddly enough, this was the second time Izuku heard that exact phrase. Though the last time was a threat from Bakugo, so it wasn't really the same. After getting breakfast, Melissa and Izuku ran into a group of his classmates coming from the cafe they'd ate at the previous day. "Kaminari-kun." Izuku waved. The blonde was wearing his hero costume rather than his waiter outfit. "You're not working right now." "My shift starts later," Denki responded. Kyoka, Itsuka, and Pony were with him. "I just had to let as many people know about Soto-kun's pastries while they had the opportunity. As much as it pains me to admit it, Jammingway has some taste," Kyoka murmured. "Unfortunately, now that the secret's out, I think Soto's going to have 1A bugging him for sweets on a constant basis." Itsuka shook her head. "As if you weren't the most delighted out of all of us," Kyoka snarked. "I never said I wouldn't be the first customer," Itsuka grinned. "Best quiche I've ever had," Pony concurred. "Hola, Senorita Shield," came a voice from behind them. "It's been too long." He swayed to English. The group turned to see a young man about their age. He was a humanoid panther, covered in white fur with reflective silvery spots. His costume resembled an Aztec warrior, wearing a white vest patterned to resemble feathers, a gold and jade belt, an armored loincloth patterned with Mayan hieroglyphs, a jade helmet with a green feathered headdress, sandals revealing paw-like feet, golden braces and greaves, a green cloak, and what appeared to be an obsidian mirror hanging from his neck. "It has been, if you're calling me that, Senor Heian," she said the last part sarcastically. She turned to Izuku. "Remember that story about my dad and All Might on the Mexican border? This is Tiger. He's the son of the two heroes they teamed up with. Tiger Diego Oslapili Kinaisich Pakal Hyuhen Y Chak Balam." Tiger replied, bowing politely. "Tiger Hyuhen for convenience's sake." "I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku returned the bow. "Nice to meet you, Hyuhen-kun." Tiger's golden eyes glimmered in recognition. So you're the infamous Small Might I've been hearing about." Melissa sighed as Izuku sputtered, and she said exasperatedly, "I didn't tell him to call you that, Izuku. He came up with it on his own." Given your sports festival results, it seems accurate, Tiger shrugged. Any chance of translation for those of us who don't speak English well? Denki asked, clearly confused. Tiger blinked and responded, can speak Japanese if slow. Sorry, not make easy for. Pony giggled, oh, that's painfully familiar. I'm Pony Tsunotori. I'm from Texas. Ah, neighbor. Tiger chuckled, have 5 tongues, this worst. Denki grinned, well, thanks for accommodating us, Hyuhen-kun. I'm Denki Kaminari. Itsuka Kendo, Itsuka introduced herself. Happy to meet you. Kyoka Gyro. The name Hyuhen sounds Japanese, Kyoka stated. And I don't think all those names are Spanish, parents half, Tiger responded. Father and mother Japanese, not no word, anthropologists. Father Nawa, what lots call Aztec, mother Maya. Speak Nahuatl, Mayan, Spanish, English, and Japanese. I'm also half Japanese, Pony said. I still have trouble with the language. I learned most of it at UA. At UA. And no speak good. Tiger said, shocked, then smiled warmly and gave a thumbs up, courage. Pony blushed, it's not that brave. On the contrary, senorita, you are braver than I am, Tiger swayed to English. I had considered trying for you, but ultimately, the language barrier was enough to dissuade me. To the group, he returned to Japanese, not first expo, can help guide if want. If not, nice meet all. Melissa looked between Tiger and Izuku, you know, the cage is available. Tiger was taken aback and grinned, you mean, what's the cage? Izuku asked. Hero Spa. Tiger said happily. Force field so no quirk hit audience. No tournament, just let hero test other hero. Basically, that, Melissa said. You can use your quirks and support gear, and it lasts 10 minutes, or until one combatant yields, is knocked out, or rendered immobile. Too young try earlier, Tiger said, smiling. Want spa, small might. Why me? Izuku asked. Parents fight All Might past, Tiger shrugged. Good fight, close fight. All Might young, but parents lose if not make friends. Want see how their son face All Might son. Izuku blushed at that last part, but he tamped down his instinct to deny it. At the rate things were going, All Might would officially be his father sooner rather than later. He'd have to accept people saying that now. Sure thing, Hyuhen-kun. I'd love to see what you're made of. Tiger smiled, revealing a lot of sharp teeth. Izuku tried to suppress the primal fear upon seeing that. Okay, Izuku thought as he prepared for the spa. I looked up his parents after hearing the story from Professor Shield. Itsli Hyuhen, aka Tepiolotl, is a mutant hero in the vein of Gang Orca. His quirk, Onka, lets him do whatever a Jaguar can, granting him increased strength, speed, and senses. Nikter Chakbalam, aka Nine Shell, has an emitter quirk called Elemental Rainbow, granting her the ability to channel 7 lights to control one of 7 possible elements. Tiger almost certainly has similar abilities to his father given their shared mutations, but the fact that he has white fur probably means that his mother influenced his quirk as well. White fur is rare for jaguars, and his spots look similar to Toru's hair when it's visible. That indicates refraction-based powers of some sort. None of that made it out, Yoichi said approvingly. Good job, Yen congratulated. Smiling, Izuku prepared for the brawl about to take place. The announcer had a quirk that allowed his words to automatically translate their words into a person's native language. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge between 2 up-and-coming hero candidates for you today. In the red corner, hailing from Tehuan Tech, Mexico, the top first-year hero student at Santo Calaman Academy. Please welcome the Phantom Beast hero, White Jaguar. There were a number of cheers as Tiger stepped into the ring, soaking up the crowd's attention. He waved in the direction of those cheering, smiling widely. And, in the blue corner, hailing from Musutafu, Japan, the top first-year hero student at UA High School. Please welcome the ultimate hero, Kyusei. The UA Sports Festival was popular enough that the cheers for Izuku were much more than those for Tiger, even though the audience was international. Izuku nervously waved at the audience. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 worried that his opponent would be offended by the disparity in the crowd's reactions. Years of dealing with Bakugo and later dealing with opponents like Monoma had made their mark on his psyche. To his pleasant surprise, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 seemed quite happy that his foe was receiving a warm welcome. When the bell rang to begin the fight, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 began by extending the barrel of his ultimate gauntlets, producing numerous laser discs, and with a yell of Chicago smash he fired them all at 𝐒𝐭𝐴 like a machine gun. As the Jaguar boy ran at his opponent, his spots changed color to yellow. The discs bounced harmlessly off of him and his footsteps caused the earth to shake. Palenque smash! 𝐒𝐭𝐴's claws began to glow yellow as he leapt at 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Luckily, he jumped straight into the air to dodge, but the force of 𝐒𝐭𝐴's impact on the ground made the arena shake as he smashed a crater in the floor. Turning his head to 𝐒𝐿, who was floating in midair, 𝐒𝐭𝐴's spots returned to their prismatic state for a second. The spots then turned a sky blue color as he leapt into the air, aiming a clawed foot in a mid-air kick. 𝐒𝐿 smacked him away, but the impact sent a gust of wind 𝐒𝐿's way, blowing him back as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 landed gracefully on his feet, cloak billowing around him. Delaware smash! 𝐒𝐿 flicked his fingers at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, hoping to blast him back with the air pressure of the flick. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 smash! 𝐒𝐭𝐴 countered, leaping straight in the air after 𝐒𝐿, ignoring the burst of air as he backhanded the green-clad boy and sent him reeling. Despite being thrown off balance, 𝐒𝐿 wasted no time in summoning 2 strands of Black Whip to entangle 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Once again, the color of his spots vanished, before being replaced with a deeper blue. When the colors changed, 𝐒𝐿's attempts to snare the feline in Black Whip was stymied as the boy seemingly became frictionless and slipped out of his grasp. He did inherit a quirk from his mother, 𝐒𝐿 thought. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 landed on the ground, sliding along the dirt, dripping water as he did so. When his spots change color, he gains different elemental enhancements. Yellow seems to be earth-based, with the quakes and being able to endure hits better. Light blue seems to be wind, letting him jump better, resist my use of air pressure, and blow me back with his strikes. Correct! 𝐒𝐴 shouted, revealing that 𝐒𝐿 was muttering out loud. And as you can no doubt surmise, indigo grants me power over water. Texcoco smash! The Jaguar clawed at 𝐒𝐿, which did little damage, but pushed him back with a wave of water. Spitting it aside, a soaked 𝐒𝐿 looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, whose spots lost their color. Was that supposed to do anything? He asked as full cowl sparked. So that isn't actually electricity you're producing, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 replied. Thought that might turn your strength into a liability. He then grinned as his spots became orange. Luckily, I didn't waste that move. Teotihuacan smash! 𝐒𝐿 could smell the ozone and feel the crackle of electricity as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 leapt at him. Needing to instantly be anywhere else, 𝐒𝐿 activated Fa Jin and rocketed to the other side of the arena. He then sent out a strand of Black Whip to pummel him, shouting, Miskatonic smash! 𝐒𝐴 didn't manage to dodge that blow, taking it in his side. Still, his spots remained orange, and he managed to grab Black Whip in his hand when he did so. Overhaul and Rewind couldn't affect 𝐒𝐿 through Black Whip. However, Daigoro's quirk apparently conducted electricity, as he could feel the shock course through him. The tendrils disappeared as 𝐒𝐿 felt the pain. The agony was short, but intense, and it sent him falling to the ground. 𝐒𝐴 got to his own feet, his spots now green. Small might. Are you okay? Yes, I am, 𝐒𝐿 said, getting to his feet. He was sore, but he'd endured a lot worse. And nothing seemed broken in the fall. 𝐒𝐿, this is a friendly spar with no stakes. Melissa shouted in his head. If you're hurt, there's no need to continue. The next hit he gets on me, I'll tap out, 𝐒𝐿 responded. But I had an idea I wanted to try out, and with that, 𝐒𝐿 began to billow out smoke, practically filling the force fields of the cage in a thick, soupy fog. Let's see how he deals with a 30% smokescreen, 𝐒𝐿 thought, as he cast out Danger Sense to detect the Jaguar boy. Unfortunately, his attempts weren't working. CRP, he's like Toga. He can bypass dash. He was cut off as Danger Sense went off and he dodged the incoming blow. And when he did, he felt his back bend further than he ever had before, almost to a 90-degree angle. So that's what the new Stage 3 is giving me, 𝐒𝐿 thought as he righted himself. His movements were wild enough to blow away the smokescreen for a second, allowing Izuku to see that the spots were now purple. "Melissa, what element does purple indicate?" Izuku asked. "Shadow," Melissa answered. "I don't know all the details, but I know it makes stealth easier." Izuku swore internally. Tiger made absolutely no sound while his quirk was active. Not to mention that he could hide within the cover of smokescreen, the purple aura preventing Izuku from even seeing his silhouette. He was only getting a split second of warning before each strike. Luckily, this was giving him useful information. He couldn't test how his my-enhanced danger sense would interact with someone like Toga. Each time he dodged one of Tiger's attacks, he once heard the words "cope and smash" spoken in a whisper as claws flew past his face. He was getting a better read of his threat level. And when he cast out danger sense, he compared it to the readings of the audience. It took a bit of time, but Izuku was able to come to a breakthrough. His quirk is cloaking his presence from danger sense. Toga's must do something similar. Right now, I can't sense his threat level, but after exposure, I've come to recognize the cloak. As he thought that, he began charging, using FA Jin's stored energy to funnel into Laser Disc. He had to make this count. He knew the direction Tiger was coming from. Tiger dropped his cloak, and then, he began to displace the smoke as a wave of heat erupted at Izuku, rushing him at great speed. Tiger caused a clearing in the smoke as he swung his arm down at Izuku, his body a white blur highlighted with a blazing red flame. "Tenochtitlan smash!" Tiger yelled as he brought down his paw upon Izuku. "Brooklyn smash!" Izuku countered, holding a blue disc of light a meter in diameter as a shield between him and the Jaguar boy, feet planted solidly in the ground as he swung the laser disc to both intercept the blow and bash his opponent. The shield cracked and erupted in a blow of concussive force that sent Tiger hurling back. The force, combined with the force of Tiger's flames, sent Izuku off his feet and onto the ground. Like the cat he was, Tiger managed to land on his feet, crouched on the ground. His spots lost their color once more, but they did not change as he breathed from the exertion. His eyes were on Izuku, seeing what his opponent's next move would be. Izuku, for his part, tapped the ground. "I yield." And the winner of this bout is White Jaguar. Tiger let out a sigh of relief as he rose from his crouch. As the crowd cheered, Tiger gave a bow in return, thrilled at the adulation, as he walked over to Izuku and helped the boy up. As their hands clasped, Tiger's spots turned green. As they made contact, Izuku could feel the pain from their spar start to ebb. "What the heck?" Izuku asked as he made it to his feet. "Green is wood, the element of life. I can heal wounds to a minimal degree, both my own and those of others if I am in physical contact with them," Tiger said, smiling, before he winced and let go, the color fading once more. "Yeah, if you hadn't conceded then, I would have lost. I'm tapped out for now." "Well, if I kept going and got more injured, Melissa and my other girlfriends would have killed me," Izuku replied. "Glad we both know our limits," Tiger grinned. As they walked off, Izuku asked, "So, could you tell me more about your quirk?" Tiger grinned. "I call it Mythical Jaguar, since the elements I control have all been represented by jaguars by the religions of various tribes. In addition to my physical mutations, I can augment myself with the element in question. By imbuing myself with an element, I can use it in my attacks, grant myself a form of defense, and in most cases add to my mobility." "Wow, that's a versatile quirk," Izuku exclaimed. "How quickly can you change elements? Can you only use one color at a time? Can you split between two or more colors? What's the range of your attacks? How long can you keep up one of your elements? How -2 speed?" "Much words," Tiger replied in Japanese. "Not understand, sorry." "Sorry, that's my fault," Izuku replied, realizing he'd slipped back into his native tongue. "Quirks make me excited." "No need to worry, small mite," Tiger replied warmly. "For just one of those questions, can you use more than one color at the same time? My friend can use fire on his left side and ice on his right. Are you stuck with one color all over, or can you manifest it in parts of your body?" Tiger began to answer, but then he stopped. "Here. I have never tried to isolate the aura to a portion of my body. I knew I couldn't use 2 colors at the same time, but that was when I used all of it. Tiger held up his hands and focused. He began to let out heat as his spots turned red, but he focused that onto his left hand. His right hand, in contrast, turned clear, before his spots became orange, and the air was filled with both his heat and the crackling feeling of electricity. Mida. 𝐒𝐻𝐲𝐷. Tiger said before he dropped his quirk, breathing with exertion. I shall need to do practice with that, but you have done me a great service, my new friend. At this point, they caught up with Melissa and Izuku's classmates. Melissa looked somewhat perturbed. Well, you didn't break bones this time, so this is better than your last 1v1 match. Telepathically, she added, what did my stage 3 bond do for you? True enough, Izuku said out loud, before telepathically responding, I bent at an impossible angle to dodge one of Tiger-Kuan's attacks. Melissa smiled. Well, unfortunately, I've monopolized you for as long as I could today. I think Nejiya-chan called dibs on you after me. Happy birthday, Izuku-kun. Izuku smiled. Well, it was a great start, Melissa-chan. Ah, it's your birthday. Enjoy it, small mite. Melissa, if you're free, I would like to spend some time with you. It's been far too long since we met face to face, Tiger asked. Sure. Melissa replied. I'd like to tag along too, if you don't mind, Pony asked. Feel free if you wish, Señorita Tsunotori, Tiger replied. Cool, let me just say farewell to my friends. Pony grinned. Before she trotted off to the side with the other members of 1A. Wait, what's going on? Denki asked, a little confused. What's going on is, if I'm lucky, I may be going on a date with a Mexican hunk, Pony grinned. Itsuka blinked, hunk. Well, yeah, I can see it, if you're into that, she tilted her head. And I am, Pony said with finality. Izuku scratched his head. You know that he's located on the other side of the planet, as is my family, Pony retorted. Not to mention, I said date, not necessarily a relationship. Kyoka looked between the American and Mexican mutants with some concern. Wait, don't jaguars eat horses? Pony grinned, if I'm lucky. Nejiya greeted Izuku the way he'd come to expect it, tackling him at high speeds. And, as he'd come to expect, she had questions for him, Izuku-an. Happy birthday. Are you feeling good? How was training Melissa-chan's new quirk? Why is your hero outfit scuffed? Dudish had a friendly spar with a friend of Melissa's earlier, Izuku interrupted. Lost by a hair, but I learned something really useful. So, you never told me what you were up to yesterday. Oh yeah. Nejiya said, as if she just thought of it. Ryukyu asked me to go to a bunch of booths and network with a lot of other heroes while I was here. It's fun. They answered a whole bunch of her questions. Some of them answered mine. Not as much, but it was pretty good. Grinning madly, she then took out a small rectangular package, and while I was doing that, I was able to get this for you. Izuku took the package, almost as if it was going to bite him. Old habits were hard to kill. We decided to give you our gifts one at a time, after Melissa-chan said she was going to give you hers first thing. Come on, I want to see your reaction. Nejiya said, practically bouncing in place. Izuku smiled, tamping down the years of fear, opening the wrapping, showing a plain, leather-bound book. He opened it, unsure of what to expect. He opened it up to a 2-page spread of enormous words, reading, To Kyuseishu, I look forward to hearing of your exploits. The monster hero, Godzilla. Wow. Melissa and I passed by Godzilla before, but I thought it'd be rude to ask for an autograph. He almost certainly gets swamped with requests, Izuku said, smile wide as he turned the pages, seeing that the book was filled with similar autographs from heroes from across the globe, all addressed to his hero identity. And Izuku finally returned the favor to Nejiya, rushing up to glomp her. This is wonderful, Nejiya-chan senpai. All these heroes, and they all addressed me by my hero name, he sniffled, then got out a handkerchief. I'm going to be a mess by the time the day is through. We planned for that, Nejiya said, ruffling his hair and reveling in its fluff. Izuku broke the hug and flipped through the book. Is there a reason why Pancration called me a lucky bee yesterday? Nejiya shrugged, dunno. Told people this was a gift for my boyfriend who's a fellow hero student. Maybe he thought this was the kind of gift he'd have wanted when he was our age. Okay, nobody tell her, this is hilarious, 𝐒𝐿 whispered telepathically, as a few of the Vestiges snickered along with him. Looking at the utterly gorgeous third-year student, 𝐒𝐿 knew the real reason. And, honestly, he'd agree with Pancration on that one. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a then grabbed 𝐒𝐿's wrist. So, there's an obstacle course ride for people who can fly with their quirks. I got some reserve tickets yesterday, let's go. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as he tried to keep up with the hyperactive girl, letting himself be dragged along in her wake. As 𝐻𝐼a cheerfully bade him goodbye, 𝐒𝐿 found himself tackled by yet another appealing girl with limited worries about the concept of personal space. This is just my life now, 𝐒𝐿 said as he embraced my in turn. And I couldn't be happier. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Mai shouted as she pulled out an attach case. Melissa-senpai got your arms, I called dibs on your legs. He noticed a few people staring. Some might not have spoken Japanese and thus could understand the declaration. But enough appeared to, so 𝐒𝐿 began to blush. Phrasing. Come on, 𝐒𝐿, there's no need to be embarrassed, Mai rolled her eyes. But what if a potential investor overheard and took offense? 𝐒𝐿 decided to try a different tactic. It worked, because Mai shot up like she touched a live current. Okay, so try to rein myself in while in public. Got it, her tone became deadly serious. So, for your birthday, I decided to give you the greatest gift of all, the gift of exposure. As the first customer of Hatsume Industries, you'll get to show off my newest invention to the world. Mai said, managing to catch herself. And what will I be showing off, Mai-chan? These. Mai said, producing a pair of high-top boots. They were the first shoes he'd been given for a long time that wasn't in the signature red shoe that fit a quirkless foot. The company that produced his shoes, Primordial Tech, was one of the few that not only catered to the needs of the quirkless in this day and age, but was founded, run, and largely staffed by quirkless people. Of course, the prejudices of the day meant that they were often shut out of the supply chain, hence why they had to make do with limited options, namely that they only had one supplier for their various shoe options and they all came in that same shade of red. That's going to change, Mai responded, and once again 𝐒𝐿 facepalmed when he realized that his internal monologue once again became external. Heard from our girl Momo that Primordial Tech's getting a few new partners after your standoff against Long-Nose McWidow's Peak. Wasn't even her or her parents doing, the suits that overheard you realized that there was a market that had unique needs that weren't being considered. And their PR representatives realized that if they just waltzed into the arena without acknowledging your one for us by us company, that had just hurt them. So they'll have more options and a few companies will get some goodwill. That's wonderful, 𝐒𝐿 said happily. The idea that he, however, indirectly, was going to be helping other quirkless people made his heart soar. He removed his current shoes and tried on the new ones. They fit like a glove, and the soles seemed to elevate him more than his previous ones had. And while they weren't the same uniform red color, there were red highlights, so he felt like he wasn't abandoning his roots by wearing them. They look and feel great. But they're your babies, so there's no way there isn't more to them, indeed. Click your heels together twice, she said expectantly. 𝐒𝐿 did so and his new shoes expanded. Metal covered his feet and the soles were covered in jagged metal that would grip any surface, mess up anyone he kicked, and ruin hardwood floors. His shins were engulfed in protective greaves that provided protection in both interlocking metal plates and a cushion of protective gel. The plates had some patterns resembling crocodilian scales. They were topped with kneecaps that felt unbelievably solid. He tapped his knuckles on one and the recoil actually stung. Behold, my newest creation in foot protection. Mai cackled with glee. An improvement on several of my previous babies, this includes a hovering function to provide backup if you have any trouble while flying. In addition to upgraded versions of your original iron soles and my electromagnetic soles to improve movement. Your feet are now officially lethal weapons. Fantastic, 𝐒𝐿 stated. You have a name for them? Yup. These include all of my prior shoe babies in there, so I decided to combine your dad's name with an English word for leg protection. These are your 𝐒𝐽𝐽, Mai said, proudly. So that's why there's a scale pattern, Izuku mused. My-chan, I love them. Thank you so much. Another satisfied customer. Mai grinned. Now, you've got to break them in and I've got to show them off, so let's take a walk around the support company's displays. Part of 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 was waiting for the other shoe to drop. If she was going to stop by now, she would have, Dark Shadow whispered in his head. I think she's just like us. She isn't just like us, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 responded. That much was clear. It was more pronounced now that he was here. He'd felt the slings and arrows that a heteromorphic individual faced. On top of that, his quirk's living shadow aesthetic disturbed people, causing some to label him a villain in waiting. He'd undergone his fair share of ostracism from his peers. When several of his peers began to create more wild and dramatic personas, he took to it like a fish to water or, as some of his old friends would say, like a bird to the sky. By the time 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 was ready to apply for you, he was the only one of his friends to still cling to it. For the others, it was a phase, a passing interest. For him, however, finding a way to own his monstrous, dark appearance and quirk felt empowering. They never denigrated him for it, but they always subtly conveyed that they found his affectations childish. Which was why 𝐒𝐿𝐾 was such a breath of fresh air. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 from 1B was as well, but he spent more time with 𝐒𝐿𝐾, she got him, he could speak to her the way he wished without a piece of him feeling self-conscious about it. But she wasn't tied to her persona the way he was. She could probably shuck her verbiage and spooky aesthetic with little to no difficulty. Her quirk had no real heteromorphic traits, and despite her more exotic name, many telekinetic quirks operated under similar parameters. In short, there was a chance that she could tell him she had grown up, and thus he should leave her alone. And at this point, his heart wouldn't be able to endure that. He mused on this while waiting for 𝐒𝐾 after her restroom break. Back home in Japan, there were plenty of people who disapproved of someone who looked like a baseline human being involved with a severe heteromorph, but most were subtle about it. Odd looks and tones of voice were typically the worst he and 𝐒𝐾 would receive if they went on an excursion together. Not to mention, the actions of villain groups like the Creature Rejection Clan made openly disparaging such a pairing socially unacceptable. Here, among an international crowd. While he was glad no one in a hero costume outwardly looked at the two of them with disgust and said disparaging things in languages they couldn't understand, plenty of other people did. It hurt when a baseline-looking person acted in that manner. It somehow hurt worse when a heteromorph did. His thoughts were interrupted when 𝐒𝐾 rejoined him, the two of them silently acknowledging each other. The two of them began walking around when they noticed a table containing Izuku, Zu, and A. They would have left them to their meal, but Eri noticed them, smiled her infectious smile, and waved over to them, Aunt 𝐒𝐾. Uncle Fumi. Eri would probably end up the most spoiled girl on the planet. They couldn't resist walking over to greet their class representative, one of his paramours, and their foundling, subdued smiles on their faces. It is a pleasure to see you, little child of light, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 said to A. How do you fare this day? I'm having a good day, Uncle Fumi. I finished my lunch, so Papa Izuku and Mama Zu let me have an apple for a snack. Eri said cheerfully. Hooray! Dark Shadow cried out, appearing from 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺's stomach. That's the best. Yes, Aunt Dark Shadow. Eri agreed. And once again, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 and Dark Shadow pledged that they would die for this child if it came to it. Midoriya-kun, is there perhaps an ill wind blowing on this day? 𝐒𝐾 asked. Otherwise, I am uncertain why you would be wearing a scarf, Izuku stammered, trying to find the words, before Zu outright stated, Ribbit, it's a present. I made it for him, Ribbit. And 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 took a closer look at the scarf. It was mostly green and blue, depicting lily pads on water, with patterns resembling the wearer's black whip knitted in. It's Papa Izuku's birthday. Eri cheered, causing Izuku to blush. Ah, 𝐒𝐾 nodded. I wish you the best on this auspicious day. Your presence has tempered all of us, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 concurred. And we wish you the best for the rest of the year. Izuku's eyes watered, but he kept the tears from spilling. Thank you both so much. I assume you are spending your day with each member of your Ennead? 𝐒𝐾 asked. There were blank stares, before Zu asked, what, Ribbit? Ah, that's what the two of us call your group, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, mildly embarrassed. We have neglected to tell you that. It is a Greco-Egyptian term. It means the nine, and is used to refer to the most important deities of the Egyptian pantheon, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 explained. Izuku and Zu looked at each other, then Zu put her finger to her chin, ribbit. It might be easier for our group to have a name. And I like it, ribbit. Yeah, it has a nice ring to it, Izuku said. Maybe we could even create an Ennead agency or something after we graduate. It sounds nice. We are glad to aid you whichever way we can, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said. We'll leave you to your festivities as we stalk the outskirts of these festivities, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said. Bye, Aunt 𝐒𝐭𝐴, bye Uncle Fumi, bye Aunt Dark Shadow. Eri cheered and waved. Enjoy your date. Both of the spooky members of 1A stopped dead as they were waving at Eri. They were silent for a bit, then they dashed off. They could hear Eri asking if she said something wrong, and her two green-haired parental figures reassured her, but they didn't stop until they were further away, and in an alleyway that was largely out of sight. Well, one can expect such musings from a child, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 mumbled, trying not to blush. Now, I was hoping to see His words were cut off when 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grabbed his shoulder. Token, is it true that you like me? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sputtered, what? Jireson overheard you boys talking to each other in the lockers a while back, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said. Her tone was different. Less verbose, and her voice seemed smaller. Ashido and Tokage pestered her into broadcasting your conversation, and we heard you say you like me. Oh, no. His deepest, darkest desires were spread to the class at large. How could he ever live it down? She would. Wait a minute, that was months ago, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 realized. You didn't say anything to me, you weren't mad. Why would I be mad? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. I mean, I never thought anyone would like the creepy ghost girl. I thought maybe you weren't really interested, but you gave the boys a name so you wouldn't be teased. Or maybe Dark Shadow was teasing you. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was flabbergasted. Yanagi-san, oh, we're finally having this conversation. Dark Shadow popped out, excited. No, Yanagi-chan, Fumi likes you a whole lot. He thinks you're really pretty and he likes talking to you about all kinds of stuff. I like you a lot, too. You're really nice to me, and fun to be around. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's black feathers were tinged with his luminescent red blush. But, for once, he didn't stop Dark Shadow. He looked at 𝐒𝐴, who was looking at him in thrilled disbelief, like she could scarcely believe it and was so happy she was hearing it. He sighed. My shadow speaks the truth, Yanagi-san. I am indeed fond of you. Why? 𝐒𝐴 asked. I mean, I'm too tall and skinny, and my hair's all stringy and my face looks creepy, and I'm not as strong or as cool as you, and my quirk's not as awesome or interesting as yours. Yanagi-san, what are you talking about? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was shocked at her statement. You have a wonderfully ethereal beauty to you, you're amazingly powerful, and your quirk is amazing. You're so strong, and you don't have to waste your time on a weird bird boy with a scary talking shadow quirk like me. But you do, and that makes me really happy. Now 𝐒𝐴 was blushing like mad. Wait, you haven't asked me out because you thought you weren't good enough for me. Before he could respond, Dark Shadow interrupted with, Fumi's scared 'cause all of our old friends stopped doing the whole dark and creepy thing, and they thought we were weird for keeping it, but it's what makes us happy. And even if we stopped leaning into it, we'd never escape it entirely. Tokomigan, 𝐒𝐴 trailed off, then said, It makes me happy, too. And maybe I look more normal than you do, but I didn't exactly fit in either. This feels right to me. I want to keep it up. And even if I feel like I want to stop in the future, I'd never want you to stop if you didn't want to. It feels right. Fumi's heart began to take flight. He stood up straight, and his tone was the one he normally took. 𝐒𝐴 Yanagi-chan, Amethyst of the Macabre, the way you strike fear into the hearts of villains makes mine beat with reckless abandon. Will you join me as I revel in the darkness? 𝐒𝐴 seemed to blink back tears, but she stood up straight as well, and replied, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 Token, emissary of the night, I would love nothing more. Let us expunge the world of evil from the shadows, that the populace may revel in the light. As they clasped their hands and walked into the street, Dark Shadow retreated into 𝐒𝐭𝐴's body, grumbling, finally. That was an experience, Izuku said, a little exhausted. Momo, from her spot next to him, looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I had hoped that the VIP section of the expo would be enjoyable for you. Oh, it absolutely was, Izuku reassured her. It was just a lot to deal with. High society isn't something I'm used to. Momo pursed her lips and nodded. I shall have to teach you, along with everyone else. I'll be DM'd before I let any of my paramours flounder. Hey, came a cheerful voice in their heads as Yui walked towards them, her face as calm and stoic as usual. When Yui joined them, Momo let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding back. So, Aizu-kun, your next gift is a collaboration between Yui and myself. She did most of the heavy lifting, though, Yui said, smirking ever so slightly. Momo blushed. Nonsense. You knew exactly how to make this work. I would never have been able to do it without you. Izuku smiled warmly. Don't worry about who gets credit, please. To be fair, your full gift from us is waiting back at your apartment. Your mom hid it in a closet, Yui said. This is just a sample. She held out a wrapped package. Izuku opened it, excited. The box was completely plain, and he opened it. Staring back at him, in miniature, was himself. You made an action figure of me. Izuku was shocked as he sat down on a nearby bench. He began to inspect what he realized was an incredibly high-quality action figure of himself. It was well articulated. It had swappable accessories, including his new ultimate gauntlets and the 𝐒𝐽-gators. There were tendrils of black whip that could attach to his arms, back, and legs. There were laser discs that ranged from hand-sized to shield-sized. His head could swap out his hood and rebreathe a mask with his hair, and there were a few swappable faceplates, including one of him with unshed tears and one of him imitating All Might. I wasn't too sure about those, but Yui insisted. Momo blushed as Izuku looked at those faceplates. You say that as if you didn't squeal in happiness upon seeing them, Yui teased. Momo wanted to make them herself, but she didn't know the kinds of things that go into making good action figures. So we collaborated on a whole set. What? Izuku could barely process it as Momo took out a tablet and showed him the pictures. The first was the figure in his possession, alongside one that was in a box made to resemble an actual action figure line. Yui is responsible for designing the box art, Momo said. I've never truly created 2D art with my quirk before. He scrolled through the gallery. The next was Okiko, rendered in just as much detail as himself. Then Mai, Momo, Zu, Toru, Melissa, Nejaya, and Yui. Then the other 14 members of Class 1A, then Mirio and Tamaki, then Eraserhead and Nezu, and, finally, Inko and A. The last picture in the gallery was a spread of all of those boxed figures paired together with their unboxed versions. The collector's dilemma. Do you open it and pose them the way you want to, or do you keep them in the box and preserve them? Yui shook her head. She was speaking from experience. We decided to let you have it both ways. I'll admit we went a little overboard, Momo said, blushing lightly. I can't imagine the time and effort that went into this, Izuku said, utterly gobsmacked. It was good quirk practice, Momo said. And once we worked out the basics and had a few test runs, the finished products took very little effort. I may have several of the better prototypes in my possession, Yui said smugly. Izuku placed his gift gently on the bench and took both girls into his arms, shocking them a bit with his forwardness. Izuku cried out of the overwhelming emotion it produced. Momo and Yui simply let the feelings wash over them. Some of it was negative, like the fact that part of him was still astounded that anyone, let alone women as wonderful as them, would go so far for a Deku like him. But those feelings were merely part of the mix, and he was overflowing with joy and thankfulness and validation. Soon enough, some company will make figures like these. This will just be a taste of things to come, Momo said firmly. Think of this as the most limited run of them all, Yui said. How do you girls somehow keep getting more perfect? Izuku said as he dried his tears. Trade secret, Momo said. I'll take this back to our hotel room. I'm certain you don't want to lose it, and Yui has something she wanted to show you. A support company has built a mecha, Yui said hungrily. They're letting people on a list test drive it. I got our names on that list. Izuku's eyes bugged out. Wow. Sold. We'll see you later, Momo-chan. Momo smiled as Yui carted Izuku off. Before she left, she chose to look at a different photo gallery she had saved for herself. While creating these figures, she had thought about providing their boyfriend with a few villain figures, hoping to provide him with some catharsis by allowing him to defeat his foes in plastic effigy. The bond discouraged her from giving him those figurines. But Yui had kept a set, and it included several figures of antagonists they had fought. It included Tomura Shigaraki, the 4 nomis he released at the USJ overhaul, and, on a much pettier note, Minoru Mineta and Katsuki Bakugo. She chuckled as she thumbed through the various tableaus they had created of the 9 of them beating several shades of hell out of them. Do you have any idea what those sirens were? Toru asked Izuku when they were on their own. They were mostly window shopping at the expo's various storefronts. I got a text from Toshinori-sensei, Izuku replied. He was carrying 2 plushes that Toru had given him as his present. One was a green rabbit, resembling the ears of his hero costume. The other was a rainbow-colored chameleon, representing herself. He absolutely loved them. Apparently, that was shortly after he confessed to my mom. And Mom set off the island's flood warning system. He scratched the back of his head. Forget the toe joint, Toru shook her head. If you could have found a way to weaponize that, no one would have called you quirkless. Izuku laughed. There are worse quirks out there. I knew a guy in school who had wings coming out of his back, but they were only the size of a normal bird's. Like a pigeon or something. He said it was more uncomfortable than anything else, Toru said. One classmate in middle school could just shoot his eyeballs out a bit, Izuku added. He could pop them out of their sockets and pull them out about 30 centimeters, then the optic nerve would reel them back in like a tape measure. You? Toru giggled. Then she realized, was he one of the guys who gave you SHT? Izuku scratched his cheek. I mean, I was kind of at the bottom of the social ladder, so probably. I don't remember him doing anything noteworthy, so I think he was just one of the people who ignored me. That's just the worst, Toru grumbled. Jake is treating you like you're not there. Though, I guess in your case, that wasn't actually the worst you got. Izuku shivered. No, it wasn't. How did that Explodey Boy's quirk actually work, anyway? Toru asked. Izuku's history with Bakugo was suddenly unimportant. Izuku had a quirk to dissect, and he was on full blast. It's really cool. His hands can sweat out nitroglycerine, and he could produce sparks to detonate it whenever he wanted. It's actually a really neat combination of his parents' quirks. Mitsukibe-san can produce glycerin, which she most often uses to keep her skin moisturized. Masaruji-san, meanwhile, sweats nitric acid from his hands. He can't produce it on demand like Katsuki could, nor did he have the ability to spark it, but by rubbing his hands together, he could create minor explosions. He could have easily become a hero with that quirk, with the right effort. Toru froze for a second, she thought for a second, and telepathically said, that sounds a hell of a lot like what Todoroki told us his sperm donor did with his mom. Technically, he only told me you were spying, Izuku clarified, his tone grateful, but not grateful enough to stop his pedantry. Toru ignored that. Bomboy's old man didn't coerce his wife into anything, did he? Izuku laughed. Toru seemed incensed, but Izuku said, sorry, it's just. Masaruji-san is one of the most passive, non-violent people I've ever met. He never wanted to be a hero, he doesn't like the idea of fighting people. Mitsukibe-san pursued him. I remember Mom telling me she said he was too adorably awkward to pass up. Toru chuckled. Well, a woman after my own heart, I guess. Izuku blushed at that, causing Toru to laugh again. Thanks for proving my point. But yeah, that was a lucky combination that the Splody boy got. Though he, oh gods. And Toru descended into laughter, practically falling over. What, Toru-chan? Are you okay? What's so funny? Izuku asked, his face torn in confusion. Toru couldn't speak, but luckily, thanks to the bond, she didn't have to. He probably can't pleasure himself without risking blowing his PP to smithereens. No wonder he was so sessed off all the time. Izuku blushed at the crude way she phrased that, stammering for a bit. Then his brain caught up to him and realized that Toru had a point, that was probably a legitimate concern for his former tormentor. and slowly, he began to giggle, and join her in the belly laughs. This apparently let the Vestiges know that they could lower their telepathic walls and reveal that they, too, found the imagery funny as hell and were laughing so hard it threatened to kill them a second time. The last scheduled part of the day was certainly not the least. Dinner with 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was great, as it always was, but she seemed really nervous throughout. She was a blushing and stuttering mess, the way they both were the first times that Mina and the others insinuated that they were dating. Finally, Izuku said, "𝐒𝐿, you don't need to be so nervous. It's just me." 𝐒𝐭𝐻 nodded, "I know, but this is your first birthday since we've been together, and the other girls are doing so much and I didn't have much to work with and I want to make this special the way you make me feel special and I dash. So this is what it's like on the other side," Izuku said, interrupting 𝐒𝐿's stream of consciousness. "𝐒𝐿, if you have a plan that you want to follow, I'll do it. But you look so distraught right now that I can't help but be worried," 𝐒𝐿 sighed. "All right. Well then." She took out a small jewelry box. "Happy birthday, Izuku-an." Izuku looked at the small box and its contents. Inside was a ring, gunmetal gray, and made of simple steel. There was a laser engraving of his hero name on the exterior. It's not much," 𝐒𝐿 said, "but I wanted it to be special. I have one myself." She showed that she indeed had a similar ring, only with her name on it. "It's a promise ring. I know we're too young to actually get engaged, but I wanted to show you how serious I am about you." Izuku was flabbergasted, rendered completely speechless, so struck by emotion that he wasn't even forming proper tears. He hoped that he was using their bond to properly convey exactly how much this meant to him. He took a closer look, and the interior was also laser engraved, stating that they were bound on the date of the entrance exam. This is wonderful, 𝐒𝐿. Where did you get this?" 𝐒𝐿's blush somehow increased. I asked my power loader to make it. And it doesn't look like much, but it's still less special to us. The rings are steel, but the steel came from the 0-pointer. The one you destroyed the day we met. Izuku leaned back in his chair, taking in the full force of that. He finally said, "𝐒𝐿, this is the best present anyone's ever given me. Even one for all." 𝐒𝐿 said telepathically, still blushing, but now beaming with happiness. "As much as I'm glad I have this quirk." Close second, Izuku said. "And before I get any comments, I'm well aware that none of this would have been possible without you, but logic doesn't apply here." None of the Vestiges said anything in response. Apparently, they realized that arguing with a boy in love wasn't a worthwhile pursuit and that rationality had no place here. At their silence, Izuku began to tear up and said, "You know, if I had a little more self-confidence and a little less shame back then, I'd have proposed that night when I first had you over for dinner." There's a good chance I'd have said yes," 𝐒𝐿 muttered. "Well," Izuku said, putting the ring on his finger, "better late than never." "I'm so glad that the expo went off without a hitch, Professor Shield." Izuku bowed to the man at the airport. David Shield sighed. "You managed it earlier, did you have to backslide like that?" "Goodbye, Grandpa Dave." Eri gave David a hug. "Well, at least one of us made progress," Izuku chuckled. "I'll come to see you as soon as possible, Dad," Melissa added. "Nice meeting you, little bro," Star and Stripe said, having new ordered herself into fluent Japanese earlier. "I trust you'll take good care of Mel, right?" "I'll go plus ultra, Stane-sen." Izuku somehow managed to say that without having a heart attack. "I've had plenty of shovel talks, I'm aware of how forfeit my life is if I disappoint my girls." "Bye, Aunt Star," Eri said, causing Star to struggle not to cause an international incident by taking the girl herself. She settled for a big hug. "Have fun on the flight home, Eri." Star replied. "I will. We went on Grandpa Mite's plane on the way here, we're going home in Mama Momo's plane." Eri said happily. "Aho." Star felt a little playful. "How many mamas do you have again?" 8. Eri said proudly, naming them and counting them off on her fingers. Star grinned at Izuku proudly. "You really are my little bro." Izuku tilted his head in confusion. "Switching to English," Star replied. "Another of All Might's disciples with a H. What?" Izuku and Melissa cried out. "Yeah, my whole squadron and I are dating," Star said with an enormous grin. They are the best. I wish they could have come, but this was technically business and I couldn't scrounge up the right number of invites anyway. Oh wow, Izuku said. Well, I wish you the best with them. Same here, kiddo, Star playfully punched Izuku. We're going to have to board. Melissa said, clearly stunned by this conversation and wanting to leave it be. Talk to you soon. Final goodbyes were said. Now it was back to you, and soon enough, the summer training camp. Nezu sipped his tea as the two support course girls took a seat in his office. Ladies, I have an offer for the two of you. Melissa tried to remain composed, uncertain about the mammal's intentions. Mai, on the other hand, asked, are you going to tell us your species? 'Cause if so, I offered to try and hack into the encrypted files to tell Izuku, but he told me not to. Said the challenge was more fun, and that your species doesn't actually matter, what's important is you're the principal. Nezu laughed. No, Hatsune-san, I would never give up the little game that Midoriya-kun and I play. No, this involves the two of you, and your futures, should you choose to accept my offer. You see, while we typically keep our students on a single track, sometimes opportunities arise for students to take a more interdisciplinary role. Melissa drew in a breath, having an idea where this was going and scarcely believing it. We have many reasons for this. Primarily due to the unique circumstances of this year. We are in a unique situation where our students are being targeted by villains. Your connections to Class 1A in general and Midoriya-kun in particular leave you in a vulnerable spot. Additionally, your skills in granting aid to 1A during their final exams showed us your potential, and you are the highest-ranking support students in your respective years. Hatsune-san, reaching the third round of the sports festival typically results in us offering the student the opportunity to join, or at least try out, for the hero course. The only reason we did not is that you adamantly insisted that you remain in the support course. Not to mention that the two of you have undergone quirk awakenings quite recently. Nezu used air quotes, which was odd given the structure of his pause. So, my offer is this, Nezu said. While the two of you will remain support students, you may supplement your original coursework by attending the heroics lessons alongside Class 1A. This will begin with the two of you attending the summer training camp, and we will allow you to participate with them in the provisional license exam in September. Melissa sat back in her chair, overwhelmed by the emotion. She'd considered her childhood dream of heroism long buried. Having it brought to her so late in life felt insane. Mai, however, took it much better. Oh, cool, so we'd be like Power Loader Sensei, then. Maybe a bit more on the support side, but we could participate if things got hairy. And defend ourselves without worrying about stupid outdated laws. Precisely. Nezu said happily. Though, obviously, whatever you wish to specialize in doing on both sides of the support and heroic spectrum would be your own prerogative. Sweet, I'm in. Mai said. Now I can build and field test my babies. Melissa felt a little better about the idea. She had a brilliant mind and plenty of help to get her to this level. She would just have a few extracurriculars added to make her more versatile and make sure she could handle a harsh life. I'll do it. Splendid. Nezu said. There'll be some minor paperwork, but I believe we can make this work well enough. And you will need to decide on hero names. I'll do my best to help, but I don't always know what humans find appropriate. So we'll need to run suggestions by midnight to make sure it works. Feel free to take your time. Melissa smiled. I think I have one already. Shield Maiden. Nezu grinned. It sounds perfect to me. Mai cried out, Baby Maker. No, both Melissa and Nezu said in unison to Mai's disappointment. Eraserhead sat in the conference room, absolutely shell-shocked. He'd always suspected that there was more to his problem child than he was told. There was too much coincidence, too much secrecy. However, he felt that it was beyond his pay grade, and trusted that Nezu would fill in the gaps where he could. All Might as well. He was shocked at how his opinion of the symbol of peace was changing after a semester working alongside him. The man was obviously more shrewd than Eraserhead initially believed, and was working hard. He never expected that Izuku Midoriya would approach him and tell him that he would be read in on the full details of his quirk, its true history, and everything that it was capable of thus far. Honestly, he was glad he didn't know this from the beginning. He'd have never believed it otherwise. Problem Child's quirk was All Might's quirk. Not a similar quirk, the same quirk, transferred from the symbol of peace to his student. As was transferred to All Might years ago. A quirk that grew stronger and stronger since the dawn of quirks, and had gotten so powerful that quirk singularity went from being a crackpot idea introduced to students specifically to be dismissed to a very real phenomenon embodied within his student. Eraserhead wouldn't have believed a word of it, if not for the fact that Nezu and All Might corroborated the story while they spoke. And for the fact that, despite the insanity, this explained all of the inconsistencies with Izuku's story that he'd either overlooked or seen as inappropriate to pry into. At the very least, it made his grab bag of powers make so much more sense to be a bunch of unrelated quirks rather than different expressions of the same quirk. And so, Eraserhead sat there, All Might and Nezu having left, with Izuku still there, looking uncomfortable, but not wanting to leave in case his homeroom teacher had questions. Eraserhead finally got up, going over to the coffee machine that had been brewing. He took the pot and, after some consideration, chose to forego a mug and simply drank straight from it. I appreciate your candor, but I would like to know why you're telling me this now, of all times. Partly because, well, you've proven yourself trustworthy after all this time, Izuku said. Eraserhead would never say out loud that his heart skipped a beat after hearing that. But it's mostly because of the training camp. I wanted to be sure that you gave those bonded to me proper training. Especially Hatsume-san and Shield-san, Izuku stumbled, remembering to refer to his support course girlfriends more formally for an official setting. They all need to have training that fits their bond-enhanced quirks and physiology, and if you have a wrong idea about how their quirks work, then this entire excursion would be worse than useless for them. Of course you're more worried about them than yourself, Problem Child, Eraserhead said, then bit his tongue. Sorry. Izuku blushed. You know, I don't mind that nickname. I've had plenty of cruel teachers call me names. I know how it sounds when it's malicious, and this isn't it. It doesn't matter. You've been discounted by adults in authority for too long. You deserve to be treated with respect, Eraserhead said. Izuku paused, then, logically, shouldn't you treat me the way you would any other student? Not like I was made of glass. Because that sounds both disrespectful and irrational. Eraserhead stared into the middle distance. I should have resigned the minute the rat got his hands on you, Problem Child. Actually, I've narrowed him down to a carnivorous Australian marsupial. And of those, I think I can discard the Antechinus and similar marsupial rats, Izuku clarified. Ah, then it doesn't matter, I'm doomed no matter where I go, Eraserhead said before taking a long pull from the coffee pot. So, tell me about the quirk you created for Shield-san. He almost wanted to scream due to how maddening that sentence was. Izuku nodded, speaking slowly and clearly. Battery is a power stockpiling quirk split off from One for All. I don't think she can transfer it the way I can. It's equivalent to 0.25% of One for All's total power. When it manifests, it's similar to my full cowl technique in expression, but it looks very different, providing after images that appear to bend and curve. We believe that the lightning is my unique expression of One for All, influenced by my parents' quirks, while the after images are influenced by her father's. Between those and All Might's muscle form, we believe that we may have dormant, inexpressive quirk factors that influenced our use of these quirks on a purely aesthetic level. The sharing bond, however, takes those aesthetic flourishes and makes them much more literal. I can now bend my joints impossibly. To demonstrate, Izuku bent his fingers the opposite way, then bent his elbow in reverse, then rotated his head 270 degrees like an owl. Eraserhead hid his shock at that disturbing sight well. It's not the same as, say, Tiger's pliabody quirk, but it's pretty useful for dodging. As for Melissa, she has access to at least 1% of One for All, in addition to her own stockpile quirk, but she can bulk up in a manner similar to All Might. She's not as muscular as All Might or Star and Stripe, but she's got more mass to work with and she can use her quirk more easily. Additionally, while the other girls express my lightning when they use One for All, she can actually use her blue lightning as if she was discharging a lightning bolt. The attack has a range of 100 meters, and it doesn't actually shock or do electrical damage. It's merely a concussive force. Eraserhead nods. He expects that he now has several gray hairs, but this is workable. I should have decent training menus available for all of you. I'll be holding you to a higher standard. At least Izuku's gulp meant that he had the right amount of fear remaining. Now, I can scarcely believe this, but EN is one of your quirk's past holders. And he's currently in your head. Izuku blinked. He is Aizawa Sensei. Why? Largely because he's a legend among underground heroes, Eraserhead clarified. It'd be interesting to pick his brain. He's a man of few words, Izuku said, before he amended that. At least, when he's not teasing me for something. And he's given me insight for our stealth exercises. Eraserhead nodded. If you're both willing, I would like to talk to him at some point. Not today, too much to prepare and I've dealt with a ton of CRP already. We could ask Shinsu-kun, he knows my quirk's haunted, and whenever he brainwashes me, one of the Vestiges takes the wheel, Izuku offered. He paused for a bit, then added, but Ian says that he's not sure how much you'll learn. He died pretty young. Eraserhead chose not to comment on that. He wanted to be mad at All Might for giving his student a quirk that came with its own nemesis, but everyone was sure he was dead. To be fair, according to all eyewitnesses, All for One's skull resembled an egg crushed by a brick, so it was a reasonable assumption to make. Very well, problem child. Dismissed. Go enjoy the day with your dash. Eraserhead stopped as he stared into the middle distance once more. Oh no, what is it, sensei? Izuku asked. Don't worry about it, Eraserhead said, shooing the boy away as he wondered what to do. He was initially planning on making sure Izuku knew he couldn't expect a romantic time with his girlfriends at summer camp, because they'd be too busy training. Now, in his particular case, that might actually interfere with his plans to strengthen his students' quirks. I don't know how, but this is Nemurai's fault, Eraserhead muttered as he finished off the coffee pot. The day prior to leaving for camp, Zu had already arranged for two things she'd wanted to do for a while. The first was having her family visit them. It had been the longest that the frog girl had spent without her parents or siblings, and she was getting homesick. Thus, in the middle of preparations for camp, Class 1A had their introduction to the Asui family. Your parents are really nice, Zu-chan, but your dad's a little intense, Okiko said to Zu while changing in the locker room. Ribbit, he's just trying to make sure you're good people, Zu replied, helping her little sister into a yellow swimsuit. Since we're, dating, Ribbit. Is it just me, or was he mad at Nejaya-senpai's questions? Okiko asked. Zu squeezed her fingers. Ribbit, a little bit. He knows it's not malicious, Ribbit, but that kind of questioning to a heteromorph can be offensive, Ribbit. At least the Bond had her back off and apologize. I'm sure Samidaran has at least 5 crushes by now. Toru burst into the conversation, a floating swimsuit. I saw the way he blushed at Mina and Tokage, at least. Should Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun be worried about competition? Momo asked playfully. Nah, Ribbit. If anyone needs to be worried, it's Tokoyami-chan, Ribbit, Zu said. Or maybe Yanaja-chan. Ribbit, either way, he currently thinks they're the coolest people he's ever met. Their musing on the situation was stopped when Eri stepped into view, dressed in a pink swimsuit, being brought along by Yu. Thanks for your help, Mama Yu. You're welcome, Eri-chan, Yui whispered in response, patting the girl on her head. The second thing Zu wanted to do was finally teach Eri how to swim. Hence why they gathered at one of UA's pools. Eri-chan. Satsuki Asui hopped towards the other young girl. You look really nice, Wibbit. Eri smiled. Satsuki was the first person her own age she'd interacted with, and they'd immediately hit it off. The two began to rush off to the pool in excitement. Hey! No running. Okiko raced after them, followed closely by the others. The teens caught up to the smaller children and instructed them to walk carefully towards the water. Once they got within sight, they saw waves being kicked up by a green blur. Realizing their presence, the waves ceased as Izuku stopped, then pulled himself out of the water. Wow! Toru said telepathically as he shook water out of his hair. It's always nice to be reminded of what we're working with, Ribbit, Zu said. Forget grinding meat, you could sharpen metal on those abs, Yui replied approvingly. How does he have such an adorable face and a great body? Akiko said, blushing and hoping she didn't have a nosebleed. Who gave him the right? In lieu of responding, Momo simply turned beet red and averted her eyes. Hey, everyone. Izuku greeted them. Sorry, I just wanted to get some laps in before we started. I didn't want to go 2+ ultra when we're teaching a training or quirk experimentation. Akiko asked, focusing on that instead of anything else. Column A, column B. Izuku said, deliberately avoiding looking directly at them, lest he blind himself as though staring directly at the sun. Fa Jin is really good at moving through water with very little effort. But that's not what's important right now. Izuku crouched down to see Eri and Satsuki want to have some fun in the pool. They cheered, and thus began a wonderful day that interspersed actual lessons on how to swim with a whole lot of playing in the water, thanks to Momo providing the group with pool toys. When relaxing in an inner tube shaped to look like a dolphin, Satsuki swam up to Zoo and said, Nachan, Wibbit, everyone's so nice. It's kinda weird how none of your boyfriends or girlfriends is an animal person like us, Wibbit. While potentially rude, 6-year-olds could be forgiven, particularly given how blunt her older sister was. Ribbit, they're all very nice people. That matters much more than what they look like. Izuku smiled. I might not have a frog quirk like Zuchan, but I can improvise. And with that, he opened his mouth and shot out a strand of black whip like it was Zu using her tongue. Wow, Satsuki was wide-eyed with delight. Zu, meanwhile, looked at him with a look that most wouldn't pass, but that the bond made clear was very appreciative. Eri spoke up, floating by on a raft chair. And I might not have an animal quirk, Satsuki-chan, but I'm told my horn looks like a unicorn's or a narwhal's, she said, pointing to the appendage. Yay! Satsuki cheered, rushing over to hug the other girl. Unfortunately, A wasn't fully used to the pool, and the sudden contact made her freeze, and her quirk began to activate. A! Izuku and Zu cried out in unison, seeing the girl's horn begin to glow. They both reached out, Izuku with black whip, and Zu with her tongue. Izuku grabbed Eri, Zu grabbed Satsuki, and the two of them reeled the little girls close to them and away from each other, leaping out of the water as they did so. VWUP. The two were shocked at the sudden sound in their head. More so when the girls commented. Papa, why is Mama Zu's tongue glowing like black whip? Eri asked weakly. Nei-chan, Wibbit, why is Nei-chan all covered in the black stuff? Satsuki asked. The two of them inspected each other, and themselves, more closely. Zu was sparking with yellow-green lightning, and her tongue was indeed covered in a protective sheath of black energy. In Izuku's case, however, it was as though black whip had covered his entire body in a second skin. Izu-chan, could you try and keep it off your face, Ribbit? Zu asked. 'Cause the only part of you that isn't black are your eyes. Ribbit, it's a bit unsettling. Sorry, Izuku squeaked, and tried to clear it off of his head, as the inky energy retreated, making it look like he was wearing a black turtleneck bodysuit. Better, Ribbit, Zu said. Izuku smiled, and stroked Eri's head, still glowing, with the black-covered hand, to no ill effects. At which point, rewind stopped, and Eri breathed as Eraserhead stood in the doorway to the pool, eyes glowing red to stop her quirk. Thank you for your quick intervention, Aizawa-sensei, Momo bowed, holding her panic button in her hands. Those buttons were the best investments the school's ever made, Eraserhead said. So, obviously, swimming lessons are over for today. Satsuki began to cry. Wibbit, I'm sorry, Eri-chan. I didn't mean to make you upset or to stop the fun. Eri looked shocked. No, it's my fault. I can't control my quirk. I didn't mean to activate it. Tears began to sprout from her eyes. The two little girls began to cry, with the teenagers comforting them and Eraserhead looking extremely awkward and out of his depth. When it subsided, Satsuki asked, with trepidation, Do you not want to be best friends anymore? Eri shook her head. I still want to be friends with you if you still want to be friends with me. Satsuki looked like she was about to leap onto Eri with pure, relieved joy, until she stopped herself. Can I hug you? At Eri's nod, she went over and the girls embraced. Eri slumped once they broke free, and Izuku picked her up. I'll bring her back to the dorms, Eraserhead said, taking the girl from his student. He looked at Izuku and sighed. I suppose we'll be working to determine exactly how this affects the both of you before we leave tomorrow. Part of me wants to say we'll have time at the camp, but I assume that you'll have packed the camp to the gills and will need to get this sorted beforehand so that you can plan appropriately, Izuku muttered. You're catching on, Eraserhead said as the students left to change and he returned the school's ward to the dorms. The next morning, as the first years woke up early and prepared to head to the camp, Mai asked, so, let's go with the basics. Zoo, how does Black Whip interact with you? Ribbit, my tongue's length is doubled, and I can cover it with the same energy, so it's a lot tougher, Zoo replied. And how does One for All boost Frog? Melissa asked with interest. We couldn't figure all of it out, Ribbit, Zoo said, a little dejected. Recovery Girl took some BLD and tissue samples, Ribbit, so that should help. But I know 3 things for certain, Ribbit, but they're all kind of embarrassing, Ribbit. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. But you know we won't judge, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 replied, putting a hand on the shorter girl's shoulder. Zoo leaned into it. All right, Ribbit. Well, the first is that I can grow out webbing, Ribbit, starting between my fingers and toes, but I can get it between my arms and legs, too, and it lets me glide. The second is that I can grow out some bony claws, Ribbit. The third is that my poison mucus changed. It used to just sting a little, Ribbit, but now I can pour more into it, making it a lot stronger. And I can change it from poison to other effects. It can be really sticky, like a type of glue, and I think I could make a painkiller of some kind. And all of those are things certain amphibian species can do. Izuku said excitedly. The African clawed frog not only has natural claws, it can essentially break its bones through its skin to form stronger claws. It's also capable of regenerating, and I think that Zuchan may be capable of that, too. Wallace's flying frog can glide thanks to webbing between its toes, though Zuchan can also grow patagium like a flying squirrel, so that's a bit of an overboard reaction. There's a number of poison dart frog species that have dangerous poisons. The golden poison frog has the strongest toxin. The holy cross frog secretes a powerful adhesive substance, and the waxy monkey tree frog secretes a powerful opioid painkiller. And that's just what we know about. There may be more unique traits of possible amphibian species that Zoo can replicate. The group blinked. They'd gotten used to Izuku's mutterstorms, but even now, some of that was muddled beyond comprehension. Toru asked, Isaacon, how do you have all of these facts just rattling around in your skull? Momo cleared her throat. The two of us may have done a research dive into various frog species and their capabilities last night. Though we were both aware of a number of facts like this, I had more foreknowledge in this particular instance than he did. Despite saying that, there was a clear insight thanks to the bonds, revealing that both Izuku and Momo did have these random pieces of information floating around their heads, largely as a result of being socially isolated and thus filling the void with reading about whatever caught their fancy. Desperate to change the subject she'd inadvertently brought up, Toru said, So, Izuku-kun, what about that Black Whip catsuit? It's really cool. It functions as body armor, and it's great at reducing impact. When it's active, it increases my jump distance and lets me cling to walls. Izuku said happily. So you've fully become Spider-Man, Yoichi replied. With shades of the Venom symbiote suit. What are you talking about, Yoichiji-san? Izuku asked, confused. Yoichi seemed distraught. I can't believe that's been lost. Truly, this is the darkest timeline. You know, for once, I agree with you, Nerdlord, Ryuji said. Losing Spider-Man was a blow to culture, Izumu agreed. Izuku's eyes widened. Okay, all 3 of the Dark Age Vestiges agree on something. Should I be worried? Yes, came the unanimous agreement of everyone in his headspace. Look, I'm just saying we have the perfect opportunity here. Tsuburaba said as his group of 1BS students began making their way towards the bus. Maybe, Kaibara replied. Assuming that we weren't screwed by association with the trash we had to throw out. I doubt one is going to think we're all the same level of but as those 2 were, Awase said. Minoma, who was walking ahead of the group, had a dark facial expression when 1A was mentioned, but didn't comment. Which was somewhat worrying. What's wrong with 1A? Shouto popped up behind the boys talking, startling them. Gathering his nerves, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 shook his head. Sorry Ice Prince, you popped in outta nowhere. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 nodded. The nickname had started as 𝐻𝐻𝐻 being angry at 𝐂𝐸𝐽's aloof nature, but it quickly morphed into affectionate once 𝐻𝐻𝐻 realized that 𝐂𝐸𝐽 was, to quote him, basically an abused puppy that's only been socialized for a few months now. Granted, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 hadn't intended that comment to be overheard, but 𝐂𝐸𝐽 didn't think it was false. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 thinks that we should try to get acquainted with 1A during the training camp, 𝐻ONINUKI said, a little exasperated. As if we'll have many opportunities for that, we can't be training the entire time. There'll be some time to get to know them, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. I'm on friendly terms with a number of 1A students, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 offered. ♯Shinso-kun and Fuki-kun as well. Not to mention our representatives. Really? 𝐒𝐿𝐵's round eyes gleamed with interest. Anyone in particular who could be interested in spending time with us? I'm pretty sure Izukuni would be thrilled to discuss quirks, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 said plainly. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sighed and facepalmed. ♯Honinuki chuckled at the boy's frustration. Dude, Todoroki-kun, he means the girls, 𝐂𝐻𝐵 said. Some of us want to get to know some of the girls and see if they're looking for a relationship. Oh. Right, yes, sorry. I forget that's a thing most people want, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 replied. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 shook his head at that statement. I mean, I know there's 7 guys in there, but even if they're all in relationships, that still leaves 6 others unattached, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. There's still a chance for us to have some summer romance. Your math's off, unfortunately. I don't know about everyone, but Izukuni and 5 of his female classmates are in a polyamorous relationship, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 stated flatly. Several of his classmates turned to him, shocked. Even the ones that weren't invested in the idea of dating one of the hero course's few girls were shocked by that news. Wait, he's not dating the pink-haired support girl. 𝐂𝐻𝐵 said. I heard that every single one of the first-year support students were thankful for him taming the beast. Oh, he is. She's part of it, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 said unenthusiastically. 2 upperclassmen as well. It's a group of 9 total. Holy 𝐻𝐻𝐻, I can't believe Mineta was correct. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 opened and closed his mouth several times in shock, before stating, you know, part of me's mad, but honestly. I'm glad someone's living the dream. Of course, that does mean that in the worst-case scenario, there's only 2 ladies available. Assuming no one else is polyamorous, 𝐻ONINUKI stated. And that they're all attracted to men. Or, hell, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 slumped. The fantasy had a good run, 𝐂𝐻𝐵 said, a little glum himself. Any further musings were stopped when the assembled mass of 1B students met with the towering form of their teaching assistant. Mirio waved as they all approached. Bonjour, Tagata-senpai. Āyama popped up, twinkling as he did so. Will you be accompanying us on our excursion? I certainly am. Mirio said happily. The faculty decided that the more help they had whipping you first years into shape, the better. Will Imagiki-senpai be joining us as well? Shoda asked. He helped us out so much preparing for the finals, yep. Tamaki-kuan's on the bus already. He'd be here to greet you as well, but, well, you know, Mirio replied. Everyone nodded. Tamaki had been moved into 1BS dorms as well. Seeing how much the indigo-haired boy relied on Mirio for social interactions, it just made sense. And thus, most of them knew the depths of his anxiety. You'll also be meeting the last member of the Big 3, Nejaya Heido. Mirio said. She's 1 as teaching assistant, and the 3 of us will be helping you all out where we're needed, not just sticking with our own classes. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 perked up. Well, that's interesting. Wait, Todoroki-kun, is she one of the 2 upperclassmen you mentioned? Yes, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 deadpanned. Damn it, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said under his breath. At this point, Vlad King arrived. He'd been doing much better ever since the sports festival. A lot less irritable. Good morning, everyone. There's 2 things we'll need you to be aware of before we head out. Firstly, 2 support course students are being considered for dual course placement. They'll be joining the training camp alongside 1A. Monoma scoffed, and they couldn't have joined the superior hero class. Or split them evenly. They're already friendly with 1A, Vlad King stated. Their help was instrumental in helping a number of 1A pass their practical exams. Ha! Monoma was filled with energy as he posed like a madman. I knew those glory hounds had to have cheated. There's no way they could have surpassed the might of 1B on their own merit. Akira butted in. Neither bro, if that's true, then the pep talks we gave everyone before the exams would be considered cheating as well, wouldn't it? Hitoshi put his hand on Akira's shoulder. Maybe we should just let him have this. Vlad King gestured to Mirio for the second tidbit of information. Mirio said, the second is that there's going to be a little girl joining 1A on the trip. Her name is Eri, and she's about 5 or 6 years old. You gained custody of her after I helped rescue her from a villain. Eri has a volatile quirk that's difficult to control. If things go wrong, there's a short list of people who she trusts and who can stop her from hurting someone. That list contains one as homeroom teacher and a handful of its students whose quirks protect them from Hess. So, she's coming along for safety reasons. We're not going to have to babysit, are we? Ojiro asked. Vlad King shook his head. No. You simply need to be aware that there'll be a civilian in your midst that you'll need to watch out for as you train. Ojiro shook his head, then looked at Monoma. Not gonna comment on 1A bringing a mascot. I'd have to be an absolute monster to insult Eri-chan, Monoma said bluntly. Most of 1B looked utterly shocked at that statement, but any commentary was stopped when a voice shouted out, Papa Mirio. The shock continued as the class saw a tiny girl with white hair, red eyes, and a single horn growing from her forehead rushed ahead of 1A and ran towards their tea. Mirio knelt down and scooped her up in a hug. Hey, Eri-chan, what's up? Mirio asked. Clouds, she replied, and Mirio gave a hearty laugh at that. I missed you. I missed you, too, Mirio said, patting her on the back. I'm sorry, I was busy. I know, Eri said sadly. Papa Izuku said you were helping the other class like Mema Nejaya was helping his, but I wanted to see you and Papa Tamaki more often. Oh my stars and garters, this is positively heartwarming, Shishida said softly. Soto nodded. If this was any sweeter, it'd activate my quirk. Good to see you again, Eri-chan. Akira said as he and Hitoshi approached the girl. Hi, Uncle Akira. Hi, Uncle Hitoshi. Eri waved as 1A caught up with them. She looked at the others, a little intimidated. Is this your class? Mirio nodded. 1B, this is Eri-chan. Before they could get introductions underway, Eraserhead cleared his throat. We'll have plenty of time to introduce you later. We're currently eating up our time here. Where are we going, anyway? Hitoshi asked. Classified, Eraserhead said. Kan-san and I were only told this morning, and you won't know until we arrive. We've had to step up security thanks to the League of Villains. As a reminder, no cell phones or other electronics. If any are found on your person, it's grounds for expulsion. As they boarded the bus, Emma went to Vlad King and asked, Excuses moi, but does Ma Sincha not violate this rule? Vlad King shook his head. Your belt is a necessary support item. It's been approved for the trip. Aemar nodded and boarded the bus. Unfortunately, Yuga Aemar neglected to mention that his parents provided him with a new belt, as the custom manufacturer had found a defect. But he thought it was unimportant. That manufacturer had often sent him new belts. He found nothing odd about that. Similarly, he never gave a second thought to the quirk specialist his parents brought him to when he was 5. And thanks to his parents' cobbler, he had no idea that his shoes were custom-made for someone with an additional toe joint. When the bus stopped, Izuku woke from his nap to the blaring of danger sense inside his skull. Izuku got to his feet as Eraserhead called that they were taking a pit stop, and asked for everyone to leave the bus. Most of the students were complying, but Mai looked Izuku in the eyes. Danger sense going off for you, too? Mai asked. Several other members of the Ennead turned at that public broadcast. Yes. Though in this case, it's probably more like a logical ruse sense. Something's going to happen here, Izuku said. The present members of the Ennead began to alert the others, using JSL to sign out "Be careful" as they exited the bus. Well, all of them except Nejaya did so. Nejaya, instead, asked Eri if she wanted to ride on Nejaya's shoulders. Eri enthusiastically agreed, and both of their smiles were equally wide. On the one hand, it melted most of their hearts. On the other hand, their teaching assistant had separated the civilian from the hero corps students. Not a good sign. "Well, that's quite a bunch of serious faces you have there, Aizawa," came a female voice from behind the bus. For the briefest moment, Izuku's anxiety was overwhelmed by his nerdery as he saw two women in costumes appear, followed by a young boy in a cap who looked simultaneously bored and angry. Coming out of nowhere, the first voice belonging to a brunette woman, Mandalay, began. Stingingly cute and cat-like, a blonde woman, Pixie Bob, followed her up. "Wild, wild pussycats." The two women posed, to the utter bemusement of the child beside them. Yui looked at them with absolute awe. These women are living the dream. Eraserhead was about to introduce them, but was interrupted by Izuku providing a fanboy info dump involuntarily. The class representative was going off until he mentioned that they'd been in operation for 12 years, at which point danger sense flared, and he slapped his hand over his mouth as an irate Pixie Bob charged after him, stopping as she saw him stop talking. "I'm 18 at heart, you got it," she said, with an edge to her voice. "I'll contact the editorial staff and point out the error," Izuku managed to say. "Ladies, Ribbit, we've trained him well," Zu said to her girlfriends. "Perhaps too well," Momo said warily. "She seems a tad too appreciative. I wonder if a new bond would have been formed if one was open," Nana teased. Mandalay pointed to one of the mountains in the distance. "You'll be staying with us at our headquarters. It's at the base of that mountain." Between Izuku's warnings and their teacher's reputation, it dawned on them how this was going to play out. "OCI," Denki said, just before the ground exploded beneath them, hurling the students off the cliff into the forest below. Despite being warned, the attack was sudden and came out of nowhere, catching most of the students flat-footed. Some, however, were able to recover more easily. The Izuku and the 5 girls who'd reached a stage 3 bond were able to recover more easily. Izuku and Okiko in particular were able to fly above the wave of dirt that threw them around. Okiko managed to grab Toru and Yui, while Izuku snared Fumikage, Itsuka, and Kinoko in Black Whip before they got out of range. Most of Setsuna got lost in the wave, but she managed to detach her head and send it upwards. "You have 3 hours to make it through the beast's forest. Quirk use is allowed, since it's all our property," Mandalay called out. "Kittens who don't make it by 12:30 won't get lunch." There was a brief standoff as the airborne students looked at their peers, then to the group still on the cliff. Eri was looking worried, and Nejaya was consoling her. The boy was pointedly not looking at them. Mandalay frowned at their flight, while Pixie Bob looked excited. Eraserhead, meanwhile, just stared at them. "We'll touch down," Izuku said. "Chan, everything's going to be all right. This is just what we have to do for school. We'll see you at camp." Okiko called out, while everyone in their grasp waved at her. Eraserhead relaxed, not wanting to use his quirk to drop his students, but willing to teach them the appropriate lesson. Eri finally relaxed, waving back, "Bye, Papa. Bye, Mamas." "Wait, what?" Mandalay snapped her head towards Eraserhead in shock. Tokage's head floated above the collected group of non-flying 1A students, and she cried out, "Okay, everyone who's not dead, sound off." There was a chorus of groans as Izuku and Okiko touched down with their classmates and began to help extract everyone who was still recovering. No one was injured, but not everyone was in fighting shape. "That ruled. Can we do that again?" Mai said happily. "Don't ask, I'm sure she'll make it happen," Pony grumbled as she extracted herself on her horns. "Yo, Midori, you're the hero nerd," Mina said. "Know why the cat girls called this the Beast's Forest?" "That never came up in anything I've read about them," Izuku shrugged. "The name makes it sound like this place is 𝐴nchantarelle," Kinoko said. "Though, if that's the case, Koda-kun would be a champion in this place." Koji blushed at the praise as most of the class groaned at the puns. In response, Koji cleared his throat and let out a call for help from the animals within the woods. It spread out far, particularly after Momo gave him a megaphone. There was the sound of something large approaching. "That's pretty quick, Koda bro," a hero said. "Though it's pretty big. Do we get brown bears around here?" Before Koji could answer, the source of the noise appeared. An enormous, eyeless quadrupedal creature with enormous talons and wide jaws filled with sharp teeth. Beast, stop, please. Koji commanded, though the creature didn't respond. Izuku responded by blasting rapid-fire laser discs at it, slicing it apart. They're not alive. Pixie Bob must be making them with her quirk. Another beast emerged from the underbrush, about to attack when they were saved. Pocket loam. Kinoko cried out, hurling some soil out of a bag in one of her pockets. As soon as the soil hit the earth creature, myriad species of mushrooms emerged across its body, until the dirt that constituted it dissolved. Kinoko grinned and pulled out a spray bottle. Inoculation time, everyone. We're in a dark, warm, humid forest. I'm the queen here, she said in an unsettlingly cheerful tone. Most of 1A was shocked as they gathered to get sprayed. Vestiges and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 looked downright envious. Another beast emerged as they were preparing, but that one quickly lost to their other force of nature. A swarm of rats, squirrels, shrews, moles, rabbits, lizards, snakes, badgers, foxes, and other beasts emerged and ran towards the simulacrum, digging chunks out of it. As they did so, another earthen beast emerged, only to be blocked by an actual animal. So there are brown bears around here, Kiribro. Tetsu stated while their last classmate was sprayed with Kinoko's formula. Koji commanded the animals to disperse as Kinoko began to set off spores, chuckling frighteningly. We must make haste if we're to reach the camp by noontime. Tenya stated, ready to start his engines. A hero should strive to be half an hour early, no. Ibara added. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it on foot, Melissa said. This is probably meant to be an impossible task. I mean, why not just fly over the forest? Mai said. We have your Momo here, she thumbed over to the class's vice representative. Right, my awakening, that's actually feasible now, Momo stated. Though I don't know any appropriate blueprints for an airplane, a helicopter or any similar conveyance. Mai and Melissa both ped their heads in curiosity. You don't. Momo blushed. It was beyond the scope of my abilities. Well, good thing you have us here to provide. Mai cheered, throwing up Melissa's hand. Izuku realized a plan was forming. I'll track our combatants with danger sense, but I could use more sets of eyes. Kodakuan, ask your friends to have a warning system for the beasts. Komori-san, you're on destruction duty. Everyone else, clear a space for takeoff. Anyone who's flight capable and highly mobile should fly outside, since. Well, I assume nobody here has a pilot's license or experience piloting aircraft. I actually do have preliminary pilot and helicopter training, but not a full license, Melissa said. Izuku blinked. I stand corrected. Still, we'd be better off with a vanguard in case anything goes wrong. Everyone who's neither flight capable or specializes in mobility, you'll be in the craft. Everyone who's highly mobile but not flight capable. Izuku grinned. Thanks to me and Oken, you can be. Eraserhead was a little worried. Not for his class. No, that pack of monsters could take a day trip into hell and come out singing. He was worried about the little girl still on the bus. He wasn't good with kids. Or adults, to be fair, but especially not kids. Hell, he only became a teacher thanks to Nemuri's coercion and only remained one because Nezu, for some inexplicable reason, chose not to fire him. Of course, he also took pride in making sure that his students would have the training required to be safe, so that he wouldn't see their names in the obituaries, so that they would never be crushed underneath. Eraserhead moved hastily away from that line of thinking. Yeah, he would do his best to keep his students safe. Which had made learning that Izuku saw him as a threat, not merely because of his position as a teacher but because of actions he committed, such a harsh blow to him. And now, once again, he'd screwed up. Because, of course Eri had to be there. Her condition required observation and they were the only ones qualified. And of course, seeing someone attack people she loved, including the first person who ever made her feel safe, made Eri anxious. Echen, Nejaya said, I'm sorry. We should have let you know. We didn't mean to scare you. We only did that to help train them to be heroes. That's what Grandma Inko said when Grandpa Mike tested Papa and Mama Okiko. They're already heroes. When can you stop? Why do they need to keep getting hurt? Eri asked. And 𝐂𝐸's expression was asking a different question. She wanted to know, could she trust that she was safe if this kept happening? Eraserhead thought carefully as he said, they are all heroes. As they are now, they could even match up to a number of pros that I've met. They could be decent heroes even if we don't test them. But none of them wants to be a decent hero, someone who's just good enough. They want to be great heroes. The best heroes. The ultimate heroes, Eraserhead said, using Izuku's epithet deliberately. If you want to be the kind of hero that makes everyone feel safe, you need to keep growing. And they've gotten so good that the only way they can grow is if we push them. Your papas and mamas know that, and that's why they are here. To keep getting better. You're the first person that 𝐭𝐸𝐲 and 𝐿 saved. They need to keep growing if they're going to save 1,000,000. 𝐸𝐸 looked at him, considering, before nodding. She was so brave. It was a shame she had to be. As they reached the camp, they saw Mandalay, Pixibob, and the kid they were with arriving on a moving platform of earth. Aizawa-san. What the heck? Mandalay asked, pointing up into the sky. Eraserhead looked where she was pointing and was simultaneously both proud and extremely tired. A futuristic helicopter, painted in the same bright blue and white as the 𝐂𝐸 uniform, made its way towards the camp. At the forefront of the vanguard was Izuku, flying backwards to ensure his classmates were fine, Black Whip at the ready in case anything happened to the students in the vehicle. Toru and Mai were flying near him, seemingly carried by his zero-gravity-enhanced float. Zu as well, though she was trying to use her new gliding membranes to aid her in the flight. Okiko was bringing up the rear. Tenya and 𝐒𝐿 both seemed to be flying under their own power. Okiko must have removed their gravity, so Tenya's engines were able to propel him through the air and Dark Shadow was able to wrap her body around 𝐒𝐿, forming makeshift wings that let him easily soar. Additionally, 4 of Pony's horns had been enlarged to the size of motorcycles, and the horse-like girl was flying herself, Yu, Momo, and Kinoko on them like a flying, female motorcycle gang. Every so often, one of Pixibob's constructs would attempt to attack them. Sometimes, they would be torn through by Tenya, 𝐒𝐿, or Izuku. Most of the time, though, Momo and Kinoko were coordinating for this, where Momo would create an orb of appropriate substrate, Kinoko would fill it with the spores, and Momo would launch them at the construct with an air cannon. Upon contact, the construct would disintegrate as it was ripped apart by the growth of mushrooms. Within 10 minutes, the helicopter was landing on a flat surface near the camp. Eraserhead wasn't sure which of the Hellspawn he was teaching decided to have the helicopter's speakers blare Ride of the Valkyries, but he loved and hated them in the same breath. Once all the students gathered, Mandalay whistled. Have to say, I wasn't expecting this. Honestly, we would have been surprised if you actually made it by 12:30. 1A as a whole looked exasperated, but resigned to their fate by this point. Pixibob grinned as she stepped forward. Gotta say, you kids came up with some creative solutions. And some of you performed exceptionally well. She looked hungrily over at the students, first putting her eyes over at Izuku, only to then see that 7 of the female students were glaring daggers at her. Hell, she could feel the teaching assistant glaring as well. She turned away, feeling their glares soften, if only just a bit. She turned her gaze over to Tenya, only to find that the vine-haired girl was now glaring at her. Turning to 𝐒𝐿 provoked the ghost-looking girl. Looking at Denki enraged the girl with the headphone jacks for earlobes. The 2 tough shark-toothed boys were currently being fawned over by the pink-skinned girl and the girl who could split herself apart. Perhaps the quiet, muscular animal lover would be available. Nope, that was the worst decision of all, as the mushroom girl who destroyed her earth beasts so easily was looking at her with an evil grin, as if daring her to make a move. Like she wanted Pixibob to try something, to give her an excuse. Screw it, the other class has to have some eligible bachelors, Pixibob thought as she backed off. Kota was angry. Nothing terribly new there, but it was another breed of anger than it typically was. It was bad enough his parents were a bunch of suicidal idiots, that the only family he had left were suicidal idiots, but now they had a whole mess of suicidal idiots coming by to start training how to kill themselves in bigger and flashier ways. Of course, one of the things that made this weirder than he suspected was that there was a girl about his age among them. And she called the green-haired guy her dad, which was super weird. Like, to a 5-year-old, a teenager was practically ancient, but even he knew that there was no way he was really her dad. And speaking of, after going over to the green guy, the white-haired girl walked over to him, looking a little scared to be doing so, and asked, "Hi, my name is A. What's yours?" He wanted to blow her off, but the wild pussycats had been informed about Eri before the camp. They impressed upon him two important things. First, that if her horn began to glow, he was to get away and tell someone to help her, because her quirk was dangerous. And second, that she had been through a lot, and that he should try to be nice to her, and that if he couldn't handle that, he should at least try not to be mean. Aunt Shino didn't ask much of him, so he supposed he could be somewhat polite. "Kota Izumi," he grumbled out. The green-haired guy talked to Aunt Shino, asking who he was, and then bent down and offered his hand. "Hey, Kota. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." And rage overtook him. Another goddamn hero trying to weasel in on him. And so, he aimed a punch between Izuku's legs. And found himself stopped by a thick strand of black energy ropes that tingled with a warm sort of energy. That wasn't very polite, Izuku said as an understatement. Aunt Shino went after him and started to yell at him, but he didn't care much about that. Whatever she had to say didn't bother him. The look on A's face, however. The look of confusion and hurt. That bothered him a lot. Whatever. If the Izuku guy really was her dad and he wanted to be a hero, she should get used to it. He was just going to die on her. After retrieving their luggage and introducing the students to their bunks, as the pussycats prepared lunch for the class, Eraserhead brought them to the field. "You managed to circumvent the obstacles we placed on you," Eraserhead said. "That was commendable and I'm proud of all of you. That does mean that, since you have such an early start, we're going to begin our training today instead of tomorrow. Now, I'm going to demonstrate exactly what we intend to do over the course of this camp. Kendo, step forward." Itsuka did so, and Eraserhead placed a softball in her hand. During the quirk assessment test, your score was 705, 6 meters, correct? "Yes, sensei," Itsuka nodded. "Try it again, with all the strength you can muster." Eraserhead stepped back, as Itsuka grew her hand as large as it could go, hurling it with all of her strength. When Aizawa's phone chirped, he showed the results. Only a 1 meter increase. Itsuka yelled, scarcely believing what she was seeing. "Indeed. Don't worry, this is quite typical. But now, let's contrast those results with another. Midoriya, you're up," Eraserhead called over. "Your score on the first day was 538, 6 meters. Same deal. Throw the ball with as much power as you can safely use." Izuku took his spot as Itsuka rejoined the class, who as one began to back up. Izuku's body began to light up with green lightning, as Black Whip extended in his hands to form a structure similar to a JLI cesta, allowing Izuku to throw the ball with even greater force than if he were simply using his hands. When Izuku hurled the softball, the air was forced back upon the assembled students and their teacher, as if there was a stiff breeze. It took much longer for Eraserhead's phone to chirp. When it did, it revealed that the ball traveled 3,891. 3 meters. Almost 4 kilometers. Denki shouted. "Holy siapi, dude." Kyoka blinked. "Wait, how could Kendo-chan only increase by 1/10 of a meter while Green increased his distance almost 8 times? Midoriya, what percentage of your quirk could you use on the first day of class?" Eraserhead asked. 5, maybe 5.5%, Izuku replied. "And just now?" Izuku briefly flashed as he tried to quantify it. "I'd say 42%. Eraserhead nodded. "Midoriya's a special case, but it's illustrative of our goals for you. He had to train his body so he could access more of his quirk, but for the rest of you, your quirks have room to grow. Quirks are parts of your body, and can be strengthened like any other part. Our focus for this training camp is going to be training your quirks to bring out the best in them, so that you can bring more raw power to the provisional license exam." Eraserhead gave them one of his unsettling smiles. "Get enough food in you. Hell training starts afterwards. I appreciate the two of you attending this meeting with me, gentlemen. Particularly given that I mentioned who would be in attendance," Nezu said, taking a sip of tea as he looked out at the two men in his office. All Might and Sir Night Eye looked professional, if a tad uncomfortable around one another. Night Eye spoke. You said that you wished us to help you analyze the findings of an investigation with you before you moved forward. Indeed, 𝐒𝐲 stated. I always find it good to have a human perspective on these situations, particularly since this matter was one I would have investigated much sooner had I known the situation was unacceptable. Ah, so it's the Endeavor case, then, All Might said gravely, causing Night Eye to sputter. Indeed, 𝐒𝐲 said. Honestly, I wish I could have had myheroacademia here as well to get his perspective, particularly since he'd been unfortunately dragged into this debacle. Unfortunately, this is time-sensitive and his at the training camp, All Might cleared his throat, and he half expected to expel a bit of BLD as he did so. While young Izuku is progressing nicely, I believe that he has enough on his plate for the time being. True enough, 𝐒𝐲 sighed. Night Eye finally interrupted, so, could you kindly inform me why you're investigating the number 2 hero at all? In lieu of explaining, 𝐒𝐲 simply pushed a button, which caused a screen to rise from his desk facing his guests. After accessing the file, both men watched the confrontation between Izuku and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 at the sports festival. Both men had nearly identical reactions. Shocked by 𝐿𝐴𝐷's belief that All Might was Izuku's father, horror at the implications of Endeavor's behavior that only grew when 𝐿𝐴𝐷 began to state his past outright, and finally, a hard, determined look. 𝐒𝐲 suspected that if Endeavor walked in at that very second, they would have immediately murdered him. 𝐒𝐲 could sympathize. He'd been tempted. It would have been relatively easy, he'd planned it out during a late night and 3 cups of tea. Sometimes he regretted his decision to follow the rules of human society. And what did you need help with? Night Eye asked, in a tone that implied that he was expecting it to be a place to hide the body, and would be sorely disappointed if it wasn't. To be clear, everything I've uncovered corroborates Enji Todoroki's abusive behavior towards his youngest son, 𝐒𝐲 explained. I was fully prepared to do whatever it took to get the boy out of Endeavor's care and into the dorms, and I'm both happy and somewhat disappointed that he was allowed in without a fight. The man has been a terrible father. However, 𝐒𝐲 sighed, what I've uncovered suggests that 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was incorrect about a number of other topics he brought up. The two men blinked as 𝐒𝐲 procured a stack of papers taller than he was. I have all the information here, filed by relevant case. Enji Todoroki's marriage to Rei Todoroki, née Himura, was an ōmiai marriage. While many quirk marriages had been called ōmiai marriages in the past, there was no coercion involved. Family members, friends of Rei, other peers of theirs, in all reports, it was a typical meeting of a potential spouse through a matchmaker. The matchmaker is still in business, has no ties to quirk traffickers, and doesn't even focus on her clients' quirks more than usual, 𝐒𝐲 stated. People can use legitimate services to process illegal activities while leaving everything under the table, Night Eye said. 𝐒𝐲 shook his head. The only action we've found that could reasonably fit the profile of a quirk marriage is that Endeavor bought his in-laws a house in Okinawa for their retirement. It was long after they actually married and began having children, and the Himuras were pleasantly surprised by the action. Far from the claim that he bought a woman like livestock. All Might frowned. What about his children? Even if the marriage itself was amicable, his children do all seem to have been conceived as breeding experiments. He took out the photographs of the 4 Todoroki children. Not to mention the death of the eldest, Night Eye added. 𝐒𝐲's expression was unclear, but his tone was chipper as he said, luckily, I have received permission to delve into medical records for this, including the psychiatric notes for Rei Todoroki, as well as security footage from the Todoroki residence. According to all the evidence, Enji, while not overly affectionate, was much less volatile towards his family in his earlier days. He was training 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 to follow in his footsteps, as his flames were more powerful than Enji's. This training was intense, but not abusive. The problems began as 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 became more and more injured, as it revealed that he inherited his mother's increased tolerance for colder temperatures and weakness to heat. 𝐒𝐲 shook his head. It became clear that 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷 could not continue training to be a hero safely. The attempt would be lethal. And the boy took this poorly. Night Eye frowned, looking at the medical records of burn after burn and tests showing 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐷's weakness to his own flames. I suppose that this would appear as though he was cast aside as a failure. 𝐒𝐲 nodded. Things deteriorated from there. The family dynamic got much more tense. 𝐻𝐬 rebelled against the perceived abandonment. 𝐻𝐬's demeanor didn't help in the slightest, nor did his mother's attempts to ameliorate the situation. The situation was volatile, but ultimately salvageable. This reached a fever pitch when 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was born. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Kuan's heterochromia made it clear that he had the exact kind of quirk that Endeavor had been hoping to produce in a child. 𝐻𝐬 would be hurt by his flames. Fuyumi didn't wish to become a hero, and was in a similar state with her quirk, producing ice with a resistance to heat. Natsuo's quirk can only charitably be called an emitter quirk, functioning more like a mutation, heating or cooling himself enough to be comfortable no matter the ambient temperature. Perfect for survival anywhere from the Antarctic to the Sahara, but not terribly useful for a hero. So, not only was 𝐻𝐬 forbidden from becoming a hero, a new sibling was born who seemed tailor-made for it, and thus, at one point, the boy attacked his infant brother, who was still in his mother's arms, 𝐻𝐬 said solemnly. All Might finally said, in English. Indeed, 𝐻𝐬 said. What about the boy's death? Night Eye asked, clearly disturbed. He'd been training in secret, 𝐻𝐬 responded. Several times he had been caught and discouraged from continuing. Finally, he attempted to show his father that he was able to live up to his standards, but lost control of his flames. He started a wildfire, and burnt himself to a crisp. Only a part of his jawbone was recoverable, the rest buried in ash. All Might nodded. Though, after learning about the fate of Tenko Shimura, who was declared dead in a similar form, not to mention All for One surviving what was thought to be a lethal attack, part of him wondered if that was enough. And, from there, things somehow got worse, 𝐻𝐬 said. Rei deteriorated. According to her, she wanted to prevent 𝐿𝐴𝐷 Kuan from the same fate as his brother. The horrific burns 𝐻𝐬 gave himself with his quirk convinced Endeavor to stop training him. And so, in the middle of a mental breakdown, she poured boiling water on his face, hoping that the burn would stop Endeavor's training and save the boy's life. There was a deeply uncomfortable silence. Night Eye sighed. Why did you say that your decision was time-sensitive? Oh. 𝐻𝐬 replied cheerfully. That's because Endeavor wanted to meet with me. He said he wants my advice regarding decisions he wishes to make. He was vague about what those decisions were, but I surmise it has to do with the speech of Midoriya's that I leaked and the public response to it. He'll be here in, he checked the clock, 2 hours and 42 minutes. All for One dreamed of his ideal world. It wasn't all he was doing at the moment. He could multitask. Particularly with the quirk multitasking, which better allowed him to parallel process and plan several things at once. It caused migraines with overuse, but it was incredibly useful, particularly with his suite of quirks. And that was the crux of his ideal world. All for One loved quirks. He desired them above all else. It's true that quirks were often the means to an end, but he was the only person in the world to whom quirks were an end in and of themselves. He would live forever, the world's population a buffet of quirks for him to take at his whim. Any new quirk that caught his eye would become his. He could, on occasion, swap a desired quirk for a less cherished bauble in his collection, or loan one to a flunky. The perks of immortality meant that he could always be patient, let a person have their fun before he reclaimed his property. He could force ideal lineages of quirks to interbreed, to craft new and exciting quirks for him to take. All the while, everyone would know and fear him, pray to him in fear of his might. They would do services for him to keep their power, or to borrow one, until such time as he grew tired and took what was rightfully his. He had that once, or at least the beginnings of it. He started small, slowly growing his collection of powers and his forces of loyal soldiers. Once meta abilities grew to the point that the world governments couldn't ignore them, he led his people into open revolt. Once the powerful took their place at the top, he slunk back into the shadows, growing his influence and his collection, operating through catspaws, waiting for the time when he could strike at once without any chance of defeat. Of course, there was one issue with achieving that goal. His greatest mistake. The thorn in his side and the white rabbit just out of reach. One for all, his idiot brother's quirk. He thought that his mistake would be corrected when he finally broke Yoichi, but was shocked to find that the quirk was gone from his body. The little nerd just laughed, blood dripping from his mouth, and said, "Sorry, brother, but your princess is in another castle. God, it was satisfying to bash in the sickly man's skull. Still brought a smile to his deformed face. He found the quirk later, first in those two little terrorists that had fought his forces and broke 𝐂𝐲𝐸 out of his vault. Pathetic little things, a pitiful laser projectile and a charged attack equivalent of a wind-up toy. He briefly saw it in the boy with the alarm system before it dropped off the face of the earth for a bit after. Then there was the bald tentacle monster, then the living smoke bomb, and the flying girl. All of them frustratingly hard to swat down and infuriatingly immune to his attempts to retrieve his stolen property. And of course, the biggest setback of them all, All Might. To say the man decimated his power was an understatement. Decimation originally referred to killing 1/10 of a population. After All Might, it would have been generous to say that All for One had 1/10 of his prior resources remaining. Not to mention the grievous injuries that All Might left on his person. Still, All Might was injured just as grievously as he was. And All for One wasn't dead. All for One still had Dr. Garaki, still had his dragon's hoard of quirks, still had favors to be owed. One of those favors was paying dividends. The 𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐺 had approached him to give their son a quirk so that he would fit in with his peers. For an attempt at poetic irony, All for One provided a quirk given to him by a child whose parents begged him to have it removed. Both because at that time, quirks were vilified, and because naval laser was potentially lethal to its user. Many of the most powerful first-generation quirks lacked the bodily adaptations that later quirks possessed, so naval laser came with no associated mutations to deal with the recoil or prevent accidental use. Between that, the stigma associated with having a superpower, the prohibitive expense of any possible prosthetic gear, and the dire state of society, naval laser was a death sentence. Nowadays, though, the technology to mitigate such a flaw was commonly available and could be produced easily. And naval laser had been gathering dust for a while. He could give it to the boy for a few decades. At first, All for One had balked at the secrecy the Franco-Japanese family insisted on providing for their son, and considered denying them as a power play. Now, honoring that request was paying off. Convincing the 𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐺 to have their boy attend 𝐂𝐸's hero course was child's play, with no need to intimidate the child. Tomura insisted that he infiltrate 𝐂𝐸 on his own, making a collaborator meaningless. And now, he was leading All for One's forces right to their stronghold completely unaware. He had his mole, and there was no need to fear that the boy would betray him or let information slip to his enemies. Of course, that did prevent him from tormenting the boy with threats, but All for One had plenty of other outlets for his SDSM. One of which would be his protégé's attack on 𝐂𝐸's training camp. Tomura had been distressingly quiet since his excursion to the mall. He'd merely asked if there was anyone else who could give quirks like All for One could. In response, he told his ward about One for All, its history, and how it had been transferred from All Might into the boy Tomura had dubbed Player 2. Since then, the desiccated young man had not spoken to his sensei for some time, preferring to speak to his new subordinates to hash out a plan of attack, a plan he insisted on not being a part of. For his part, All for One let the man-child mope. Tomura was always moody, and honestly, a failure might grant more of a tactical advantage than a success. A successful plot would merely achieve the goals they set forward. A failure would drive Tomura to further subsume himself to All for One's will as he failed to get what he wanted. A failure would make Tomura less likely to fight back when All for One inevitably overtook his mind. For his part, All for One gave XPLCT instructions to Tomura that there were 3 people that he would be encouraged to bring back to him. Receiving any single one of those targets would be enough for All for One to consider the mission a success. More targets would bring better rewards. Under no circumstances should the targets be killed. The first target was Tomoko Shiotoko, the hero known as Ragdoll. Her quirk, Search, would be a godsend for him. The ability to sense weakness in a person, to know the location of one of his targets, to track 100 simultaneous people, and that was before it could interact with one of his myriad other mental quirks. Furthermore, it was a quirk that wouldn't require years of training to MSTR. A quirk that would mesh well with Tomura once he received All for One, for the brief time where keeping Tomura's consciousness alive was expedient. The second target was Izuku Midoriya. Of course All for One wanted the opportunity to meet the newest holder of One for All. At the very least, he had to congratulate him for the sheer chutzpah to broadcast the connection with the number of 9 puns in his name. Given Tomura's questions, the boy wasn't unaware of All for One's existence. Which meant the child was either suicidally overconfident or had correctly surmised that All for One already knew he was the 9th holder and decided that stealth was a fruitless endeavor. There was a non-zero chance that he could manipulate the boy into switching sides. The only thing better than having All Might realize that his nemesis had been grooming his mentor's grandson into becoming his enemy was to turn All Might's apprentice against him. Still, that was the long shot. The true intent was, either through coercion or force, regaining One for All from its current vessel. The last target, however, would be the real prize. A quirk that would erase so many of his current dilemmas. A goal that would galvanize the flotsam that Tomura brought in. A useful bargaining chip against so many of his enemies. Yes, if his minions retrieved 𝐻𝐸, then One for All would almost be an afterthought. Kota grumbled as night fell. He wanted to head to his secret base. This entire day scared. The rest of the week probably wouldn't be any better, but at least now he was done with the job Aunt Shino had for him. Wasn't much of a job, to be honest. He was put on guard to make absolutely sure the boys from that class didn't try to spy on the girls. And none of them did. They just relaxed and bathed. Some of them talked about the girls, but he was trying not to listen in on those stupid hero students. And Kota wondered why they weren't concerned about the girls doing the same thing. He sort of shrugged to himself. He supposed girls just never acted that way. You know, I could just float my head on over and take a quick peek, Setsuna offered. We've got a bunch of hunks on the other side, it'd be real easy. Itsuka enlarged her hand and gripped Setsuna's head in it, and firmly said, no. Oh, you're no fun, Kendo-chan. Setsuna whined. She then popped an eye out of her head, not even a little eyeful. I could always just walk in and catch 'em unawares, Toru said, clearly grinning despite being invisible. You realize that none of our peers succumbed to those same temptations, Ibara said harshly. Even 𝐵𝐺 showed a bit of self-restraint, Kyoka responded. She pointed her jacks at Toru, and I'd be able to hear you breathing heavily. Phooey, Toru jokingly pouted. Setsuna said, returning her eye to its socket. My one weakness. Being seen as less moral than our class resident goofball. I thought Kiri and Tetsu were the goofballs. Mina asked. Nah, they're our class himbos, Setsuna corrected, and the discussion moved on. Kota kicked a rock in frustration as he walked off, until he heard noise behind him. For half a second, he readied his water gun quirk, but dropped it as he turned and saw the source. 𝐻𝐸 was standing there, looking uncomfortable, but determined. Not looking the girl in the eyes, Kota softly asked, What do you want? He was trying to be polite, but it still came off as sullen. Why did you try to hurt my papa? 𝐻𝐸 asked, sounding hurt by that fact. Kota frowned, he's not really your dad, right? Like, people in high school can't be fathers, can they? He takes care of me, so he's my papa, 𝐻𝐸 said with conviction. I have 3 papas and 8 mamas. That angered Kota. He lost his parents, and now she had so many more than he ever did. He practically spat out, good for you. Enjoy them while they last. 𝐻𝐸 flinched as if he struck her. Maybe if Kota were a little less angry, he'd have realized that, but right now, he was a ball of hurt and the hurt was all that he could see. They want to be heroes, but all heroes do is die, and when they do, people are happy about it. Kota said. Trying to improve your quirks just to kill yourself quicker is just stupid. That green-haired guy would be better off if he wasn't trying to be a hero. If none of these people were doing that, everyone would be better off. Kota tried not to cry as he shouted that. He was thinking of all the people who said his mom and dad died in a good way, the way heroes should go out, the words that made it sound like it was a good thing that they never came home, and uprooted his entire life. To him, a world without heroes was a world where his parents would still be alive. 𝐻𝐸, however, didn't hear that. Because to her, a world without heroes was a world where she was still trapped under overhaul, tortured constantly, torn apart and taken back together. So, in her mind, Kota was saying that it was a good thing that she was hurt, and that she should still be there, being hurt. That all the people she loved would be better off without her. That overhaul was right to call her cursed. And despite the fact that everyone who loved her said otherwise, there was still a part of her that wondered if that was true. The turmoil caused her such panic and fear that her horns started to glow, and 𝐼 clutched her head in pain as her quirk activated. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 stopped short as he saw that horn glow, remembering that Aunt Shino said that this was dangerous and that he should get help. But she looked hurt. She looked scared. And 𝐭𝐻𝐻 stepped forward, instinctually wanting to comfort her, but she took a shaky step back, and he realized that she was scared of him. And he froze, realizing he should yell for help, but not finding his voice. That didn't matter, as a green lightning bolt and a golden streak hurled across the sky, flying in front of the two children. Izuku was there, wreathed in green lightning over a body that was covered in black energy. Two of his WHPs slinked out to grab her and he brought her into a hug. "It's okay, 𝐴, I'm here now. You'll be safe." 𝐭𝐻𝐻's doubt was gone. The green guy really was her dad. When 𝐭𝐻𝐻 saw that, it reminded him painfully of when his parents would take care of him, sure, his aunts and uncle. Yawara would do that too, but it wasn't the same. The girl with the long blue hair who was kind of a teacher but kind of wasn't bent down to see 𝐭𝐻𝐻. She was crackling with her golden energy, and did it look similar to the green lightning? Some of those hero kids had different colors of lightning. She asked, "Are you hurt? Is everything okay? Why are you crying?" 𝐭𝐻𝐻 absently realized that he was crying. Crying just like 𝐼 was, until her episode ended and she fell asleep, her horn no longer glowing. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 was only vaguely aware as Izuku talked to the blue-haired woman 𝐒𝐻𝐻. He called her. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 let her pick him up as the two of them flew them back to the camp. Only one thing was going through 𝐭𝐻𝐻's head, the one thing he managed to say coherently. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had been laying on the grass looking up at the stars. It was a gorgeous night, and Izuku had never been out of the city to see the stars this clearly. The older girl had joined him, and the two began to talk about the events of that day. The training they did, the ideas for improving his and their classmates' quirks, similar quirks belonging to heroes, their super moves, their rescues, ideas springing from there. If anyone had walked close to the two of them, they would have heard a rapid-fire deluge of speech that they would scarcely have been able to decipher. If they could understand what they were saying at that breakneck pace, they would have gotten dizzy from trying to follow the darting pace of the conversation. The bond almost made it worse, because they were able to see the connections the other was making in real time, and the audible conversation was skipping steps. Everyone else in the mental space had placed an impenetrable wall around the two of them to preserve their own sanity. Even The conversation was interrupted as danger sense blared in Izuku's head. 𝐼 was having an episode with 𝐭𝐻𝐻 nearby. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 heard the alarm through their bond and the two of them shot into the air. When they got there, they were almost too concerned about 𝐼 to notice the trademark sound of VWAP. Still, awesome as it was, the growth of their bond had to come second to their adopted daughter. Hence, bringing her and the sobbing 𝐭𝐻𝐻 to the camp's infirmary. Both of them were well practiced with this, and got 𝐼 into a bed and made her comfortable. They tried to return 𝐭𝐻𝐻 to Mandalay, but he wouldn't budge. Izuku sat on a chair next to the bed as 𝐒𝐻𝐻 kissed him on the cheek and said she'd report to Eraserhead. Leaving Izuku alone with this distraught boy who tried to hit him in the groin. "Is she going to be okay?" 𝐭𝐻𝐻 asked, scared. "She should be," Izuku said. "I'll probably sleep in here tonight, though, so she'll know she's safe when she wakes up." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it," 𝐭𝐻𝐻 said again, looking like he was trying not to cry again. Izuku took a deep breath. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 was a sad, clearly remorseful little kid. He'd also clearly caused 𝐼 distress, and that was getting Izuku's hero instincts up in arms. Izuku didn't yell, but he firmly stated, "𝐭𝐻𝐻, I need to know what happened." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 trailed off, before everything started spilling out. "She asked me why I tried to hit you and I asked if you were really her dad and she said yes and that she had 3 dads and 8 moms and I got mad cause I only had 1 dad and mom and now I don't have any, so I said that you all were stupid and trying to get yourselves killed and that you'd all be better off not trying to be heroes, and then she got scared and her horns started glowing and Aunt Shino said I had to get help, but I froze up and she was hurting and I know I scared her but I don't know why and I'm sorry." 𝐭𝐻𝐻 began crying anew. Izuku took in the information the boy provided, and started to parse it with the information he'd received from Mandalay. When he first saw the boy, he thought he might make a good playmate for A. That soured a bit with the whole punching bit, but Izuku wanted to know why the boy seemed so angry at them. The day Water Hose died was a sad one. They were a fantastic pair of heroes who saved so many people. And Muscular was such a horrendous villain. Izuku cried when he heard the news. Not that that was a hard bar to clear, but he was despondent for a while. Kid's anger is valid, Izumu had said. Come on man, stopping a piece of SHT like Muscular and preventing him from killing civvies is basically the best possible reason to die on the field, Ryuji countered. Yeah, but it's still fed up that a kid was told that to the point that he thinks that people wanted his parents to die, Izumu countered. Point, Ryuji relented. Now, Izuku let a small string of black whip out, and he patted Kota on the shoulder with it. Kota looked up, not expecting that. Izuku said, when Eri's upset, she likes it when I use black whip to hug her. I just thought you needed some comfort. I can stop if you want. I don't need anything from you, Kota said, though his anger seemed conflicted and the words didn't have a lot of the heat they'd had before. Izuku returned the strand of black whip, which caused Kota to flinch, wanting the contact and hating its source at the same time. Izuku said, you told her that I would be better off if I wasn't a hero student. Kota nodded. You were right, I'm not Eri's real dad. She doesn't know the people who gave BRTH to her. She lived most of her life captured by a villain who kept her locked away and hurt her constantly, Izuku said. Kota looked shocked as Izuku continued, either her real parents died or the villain killed them, or maybe they were terrible people who gave her to the villain, but she had no one who loved her. The villain had a weird plan and he needed her quirk to do it. Because her BLD carries some of her quirk, he would make her bleed until there was almost nothing left, then use his quirk to fix her. His quirk hurt her, but he didn't care. He told her she was cursed, and that she deserved that being done to her. Kota was shocked by that. This wasn't something he ever considered possible. What if, after his parents died, he didn't have Aunt Shino? What if some villain took him, too? What if he was the one being hurt? What happened? He said softly. She ran away from him one day. I was on my first patrol, learning how to be a hero, and she found me. The villain tried to take her back, but I used my quirk to stop him, he demonstrated by holding up Black Whip, wrapping it around his own hand. His quirk could fix people with a touch, but it could also break them. Only a quirk like mine could have stopped him. If I wasn't there, the villain would probably still have her locked up. Izuku looked at Kota, not wanting to hurt him, but needing to make sure he understood. When you said I'd be better off not being a hero, she thought you meant that it'd be better if she was still being hurt by that villain every day. Kota looked broken. That's not what I meant. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I know you are, Izuku said, tired but trying to be helpful. Kota paused. Is she gonna wake up soon? I want to say I'm sorry so she hears it. Probably not until morning, Izuku replied. And I think she'll accept your apology more easily after some time. If you're here, she might get scared. Kota flinched, but he got up off the chair and walked off, before he asked, the villain's plan. What was it? The villain wanted things to be like they were before quirks. So he was trying to find a way to make quirks disappear, so there'd be no more heroes and villains, Izuku said. Kota walked away in a daze after hearing that. It was hard enough to hear that a villain was hurting a kid like yourself. It was quite another to hear that the villain wanted the same thing you did. Seeing Endeavor wearing a suit rather than his hero costume and without the flames that covered his body and lit his beard was always odd. The man had an image and he liked to maintain it. But, despite his pride, the man was here for a humble reason, and he would act accordingly. The door to Nezu's office opened before he could knock on it. Ah, Todoroki-san. Come in. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Nezu-san, Endeavor said. I was surprised that you sought out my advice. My curiosity needed to be sated, the mammal said as he began to pour tea into 2 cups, taking one and passing the other over to his guest. Endeavor took it and sipped politely. He wouldn't have chosen it himself, but he'd had worse blends. I will not waste your time. Ever since the sports festival, I have been re-evaluating a number of my decisions and am finding myself regretting them. I need to change somehow, but I have yet to find a satisfactory direction. Thus, I have chosen to consult the smartest being I know. I see, 𝐒𝐲 said enigmatically. I have some idea as to which decisions you might be regretting, the tone and a glint in the white-furred mammal's eyes, and Endeavor began to connect dots. Am I about to be the subject of an unpleasantness? He asked warily. 𝐒𝐲 laughed. Oh, Todoroki-san. If that was the course of action I had concluded necessary, you would have already succumbed to a paralytic compound placed in your tea. Endeavor relaxed, but only by a hair. That wasn't an explicit denial, merely that he was keeping his options open. 𝐒𝐲 was jovial and eccentric most of the time, but he could be brutal whenever he chose. The first unpleasantness he ever conducted was against the scientists who experimented on him. They were never found. Well, that was inaccurate. Parts of them had been found, spread across several continents. Now, while I will gladly offer you what aid I can, I should remind you that raw intelligence is not always useful in every situation, and that a genius in one field can be an idiot in another, 𝐒𝐲 stated. Furthermore, I am not human, and while I have been able to observe human behavior, sometimes your culture's mores and traditions elude me, and do so for years. Trivial things, like what foods are acceptable for breakfast, what smells are considered pleasant to your palate, or the concept of war crimes. Indeed, Endeavor nodded. Still, I would like a second opinion, and may seek a third or a fourth if you recommend it. If you find yourself out of your depth, you would at least know who to ask. True enough, 𝐒𝐲 acquiesced. Now then, I presume that this involves the video I leaked from the sports festival, and the public consensus that the public would not feel safe if you were to fill All Might's current position. Among other things, Endeavor said, unsurprised. He had a suspicion that the rat was responsible for that. You aren't the first to mistake the hero rankings for a purely meritocratic ranking of which hero is objectively the best at the job, 𝐒𝐲 said. You certainly won't be the last. A scowl flashed across Endeavor's face, but he tamped it down. The problem is that I cannot simply change my persona overnight. My reputation as a no-nonsense hero who cares more about getting the job done than about public perception is solidified at this point. If I were to try and change drastically, no one would believe it to be genuine. Worse, those who do look up to me will be upset, and I will lose what appeal I currently have while gaining none. 𝐒𝐲 nodded, not to mention there would be much greater scrutiny on your personal life than there is now. And given your treatment of your family, Endeavor flinched, feeling a cold sweat coming on. 𝐒𝐲 tutted, really now, Todoroki-san. You didn't think this was a possibility. Your son is one of my students now. Do you think I wouldn't do whatever it took to protect them? No matter who threatened them. Endeavor nodded. He honestly should have seen it coming. So, that unpleasantness is still an option, then. I've been debating it with two people whose opinion I trust, 𝐒𝐲 stated. Much of what you have done is, if not outright illegal, certainly distasteful. If revealed, the media would have a field day with it. And with your position, that would have a knock-on effect on heroes as a whole. If you want, we can discuss this with them. Endeavor sighed. Well, if you trust these two, I suppose that I'll take that as an endorsement. Very well, bring them in. 𝐒𝐲 pressed his intercom. Sasaki, Yagi, please join us in my office. Endeavor tried to suppress a frown. He recognized the first name, but not the second. He braced himself, unsure of what would happen next. He wasn't surprised to see Night Eye, but he was very surprised to see All Might enter as well. Partly because he now knew All Might's real name, a secret he guarded carefully. Partly because All Might and Night Eye hadn't worked together in years. Mostly, though, he was surprised because, for the first time he could remember, All Might wasn't smiling. Endeavor, All Might said, his voice rumbling. Really, all this? All this effort, all this pain to your family, and for what? A title. Just to chase after me. Endeavor felt uneasy under All Might's gaze, but he kept his composure. If the title was all that I cared about, then I would have adopted your dopey grin ages ago. I wanted to be the strongest. And knowing that no matter what I did, I could never catch up to you, could you blame me? Of course I could, All Might said. You sound a lot like one of your son's former classmates. The one we expelled for aggravated assault and was arrested for a history of villainous actions. Besides, if you were truly unconcerned with your image, you would not be here right now. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 growled as he rose up to face All Might. This is different. My concern is that the public sees me as an inadequate hero. That, for all of my strength, if I held your position, people wouldn't feel safe. He finally shouted, you would never understand. You're too far removed from those like us, those who have to strive to attain what comes to you with no effort. You have no idea what it's like to chase after an impossible goal. All Might looked at 𝐿𝐴𝐵, utterly bemused. Then, wordlessly, he began to let off steam. All Might. You're certain? Night Eye cried out. All Might gave a thumbs up as the steam engulfed him. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's jaw dropped as he saw his rival deflate. When the steam subsided, he was leaner, shorter, his hair flopped behind him, rather than sticking up like horns. He wasn't a demigod anymore. He looked human. All Might noticed 𝐿𝐴𝐵's flabbergasted expression and chuckled darkly. If you think that's surprising, you should have seen me a month ago. In fact, he took out his phone and opened a photo album. These are photographs I'd sent to 𝐼 to prepare me for an experimental treatment. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's surprise grew upon seeing the pictures of the emaciated half-corpse that was clearly the same man standing before him. The pictures of him shirtless, his torso almost entirely composed of scar tissue. The dates, which were just prior to the first-year end-of-term exams. You are at least partially correct, All Might said. I have spent too long removed from the average experience of the typical person, even the typical hero. But before that, I started from nothing. Literally nothing. My quirk didn't manifest until I was 15. My goal was impossible, but it wasn't to be popular, to be number one, or to be the strongest. It was to make people feel safe, in a time when no one did. That's why I smile, to let everyone know that things are going to be all right as long as I am here. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 collapsed back into his chair. So then, it doesn't matter what I do here, then, does it? The public looks to Midoriya and his classmates as their up-and-coming symbols. The baton will be passed from you to your apprentice, and I will be stuck on this plateau. It will all be for naught. On the contrary, Nezu said, pouring another cup of tea. All Might still running on borrowed time. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 looked confused. The villain that did this to me, All Might pointed to the pictures of his emaciated form, also disrupted my quirk. I was able to reverse the damage to my body, but my quirk's degeneration will never recover. I don't know how long I have left, but I doubt that my hero career will last another year. Congratulations, Todoroki-san. Your goal is within your sights. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's face twisted like he tasted something foul. To earn the title he'd sought in such a manner felt profane. So, the scenario the public fears will come to pass. He thought about it for a second, then turned to the other man, Sir Night Eye. I request that you use your quirk on me. Night Eye was taken aback. Todoroki-san, this seems like an overreaction. My foresight is immutable. Once I see a future, it comes to pass without fail. Nezu laughed. Sasaki-san, tell me, did your original prophecy of All Might's demise show him in his current form, or the emaciated form? Night Eye's mouth shut like a bear trap, and he paused before saying, let me rephrase that, all but one of the futures I've seen have come to pass. If your quirk locks my fate, then I will accept it, meet it head-on, and do what I can to ameliorate the effects, 𝐿𝐴𝐵 said firmly. Forewarned is forearmed, after all. Night Eye nodded, and put a hand on 𝐿𝐴𝐵's shoulder, looking him in the eye, as he saw into 𝐿𝐴𝐵's future. All Might was surprised to see him remain in the state for over a minute and a half, longer than the man had ever prophesied before. His eyes began to roll back and he started to sweat. Mirai-kun, are you all right? He shook the man's shoulder. Night Eye reeled back from the touch, his face gaunt, mouth dropped open in shock. I can't believe it. This has never happened before. Mirai-kun. All Might said in shock, are you okay? Night Eye began to cry as his mouth began to break into a disbelieving grin. Better than okay. I saw multiple timelines. All Might sputtered, I thought that was impossible. So did I. Night Eye cried out, collapsing onto a chair, the future wasn't locked. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. and with your healing causing my previous prophecy to become invalid, he locked eyes with 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Nezu blinked, then grinned widely. Oh, yes, that makes perfect sense. Endeavor looked confused. Would you be willing to tell me what this is about? In brief, Yue is currently caring for an orphan child rescued from captivity by Night Eye's agency, Nezu said. Her quirk is temporal in nature, and is the reason why All Might's injuries have been healed. So, Eri-chan's quirk interferes with your own, All Might summarized. Your ability to see the future is muddled by an individual who can manipulate the flow of time. Taking a breath to calm himself, Endeavor said, Sasaki-san, while I can appreciate the impact this revelation has had on you, I would like to know what you saw as soon as you are able. If this has overwhelmed you, we can try again later. No need. Night Eye said, wiping his tears and returning to a serious demeanor. Before we begin, I should warn you that my visions are typically incomplete, and in this case, I received less per timeline than I usually would. Endeavor nodded, and gestured for Night Eye to continue. So, the first vision I saw was one where you continued as you were, not revealing the truth. It came out anyway, in the harshest way possible, and the result was your reputation falling, public trust in heroes eroding, and your death. Endeavor merely put his hand to his chin in thought, certainly not ideal. The next involved Nezu pursuing you legally. Despite being willing to cooperate with us, the Hero Public Safety Commission would still attempt to bury it, creating a slander campaign that would drag you down alongside you. You died in this one as well, but 𝐿𝐴𝐷 died first, in front of you, Night Eye stated clinically. Endeavor's eyes flashed with anger, and he said, I would prefer the prior timeline, to be honest. The final two timelines are similar, and both involve you owning up to your behavior and publicly revealing it in a press conference. Both result in turmoil, but one involves you doing so at noon 2 days from now, the other afterwards. You survive in both timelines, but the one where the press conference takes place sooner seems to result in your family being happier, Night Eye responded. I suppose that's the timeline I'll be trying for, then, Endeavor said seriously. It seems I won't have much time. Oddly enough, that timeline first involves you on a video call with a man who looks strikingly similar to Midoriya-kun, Night Eye said, looking confused. Endeavor looked nonplussed, the boy who precipitated this whole rigmarole. Yes, Night Eye said. He looked much like an older version of Midoriya, except with red hair and blue eyes. All Might clasped his hands together. That must be young Izuku's father, then. Endeavor looked at All Might in shock. Wait, his father. Oh hell, All Might realized after a few seconds. He thought young Izuku was my son as well. Unbidden, he heard the laughter of several of his predecessors. Daigoro said, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Nezu decided to interrupt. Hisoshi Midoriya, nee Akatani. He chose to take his wife's surname and failed to revert it after divorcing her. Currently working in the US as a forensic accountant for the Yorozu Group. Endeavor found the name oddly familiar. He began to sift through memories, before stumbling across it. Wait a minute, Akatani-kun. He's that boy's father. You know him? All Might stated. A distant cousin, Endeavor stated. He was in the care of my family for half a year or so, while I attended UE. He was younger than me, and was a bit of a hellion. He had trouble controlling his fire breath quirk and I gave him pointers. Called him my first sidekick. Mother lost patience after I went to our summer training camp and foisted him on another family member eventually. I lost touch with him shortly thereafter. Now that he knew the connection, Endeavor couldn't believe it eluded him before. Izuku was essentially a younger, palette-swapped version of Hisoshi. Well, in spite of that, he'd only been acquainted with Hisoshi briefly, and Hisoshi's fire breath was such a part of him that he failed to recognize the son with a different quirk. It almost feels like my quirk is striving to make this happen, Night Eye stated. Not necessarily, All Might said. I would have brought this up to Inko-chan once this meeting adjourned. She would have certainly made the connection and convinced me to inform the rest of you. Night Eye paused, then asked, Inko-chan. Toshinori, are you? All Might's eyes narrowed, and his tone was harsh. Don't be surprised you weren't informed, Sasaki-kun. None of us have fully forgiven your little stunt with young Izuku's internship yet. Endeavor stood, as informative as this all is, I've already handled the drama of my own family so poorly that it's led me into this situation. I don't need to hear about another. Do any of you have the means to contact aka Hisoshi-kun? Nezu went to his printer, which spat out a page that he handed to Endeavor, that contains several means of contact, along with his schedule, adjusted for our time zone. Endeavor was unsurprised by the detail, and bowed in thanks. I appreciate you not murdering me today. A pleasure, Endeavor. Nezu said, his eyes gleaming with a predator's instincts. Try not to make me regret that kindness. As 1B arrived at the training camp, Pixibob looked expectantly. My, we've got to have some good specimens arriving now. Mandalay giggled, maybe you should tone it down, Pix. They are still kids, and we don't want a harassment complaint. She then pouted, besides, aren't we enough? Pixibob rolled her eyes, you know I love the three of you to death, but we need another tomcat in our group. You all agree with me here? I do, but we don't want accusations of grooming, the green-haired ragdoll said. But kittens need to be groomed. Pixibob lamented. They both paused, and Mandalay said, do you want me to repeat that back to you? Pixibob frowned and said, nope. Regretted it when it came out of my mouth. The conversation died as 1B came within earshot. Vlad King was explaining how they were going to be training their quirks to power them up. Then they saw the group of 1A students training their quirks. Leiko was hauling around enormous boulders, lifting them with her quirk-like weights. Kyoko was splitting rocks in half with her jacks, constantly emitting amplified heartbeats as she did so. Kinoko was growing forests of mushrooms, sweating as she did. Koda was screaming as loud as possible. Denki was powering a generator, engulfed in lightning while attached to an enormous circuit breaker. Fumikage was in a dark cave, and sounds of savagery were coming from within. Tiny pieces of Setsuna were flying all over the place. Mina was spouting acid until her skin was raw. Ahiro and Tetsu had their quirks up and they were beating the hell out of each other, forcing themselves to get harder to both endure the hits and try and break the other's defense. Holy CRP, Awase said. This looks less like training and more like a Hieronymus Bosch painting, Shishida added. This isn't that bad, Shoto said, causing his classmates to stare at him. From the back, Tamaki shrunk in on himself. Oh wow, they're pretty strong. It's intimidating. Mirio laughed and placed his hand on Tamaki's shoulder. Come on, Tamaki-kun, I have complete faith that you could take them. Tamaki turned away from Mirio's face, muttering, too bright. Nearby, Hitoshi turned to Tamaki and simply said, mood. Now that's what I call plus ultra. Akira cheered. I want in on this. Hell yes. Kamakiri cheered, sprouting blades. Kirishima. Tetsu. I've been looking for a pair of good whetstones. He cried out as he charged into their duel. Should we be stopping him? Honinuki asked. Nah, that was part of the agenda, Eraserhead said as he approached. Are we sure there's enough people here to coordinate all of us together? Shoda asked both homeroom teachers. There's a reason we chose this location and these tutors, Eraserhead stated. Rock on with those sparkling gazes. Mandalay interjected. We've come to lend a paw and help. Ragdoll leapt in. Coming out of nowhere, came the intimidating voice of Tiger. Stingingly cute and cat-like, Pixibob said. Wild pussycats. Full version. The team cried out and posed. Even though Yui wasn't in a place to see or hear the roll call, she could feel that it was happening and she lamented missing it. The team relayed how their quirks allowed them to keep track of all of the students and ensure they were all performing at an ideal state. Besides Tiger, who stated that he'd be beating the hell out of anyone with quirks involving one's strength. Which he then demonstrated by forcing Itsuka to try and smack him around with her enlarged fists. Most of 1B were confused and intimidated by the man. And what about that glory hound Midoriya? Minoma asked. Shouldn't he be a part of Tiger's workshop? We've got something special for him and a few others, Eraserhead said. There was an explosion. That's them rounding the corner about now. Everyone heard a giggling echo as Nejaya, crackling with gold lightning, was zooming across the sky, showering the ground with her spiraled energy beams. From there, they saw several other figures sparking with multiple colored lightning as they tried to dodge. Whoa, Neji-chan could never shoot her beams that quickly before. Mirio said, impressed. And that lightning's new, that's Izukuni sharing his stockpiled energy, Xiaotou stated. 1B as a whole looked shocked. Monoma looked apoplectic. He can share his quirk? Zero asked disbelievingly. Only with his girlfriends, Xiaotou replied. Found out at Island. Indeed, as they got closer, the people frantically dodging Nejia's blasts were Izuku and people he was dating, or was rumored to. Okiko was flying as well, trying to build up her speed. Momo was creating things as she dodged. Mai was shooting Nejia with some kind of airsoft rifle as she ran. Zu was attempting to swat her with her energy-coated tongue. Melissa had gotten extremely muscular, and was occasionally returning fire by shooting her blue lightning at Nejia. The two girls who weren't covered in lightning were also running. Toru was struggling to maintain her visible form throughout the chaos. Yui was growing and shrinking objects as she ran. Izuku, meanwhile, was merely running and occasionally shooting off blasts of solid green light at Nejia. No one could hear Yoichi constantly shouting Kamehameha in a delighted voice with each blast. Amar looked utterly downcast as he saw the spectacle before him. He has a laser as well. My twinkling is no longer unique. Hey, don't be too down, Amar bro. Akira interjected, patting him on the back. Sure, he's got an energy beam, but it's not nearly as sparkly as yours is. Amar smiled, so grateful he could cry. When the hell could he do that? Monoma frothed. Last night, Eraserhead said, sounding completely done. Damn it, that splitting girl was right. Awase shook his head. His quirk is bullshit language, came a high-speed scolding courtesy of Tenya, who was blasting his engines at full speed and moved out of sight in a blink. Honestly, I agree, Eraserhead said, then looked back at Izuku's group, shaking his head. They're getting a bit too used to this dynamic. We'll have to switch it up. Mandalay, tell Neji-chan to come here, we need her for help with 1B Lemillion. Sun-Eater, you're both tagging in to harass that group. Oh, fun. Mirio said, sinking into the earth only to rocket out beneath Izuku, yelling power. Sighing, Tamaki manifested wings, claws, and tentacles and flew over to help train the Ennead. Eri had sat on the sidelines, watching the hero students and the pro heroes work. After her initial uneasiness at the harsh training that they had to do, and the reassurances from her family, she actually found it fun to see them all exercise their quirks. And 1B wasn't as scary as she'd initially thought. Most of them were just okay, but some were really nice. Soto made cookies before the trip and gave her one. Shishida talked fancy like Uncle Tenya, and let her pet his fur. Xiaotou was quiet, but gave her nice smiles. And he called Izuku his brother, which meant he was already Uncle Xiaotou to her. She'd already met Hitoshi and Akira, and they were caring enough to be her uncles too. Monoma was nice to her, but he didn't like Papa Izuku, so he didn't get to be an uncle. There was one boy who scared her the most, because he wore a mask like the shy Heiseikai did. The tall boy, Shoji, seemed hurt by that, but Papa Mirio told him about why she was scared. So, he took off his mask, showing that he had a really wide mouth with jagged teeth, and said he wore that mask because his face scared people, but he wouldn't wear it if it scared her. He was really nice. She wasn't sure why anyone would think that was scary. She could see Kota every so often. He sometimes looked angry, and sometimes looked sad. He didn't look angry when he saw her, and he looked like he wanted to approach her, but didn't. Finally, Ai decided that if her family was brave enough to do such crazy training to be better heroes, she could be brave too, and walked up to him. He gulped, nervous, as she said, "Papa said that after I fell asleep, you told him you were sorry." Kota nodded furiously. "I wanted to tell you right away, but he said you'd be asleep all night and you wouldn't want me there when you woke up." Eri thought about it, then said, "Papa told me a story once. When he was my age, a friend of his slipped and fell. He was worried the other boy was hurt, so Papa went to check if he was okay and offered his hand. The other boy thought that by asking if he needed help, Papa thought that he was weak. The other boy got mad and they weren't friends anymore. Papa said that the words he said meant something different to the other boy because they lived through different things. Kota couldn't look her in the eye, but he nodded. I didn't know you were hurt by a villain. I didn't mean you shouldn't have been saved. Eri could have left it at that, but she asked, what did you mean? Why did you say there shouldn't be heroes? Because heroes and villains just kill each other and people like it when it happens, Kota spat out. My mom and dad were killed and everyone just said that it was good that they died. Eri blinked. That sounds really mean. Kota blinked. This conversation had happened several times and no one ever agreed with him before. Yeah, screw those people, he said, pushing his luck. If my papas or mamas died, I'd be sad. No one should say it's good. Only villains would do that. Eri said, getting angry on Kota's behalf. Yeah. Kota agreed. He wasn't entirely sold on the whole villain thing, but at least she agreed it was a bad thing. Were they nice? Eri asked. I only got my mamas and papas a little while ago, I don't know how all of them act. Kota wanted to tread lightly with her, so he said, they were like your dad and mom were last night. The blue-haired mom. I don't know about the others. Eri smiled. Mama 𝐒𝐲 is really nice, but so are my other mamas. She paused, then asked, what happened? Some jerkus named Muscular came and started going wild with his quirk in the middle of a busy street and my parents tried to stop him and he stopped, trying to stop the tears before they started. He was failing. I'm sorry, I didn't want to make you cry, Eri said. Kota grunted in acknowledgement. There was a pause, and Eri pressed her luck. Did they save a lot of people? Kota whipped his head around, tears spilling, looking confused. What? How many people did they save from that muscular villain? Eri asked. I don't have a clue, Kota said angrily. Sorry I made you sad, Eri said. She paused. Do you want a hug? No, Kota sobbed. I'm going to go back. I like getting hugs when I'm sad. If you change your mind, ask me, Eri said. Kota grunted as he stomped off into the woods, his thoughts buzzing around in his head like mosquitoes. We're going to workshop poses, Yui said bluntly. Izuku blinked. Aizawa had given them a longer lunch break. He claimed it was to give him and Eri more supervision, but he was truthfully setting time aside for Izuku to try and strengthen his bonds, specifically the two that hadn't reached the third stage yet. Hey, I'm almost regretting the fact that you snapped the vampire girl's bond, kid, Ryuji grumbled. Hey, I'm the medium for Loverbo's bond with the caffeinated hummingbird, chief. I think you can endure a bit of tokusatsu, Izumu retorted. I hope you're being private with those thoughts, Izuku said, utterly unamused. Yeah, we are, Ryuji said. Good, because if Yui or 𝐒𝐲 ever hear you two badmouthing them, or anyone else, I will claw my way into one for all and find some way to permanently silence the two of you. If it comes down to it, I swear I will kill you however many times it takes for it to stick, Izuku snarled. There was a pause. Diamond, Izumu finally said. Right, yeah, I almost forgot that's why we respect you enough to actually speak to you. Sorry, Izuku, Ryuji added. Yui pet her head. Everything okay, Izuku-an? Everything's fine, Yin, Izuku said out loud, smiling at her. Just a brief conversation. So, you want us to do poses? I've been working on mine for years, but I never thought I'd be part of a team, let alone a 9-person team, you said, blushing. And I never was able to do this with anyone else before. Images came through their bond. Memories of Yui as a little girl, trying and failing to talk to other kids to try and play out the shows she liked. Being intimidated by the people who were already playing that sort of thing, and not knowing how to bring it up to anyone who seemed nice enough to play with her. Izuku gave her a hug. Sorry that happened to you, 𝐶. It's not the same, but I know what that's like, yeah? I mean, I didn't have the same things happen to me, but the thought of talking to those people just made me so nervous, Yui admitted. And I know in middle school I had a group of boys who kept giving me looks the way you were. Yui volunteered the memories of the boys who constantly stared and whispered about her, and her feelings of fear that they were going to tease her or hurt her or take her stuff. Izuku, however, looked at the boys in those memories, unsure of Yui's interpretation. That's not how anyone used to look at me. Did they? ever say anything to you? No. I think they may have found my quirk intimidating, because they never acted on their nefarious schemes, Yui said, relieved. The Vestiges snickered as Izuku said, I think they had crushes on you. You stopped dead, what? Unable to stop himself, Daigoro interrupted, yeah, that's definitely the look of some guy who's dying to ask a girl out but can't bring himself to do it. They were pining so hard you could decorate them as Christmas trees. I mean, why? I'm scared to talk to people and I'm plain and not all that pretty, you said, flustered, blushing deep red. Not pretty. Izuku repeated incredulously. Yu-chan, you're gorgeous. And they probably were intimidated by you not speaking, not because of your quirk. I think they might have been your fan club. You seemed shell-shocked. I don't know what to do with this information. Izuku paused, then suggested, ignore it for now and freak out about it at a later time, preferably with others for comfort. See, this is why I made you my boyfriend. You have the best ideas, Yui nodded, determined. Okay, posing. Let's give this a shot. The two of them began, Izuku using some of All Might's most iconic poses. Yui tried altering them, as well as working out possible catchphrases. Most of them didn't quite work. Now, Count Up Your Sins was decent, but a bit much. He liked Where There's Life, There's a Roar of Justice, but it didn't really fit any of them. His favorite was The Strongest and Bravest in History, but he wasn't completely sold on using it in combat. Eri watched them with glee, eventually gaining the courage to join them. It was shortly thereafter, as the two teens posed dramatically and Eri cheered between them, that they heard the magical sound. VWAP. Yui's body pulsed with lavender lightning, her eyes widened and twinkling, her mouth upturned in the slightest smile, but from Izuku's perspective, that could have been a grin that split across her face. Eri cheered, as did Izuku, swept up in the joy of the moment. They returned to their teachers, Eraserhead looking at Yui's use of One for All with curiosity, tempered by his default state of exasperation. You, too, Koda-san. When she nodded, Eraserhead pointed, all right, the two of you train, see how your quirks interact and have changed. You'll return to your group once you get acclimated. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, they chorused, Yui sounding deadpan and Izuku sounding excited. They moved off, Izuku testing out a laser disc that immediately popped out the size of a manhole cover. Vlad King looked at the two of them as Yui touched a rock the size of her fist and grew it to the size of a 0-pointer. Aizawa, what the F, he finally choked out. This is my life now, Eraserhead said, resigned, as Yui placed her hands together and the rock she touched shimmered and stayed large. How is this even happening? Vlad asked. Meanwhile, Izuku grew the laser disc to 10 meters in diameter and curved it to form a spherical dome. Not my place to tell, Eraserhead said. Yui had managed to get Momo's attention, and the taller girl created a staff. As Yui caught it, she tested it on the dome, which didn't shatter under the blow. Eraserhead continued, honestly, I envy the time when the problem child didn't trust me with the truth. It was so much simpler. And that's why you gave them a longer break. Vlad shook his head. He flinched as Yui caused the staff to be engulfed with the same blue light that composed the laser disc. The dome shattered. That extra half an hour they spent playing with actually did more to power up their quirks than the previous day or so they've been training, Eraserhead said. As he shook his head, Izuku popped another shield-sized laser disc, then seemed to try shrinking it. It collapsed into over 1,000 yen coin-sized discs, which he then shot out at the giant boulder Yui created, reducing it to rubble. Wait a minute, is Midoriya's quirk actually the power of love? Vlad asked, utterly incredulous. Yui enlarged another rock to boulder size, made the staff she was holding glow, then struck the rock. As she did, the energy transferred to the boulder, and it exploded, turning the rock into fine dust that dissipated. Yui looked like every single Christmas came at once, then leapt onto Izuku in a tight hug. Eraserhead smiled under his scarf. You know, in a large way, it actually is. It's sickening, isn't it? Okay, this is going to be the best terrible thing that ever happened to us, Okiko said. The gathered students were making curry, due to the pussycats insisting that they wouldn't be feeding them after the first day. One for all lets me grow and shrink things more easily and to larger and smaller sizes. Futetsuya-san's quirk lets me charge an object with energy and release it either as a slice or an explosion, Yu said. I can make a giant mecha and use a finishing attack with it. I'm not letting that opportunity go to waste. I don't know why we're not doing this right now, Mai pouted. We have your Momo right here, that's all we really need. In a pinch, it can work, but we'd still suffer from not being in a lab setting. Increased contaminants at the very least, Melissa said. And fewer resources to properly create the power armor. Mai seemed to concede the point. Momo looked exhausted as she said, that almost sounded reasonable. If it weren't predicated on the two of you building a giant robot. Well, it's best to do that in a properly stocked workshop while being well rested, Melissa said. I can't argue with that, Momo said, her tone indicating she really wished that she could. Can't believe that Monoma guy is still crowing about beating our class in curry, Itsuka said as she chopped vegetables. Yeah, considering we have all the girls, I'd think we have them beat, Denki said confidently. Really, Sparky? Kyoka said. Weren't you the one who raved to all of us about Soto's cooking? Danjit, Denki shook his head. Not again, Itsuka looked concerned. I didn't think that dyslexia affected memory. Momo caught that, and said, it doesn't. Denki nodded. Yeah, that's my ADD. Turns out these sorts of disorders come in buy one, get 5 deals. Izuku perked up. Do you think it has something to do with your quirk? Like, you have electricity coursing through you, maybe it affects your nervous system. Denki smiled. Right on the money, Maida-bro, Hound Dog and Recovery Girl sent me to a specialist, and they basically said that my brain's wired differently from most people, since I can have several million volts coursing through it without dying. It's a problem, yeah, but at least I can use my quirk without dying or getting permanent brain damage. I'm actually fairly resistant to that sort of injury thanks to my quirk. My temporary bouts of idiocy are the worst I get. Itsuka put her hand to her chin. If your brain is so uniquely wired, it's odd that the manifestations are common disorders. Momo shrugged. Well, it's not like we know everything about the brain and the ways it works in every person. For all we know, Denki might have several key differences and the diagnosis won't fit after a few years. Denki scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, what really matters is, I know what's wrong, I have a name for it, and I've been given strategies to cope. Like, it's better than failing and just thinking I'm stupid and getting frustrated. Itsuka smiled kindly. As long as you're fine with it, that's what matters. Kyoka nodded along, looking a little guilty, but Denki relaxed. As the kids finished eating, Emma approached Izuku and Toru. Mademoiselle 𝐔𝐻𝐽, it is a pleasure to see you again after the internships. I'm impressed to see that you can maintain visibility for so long. One sigh bell amelioration. Thanks. Toru said. Wait, that's the invisible girl. Kaibara did a double take. Man, she turned out to be gorgeous. Tsuburaba stated. Always has been, Izuku said firmly. Tellement vrai CQ to dis, Monsieur Midoriya. Her sparkling is bright, as our time training under Reflet revealed to me. And, it seems you sparkle as well, though not as brilliantly as me, Emma said, posing flamboyantly and glittering as he did so. His talent is overwhelming, Yui said approvingly. I'll defer to your superior sparkles, Emma-kun, Izuku said warily. And I had some ideas for my new attack. Call it the Hadouken. Yoichi said gleefully, to the groans of Ryuji and Izumu. You know what? Sure, Izuku replied, resulting in Yoichi's delighted squeals and more defeated groans. I'm calling it the Hadouken, after Nejiya-chan, since she inspired it. Any insight you can give me? I do not believe I can truly aid you, Emma said, sparkles fading for a bit. As you can see, controlling my quirk is très difficile. He gestured to his belt for emphasis. I know that feeling well, Izuku said, a little sadly. The conversation stopped as Momo interrupted. I need your help convincing you that I'm not giving her a sword until she trains enough that I can be sure she won't hurt herself. I'm gonna call it the Zurul-gi. Yui said with glee. Kota turned to the approaching Izuku. What are you doing here? Just bringing you a plate of curry, he said, holding it out as a peace offering. I hadn't seen you eat, and 𝐂𝐸𝐽 told me you hadn't eaten with the teachers, so I thought I'd give you some. I don't want any help from you, Kota said, limply trying to hold on to some of the ire he'd had the previous day. It's your call. I just wanted to give you the option, Izuku replied, using Black Whip to place the plate near Kota. After some silence, Izuku began to leave. Why are you even doing this? Kota finally asked, scrounging up his courage before it was too late. I just wanted to make sure you were okay, Izuku said. No, I mean, all this, being a hero. Why are you people going through all this bullshit? Kota clarified. Oh, Izuku said. Basically the same thing, I guess. I want to be a hero to help people in trouble. And show off your lame quirk. Kota scoffed. I'd want to help people even if I didn't have a quirk, Izuku said. I should know, I didn't have mine until a few months ago. Kota looked shocked. What? Yeah, I thought I was quirkless for most of my life, Izuku said. That's a thing. Kota seemed confused. Yep, Izuku said. It's getting rarer, but it still happens. As far as I'm concerned, my quirk is just a tool I can use to help save people. Heck, the first time I tried to save someone, I couldn't use it at all. Kota rolled his eyes. Well, that's great. You didn't even have a dumbass power and you still tried to get yourself killed. Izuku paused, and some of the Vestiges gave him a sense of he's got you there, but Izuku replied, yeah, I could have possibly died there, but if I didn't try and do something, someone else was going to die. Kota didn't respond, either positively or negatively, and so Izuku kept going. It was crazy. An old classmate of mine was being suffocated by a villain made of slime. He tried using his quirk, but it just made things worse by setting the buildings around him on fire. There were a bunch of heroes on the scene, but they were just standing there watching a kid drown on dry land. They were too worried about playing it safe, so they were just going to let him die right in front of them because their quirks weren't a perfect fit for the situation. And I wasn't going to either, because I'd just been told that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. Then I looked into the victim's eyes, and he was so scared. He needed someone to save him, and if I didn't, no one else was going to. My legs were moving before I could even think about what I was doing. It didn't matter that I didn't have a quirk, that backup wasn't coming, that the guy dying told me to kill myself maybe an hour beforehand. All that mattered was that he was going to die if I didn't do something. And if I didn't try, if I didn't run up and reach out my hand when I did, the regret would make me wish I were dead myself, Izuku said, less telling a story and more reliving the experience. The Vestiges showered him with sympathy. Izuku smiled in spite of the situation. What happened? Kota asked, frowning in consternation, but giving Izuku his undivided attention. Izuku blinked. He almost forgot he had an audience. Well, there was a hero there. He was old, he was injured, his power was on a timer, and he'd used it all up by then. He was the one who told me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But when he saw me run, he strained himself past his limits and gathered enough power to blast the villain away. He told me that he was thinking the same thing. He was angry with himself for not being able to help, and that if he didn't risk his life as well to save us, he had no business calling himself a hero. Kota paused. Well, that still sounds stupid. Izuku nodded. It was stupid, and it was the villain who made it stupid. He was the one who decided to rob a convenience store and then try to escape by drowning a kid in goo to take control of his body. Nobody would have had to risk their lives if that guy hadn't chosen to make it necessary. There was an awkward silence before Kota's stomach growled. Stifling his laughter, Izuku said, I'm gonna go back to the camp. Your choice if you want that curry or not. Kota waited until he couldn't hear Izuku's footsteps before he dug into the curry. He was disappointed that it was better than he expected. Did you enjoy story time, Toru-chan? Izuku asked the empty forest around him. There was a groan to his right. One day, you'll be unable to tell, Aizu-kun. Well, I am cheating, Izuku said, tapping his temple. Of course, you absolute scoundrel, Toru giggled. Speaking of, I think you left some parts out of that story you told that brat. Izuku frowned. The kid's grieving. He's allowed to be angry. And unlike me, Water Hose wasn't at all responsible for their villain rampaging like a lunatic. You weren't responsible either, Toru said fiercely. All Might was the hero, keeping the villain secure was his responsibility. And once he got free, that villain was the one who decided to follow up one attempt at child murder with another. Maybe. I still feel bad about contributing, though, Izuku said. Well, yeah. Toru said. Because you're a good person who cares about the consequences of your actions. Just don't beat yourself up over it. Izuku smiled. I'll do my best not to. There we are, go plus ultra on that. Toru cheered. Now, while we're here, you're walking way too loudly. I think it's time for an impromptu stealth lesson. Izuku nodded in agreement, then realized, there's a reason for this, isn't there? What? No, it's totally innocent. Toru insisted. Izuku just stared at her. Toru sighed. Mina-chan and Set-chan are at the campfire with Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun and I wanted to spook them. Izuku grinned. I've never heard of a nobler cause. Let's do it. Toru gave Izuku the rundown on how to move silently, and followed her lead. Surprisingly, once he was focused on the mission, danger sense adapted to keep him from stepping on anything that might make a sound. He decided to pour out a light smokescreen to help obscure him from view as they approached. Silently, they crept towards the bonfire. Luckily, none of their targets seemed to notice. The four of their classmates, along with Kamakiri, were chatting and laughing together. None of them were making out just yet, but that was an inevitability. And so, as their prey sat unexpecting, Izuku and Toru leapt out of the forest shouting "Ooga booga." This resulted in some startled yells and accidental quirk usage. It also resulted in the sound of VWARP in their heads. And so, the two of them ignored Kamakiri cursing loudly, covered in blades, Ahiro and Tetsu hardened up and complaining that they weren't acting manly, Mina accidentally melting the log she was sitting on, and Setsuna splitting apart at the seams, ready to smack them. Izuku looked at Toru, who was covered in white lightning and grinning like mad. She was cackling madly. She was also stark naked. Toru! You're visible! Izuku cried out, turning his head away blushing. Midori bro, are you seeing things? She's clearly not, Ahiro said, confusion rippling through the group, interrupting their startled rage. Toru squealed happily, grabbing onto Izuku in a hug, which he returned awkwardly, closing his eyes. She realized his discomfort, then said, "Hey, guess I can let certain people see me and others, not, somehow. Could you make a smokescreen to cover me up, Izuku-an?" "Sure." Izuku said, doing just that. He looked briefly once it started pouring out, then turned away again. "See, I could see through the smoke. Can't you just make it opaque again?" Toru asked, giving him tips telepathically. Izuku gave it an attempt, sighing in relief when he saw that Toru was covered up. She regained her visibility, lightning sparkling across her visible head and arms. "Let's get back to the cabin, I want to be dressed before we test this any further," Toru said. Izuku nodded and walked alongside her, producing smoke to give her some modesty. As they walked, Toru took her hand in his. "Well, better late than never. And that's all of us at stage 3. One for all, Izuku said, smiling. "Well, oh no," Izuku realized something in a flash. "What?" Toru asked, worried. "All of us are at stage, that means all of us have gotten to the point where we can share our quirks and power them up," Izuku said. "So?" Toru asked. "So now Aizawa-sensei won't hold back on us," Izuku said with finality. Toru nearly screamed in despair. Endeavor dialed, tense. He'd been in tougher situations before, with villains and natural disasters, but dealing with people was always much more chaotic. Luckily, the recipient answered after 3 rings. The video screen opened to a red-haired, freckled middle-aged man sitting in his living room in the early evening, who said, "Hello, Hisoshi Midoriya. How can I help?" He then noticed the face in front of him. "Enjin-san," he finally said, astonished. "Hello, Hisoshi-kun," Endeavor said. "It's been a long time. I apologize for not following up on my first sidekick sooner." Hisoshi smiled at that. "You had more important things to deal with. Though I'm surprised you remember me. We're third cousins, and I was only with you for a brief time. Perhaps, but you were not as forgettable as you seem to believe, 𝐿 sighed. And I was reminded recently, thanks to your son. 𝐿 paled. What's going on? Is he hurt? Or, oh, is this tied to the sports festival? I know Izuku's speech went viral, and he said some things - it is about the sports festival, but it's nothing bad, Hisoshi-kun. At least, not for your son, 𝐿 said. I met him there, but I didn't realize he was your son. Between your changed surname and his vastly different quirk, I didn't make the connection. Yeah, that quirk is incredible, Hisoshi stated. And wonderful that he finally accessed it after being misdiagnosed. 𝐿 asked. His doctors said he was quirkless at age 4, Hisoshi said. But, that's personal. 𝐿 frowned. I'm afraid that this conversation is going to get personal, Hisoshi-kun. I'm having troubles and one of my colleagues suggested that you may be able to aid me. A pro hero recommended me. Hisoshi stated. I'm honored, but a little shocked that any of them would. I tend to focus on corporate investigations and rarely get involved with heroic agencies. It wasn't a professional recommendation, 𝐿 said. All Might is romantically involved with your ex-wife. Hisoshi was taken aback. Holy. Yozasama said that All Might was Izuku's mentor, but I had no idea. Wow. I'm so happy for them. 𝐿 didn't expect that reaction, which, given Hisoshi's smile, had to be genuine. He hoped that was a good sign for what he was about to talk about. I'm going to be blunt, Hisoshi-kun. I consulted a few heroes, including All Might, about issues I was having. One of the things that was discussed was my family life. I was told that speaking to you would be helpful, but I wasn't informed of why. Hisoshi's good mood evaporated. He sighed. Well, 𝐿, out of the cornucopia of terrible relatives I've had, you were the most decent to me. And you were the first person to ever actually help me with my quirk, rather than tell me to get it under control, not tell me how, and then get mad at me when I failed. So, I'll allow it. Though I don't know why you would be told I could help you. I divorced my wife over a decade ago and I haven't been in contact with them or sought out another marriage since. 𝐿 stroked his chin. That perspective may be more useful to me than anything else. I must ask why you are in such a position. Was it because of your son's quirkless diagnosis? He hoped it wasn't. 𝐿 had done horrible things, but outright abandoning a family because of a quirkless child was a step too far. Luckily, Hisoshi scowled as if those words were something foul-smelling. No. The divorce was simply because 𝐿 and I fell out of love. Our relationship got rocky before Izuku was born, and it didn't improve. Then I was hired to an overseas post within my company and found that I was thriving. I divorced her simply because I didn't want her to be tied down to an absentee husband. Izuku was 2 at the time, he wouldn't be diagnosed until a year afterwards. 𝐿 nodded, and the lack of contact. Hisoshi blinked. Really? You're the one asking me that? 𝐿 was taken aback. Why would I know why you chose not to contact your son? Hisoshi was equally taken aback. Well, I'd have thought you of all people would empathize with ending the cycle of abuse in our family. 𝐿's blood ran cold. Abuse. Hisoshi's jaw dropped. You? How could you not realize? I mean, I got thrown to a lot of family members, and not all were related to you, but your mother was one of the worst caretakers I'd had. The strictest rules, the worst corporal punishment. That wasn't normal. 𝐿 finally asked. Of course not. I mean, I've had neglectful caretakers as well, but I did see some more normal families thanks to my friends. And your mother was the only person in my life who beat me black and blue over a failed test, then refused to let me eat for 3 days afterwards, Hisoshi said, working his way into anger at the memories, flames visible in his mouth as he talked. Honestly, I was thankful when she threw me out. And she was just one of them. If there was even the slightest chance I'd F up my son the way they'd fed me up, he realized he was getting riled up, and took a few calming breaths and a long drink of water. Sorry about that. It's understandable, 𝐿 said, reeling. So, you feared that you would abuse your son if you were in his life. Maybe not intentionally, but it's likely, Hisoshi said. That's the family situation I know. And when I get angry, it's hard to maintain control. I didn't want to be the monster haunting my son's nightmares. Ah, 𝐿𝐴 said. I now realize why you were recommended to me. You see, I have made the exact mistakes that you strove to avoid. As Izuku feared, once the last of them reached the sharing bond, the training intensified. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was harrying them constantly now. Unlike most of them, her reaching the third stage of bonding didn't give her quirk any additional bells and whistles. What it did, however, was to boost wave motion to frankly ridiculous levels. Wave motion was tied to her vitality, so being plugged into one for all gave it nearly infinite power. While the twisting beams had been slow once, now they moved so fast that their circuitous route didn't matter. Not to mention that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was ported over in its entirety, meaning that her own movements could now power wave motion. And most maddeningly of all, while her quirk converted her stamina into energy beams, now that she had alternative sources of energy, she found out that she could convert those additional sources into stamina. In short, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was now a perpetual motion machine. Gotta say, midori bro, giving 𝐒𝐽𝐽-senpai access to your stockpile might have been a bit too manly, a hero said as they ate lunch, to the shock of everyone around him. The idea that the boy could view something as too manly was outside anything they'd considered. I didn't plan for it, Izuku stated. He was currently producing smoke at a constant rate, and he was changing its color as he did so. He found that in addition to making the smokescreen transparent to himself and anyone he wished, he could change its color, write words within it, and create a flashbang effect from the cloud. He was also covered in glowing blue coin-sized discs. When he attempted to shrink a meter-diameter laser disc, it burst into about 2,000 of the smaller versions. In addition to making a great massive attack, he found that placing them around his body allowed them to function like scale mail armor. Ryuji had fumed. When he was alive, doing that would have probably taken an hour and the discs would have melted after one attack. Is there a reason Minoma's going nuts right now? Mina asked, pointing at the twitching boy. Probably because he can't see us, Toru said. She was currently visible and wearing her PE uniform. More of Prez's bullshit quirk? Setsuna asked. Basically, yes, Toru replied, happily. Anything I touch can turn invisible. If I want to be visible to certain people and invisible to everyone else, I can be. I've got a field in a 10-meter radius, and I can turn anyone inside it invisible, too. And that's not getting into how her refraction power has improved. Izuku said brightly. In addition to being able to maintain visibility more easily, she can actually create blurring effects and visual mirages. With some more fine control, as Izuku descended into his mumblestorm, Toru's smile at him nerding out over her quirk was blinding. Hisoshi didn't interrupt as 𝐿𝐴 explained his situation, his history, how he treated his wife and children, and the situation he was in now. He sat, calmly, allowing the pro-hero to explain it fully, absorbing the fullness of the situation. When 𝐿𝐴 finished, Hisoshi said, "Thank you for your candor, Enjin-hin. I'm sorry, but I'll need to take a quick break. Do you mind if I step away for a bit?" The younger man's mouth was smoking as he spoke. "Go right ahead," 𝐿𝐴 agreed. As Hisoshi left his seat, he walked down to a door visible on the camera. He entered the room and shut it firmly. Once shut, the man let out a primal roar of absolute fury, the lines of the door glowing incandescently as the sound of rushing flames poured out. This continued for about 5 minutes, with only a few reprieves for Hisoshi to catch his breath. Finally, Hisoshi walked back outside, the only sign of his outburst being a collection of soot around his mouth, which he wiped off with a handkerchief. He returned to his seat and said, "Enjin, the F. I've been getting that sentiment a lot lately," 𝐿𝐴 stated. "To think all those years ago, I thought about getting back in touch, and I stopped myself, thinking that you'd believe me to be some hanger-on trying to ride your coattails," Hisoshi scowled. "To be fair, I can't deny I may have responded in such a way," 𝐿𝐴 stated. "If I had even the slightest chance of steering you away from such an asinine idea," Hisoshi took a few more breaths, before saying, "Okay, I need to remain calm. The past is the past and cannot be changed. Should have doesn't matter, we deal with is. Now, I'm an accountant, I don't do public relations, though I do keep tabs on such things when investigating, but I assume you have better people working on that. Indeed, 𝐿𝐴 said. I plan on publicly revealing this, as I've discovered that it will inevitably be brought to public attention despite my best efforts. Smart. So, then, my best advice would be dealing with your family. And I suppose you're better off than me in one regard there, Hisoshi said. And that would be? 𝐿𝐴 asked. I sometimes wonder if I could have been a good father. If I made the right decision. If my absence hurt my son more than my presence would. I'll never know, and while I believe this is the best decision I could have made, the doubt will be with me to my dying days, Hisoshi said. Who, on the other hand, have screwed up about as badly as a person could have, and thus you can be certain that this upcoming course of action is the best you can do to mitigate it. 𝐿𝐴's anger instinctively flared at that, but he stamped it down. I can safely say that you're correct on that front. What do you suggest? First of all, your duty as a father remains. I send most of my salary, minus my own meager living expenses, back home to my ex-wife and will continue to do so until my son turns 20, Hisoshi said, referencing the age Izuku would legally be considered an adult in Japan. I consider this my ultimate responsibility. Even if 𝐿𝐴 won the lottery or married a rich businessman or got a high-paying job, I would still do this. You must do the same, perhaps even more, given that you have a lot of reparations owed to Rei-san. Do you recommend I divorce her as you did? 𝐿𝐴 asked. At the moment, no. Though, if she chooses to do so, don't contest it. Heroic pensions won't be granted to her should she divorce you, Hisoshi said. Speaking of, she should be brought home as soon as possible. She isn't a danger to her children anymore, and you said that she and 𝐿𝐴 reconciled. 𝐿𝐴 nodded. Then the next step you need to take after securing her release is to move out of your home, Hisoshi said. Tell your children that you plan to do so. Afterwards, do not contact them unless they specifically request it. You have surrendered your right to be part of their lives. It's now a privilege that they can give or take at their leisure. I understand completely, 𝐿𝐴 said, bracing himself. What else do you recommend? So far, that's all the advice I can give you. Anything further depends on the reactions you receive, Hisoshi said. Thank you very much for this, Hisoshi-kun, 𝐿𝐴 said. Before I go, I must ask, are you doing well yourself? You seem alone. Oh, I'm doing very well, engineer. Hisoshi said. I may not have a wife and child, but I'm far from alone. In many ways, I'm married to my job. It's interesting to me, I love my work, and it helps me uncover criminals that evade more traditional means of justice. And, honestly, I love the team I work with. We've been working together for years, and we're the closest of friends. They're wonderful. Here, let me show you my managers on the left, the rest of us are colleagues. Hisoshi proudly shared a photograph with 𝐿𝐴. It was him with a group of 5 women around his age, all of whom were looking at him longingly. 𝐿𝐴 blinked. Are you certain that you and your team are merely friends? Well, yes. Hisoshi said. I mean, I'm a divorcee and as close to a deadbeat dad as you can get. There's no way women as wonderful as them would be interested in that, 𝐿𝐴 said, non-committal. It has been good talking to you, Hisoshi-kun. I hope to do so again, hopefully with more pleasant news. I wish the best for your family, engineer, Hisoshi said, firm but not unkind, as he ended the call. 𝐿𝐴 had a number of thoughts swirling through his head, but with that last revelation, one thing stood out. The rumors about his son's rival in the other hero class had merit. The sun was beginning to set as Izuku watched as the 1B student next to him made a desperate run for the toilet. At the moment, Izuku was continuously blasting, both with Laserdisc and with his new Hadouken. The Hadouken had greater range and destructive power upon impact, and he wasn't limited to firing it out of his hands, but since it was tied to FA Jin, he could only use it after storing enough kinetic energy for a charge. Laserdisc, despite its shorter range, was quicker to use and could be spammed more easily. And, if he combined the two. So, he was pouring as much of one for all into those quirks as possible, to see if he could increase their range or power. While doing that, he had 6 Black Whip strands lifting weights to work on his parallel processing. 𝐼MR was next to him, continuously blasting lasers from his belly button, his face screwed in discomfort, until he inevitably lost the ability to withstand the pressure on his GI tract and had to relieve himself. Luckily, he seemed to be increasing his time between breaks. When the blonde boy returned, Izuku asked, "Are you okay?" 𝐼MR gave a weak smile. "Anything quiet, pa, mon ami. I am used to this discomfort." Izuku smiled back. "Well, I know what it feels like to have a quirk that hurts you." 𝐼MR blinked. "Vraiment? Your quirk hurts you? And you use it so stoically?" "Not to the same degree. It can hurt me if I'm not super careful with it," Izuku explained. "The first time I ever used it was in the entrance exam. OUI. I remember seeing you dash straight in to save Mademoiselle Uraraka from that 0-pointer. 𝐼MR said. "Ah, yes, you broke your limbs while doing so. And again when you fought Monsieur Todoroki." Izuku nodded. "If I go beyond my threshold, it breaks me. I typically stay just within the safe zone, pushing myself just enough to let me improve." "I suppose it makes sense that we share this as well," 𝐼MR said. "You see, mon ami, I too am a late bloomer." Izuku blinked. "Wait, really?" "Oh, my quirk did not show up until I was 6 years old," 𝐼MR said, his smile even more forced than it had been due to pain. "I'm sorry if I brought up bad memories," Izuku said. "Non. It was merely a minor unpleasantness," 𝐼MR reassured Izuku. "After asking Mom and Papa why I was different, they spared no expense in finding a specialist to aid me." "A specialist?" Izuku asked cautiously, as he and the Vestiges noticed the red flag. "Yes, a Japanese doctor who had a history of unlocking people's hidden quirks," 𝐼MR said. "I haven't heard of anyone like that," Izuku lied. He had heard of a few people like that. None of them were credible, though. Unlocking hidden quirks was a common scam, and it was one of the cruelest lessons he'd learned. 𝐼MR replied, "Not to flaunt, but my parents are diplomats, rich and well-connected. They likely had avenues most do not." Izuku nodded, concerned. "Was there a unique activation requirement that allowed you to use naval laser?" "If there were, I do not know. I was sedated for the procedure," 𝐼MR said. "Izuku," Yoichi said cautiously. "I know. This quirk doesn't seem like one that would have a crazy activation condition. Only 2 people could have done what is claiming, and I know one of them had an alibi," Izuku responded. "Sorry if I'm prying. I just like quirks and they interest me. Indeed, Monsieur ♀and Monsieur Akira vouched for your suggestions. I hope I have inspired you to grant me some as well," 𝐼MR said, glittering with anticipation. "Of course, 𝐼MR-kun." Izuku replied, smiling, as Mandalay called for them to stop for the night. He looked at the other boy's feet. "Nice shoes. Where'd you get them?" "My family's cobbler. I have worn bespoke footwear my entire life. The 𝐼MR family trusts no one but Gaston to protect our feet," 𝐼MR said. "Neat. I may be the same. My made me some custom shoes herself. I don't know if I'll ever go back to brand name shoes again," Izuku said, pointing to the UN transformed all-eye gaiters on his feet. Those, along with his ultimate gauntlets, had scarcely been off his body since his birthday. It was just some small talk. Small talk that Izuku hoped would conceal the alarm bells going off in his head. "Dad," he called out to All Might telepathically. "Young Izuku. What's the matter?" All Might asked, worried. "Get to Nezu. I have reason to believe Yuga 𝐼MR got his quirk from All for One." Darby looked around at his group, the Vanguard Action Squad, as their raisin-skinned leader called them. Honestly, he wouldn't trust most of them with a ball of string, but if this succeeded, they would serve their purpose. And if they didn't, F it, he'd burnt a forest down and survived once, he could do it again. Toga was the only other one of Duran's recruits that HNDJB decided to keep. The broker sent them other applicants, but the man-child didn't even give them an interview. Said something about having enough. Elite units or some bullshit. She was utterly giddy waiting for the opportunity to see her love. Sickening. They had 2 death row prisoners brought in from a prison transport. Muscular and Moonfish were infamous even among other villains. They were the kinds of villains that were as dangerous to other villains as heroes were, Possibly more since heroes were supposed to prioritize non-lethal methods unless necessary. Moonfish was a cannibal, for FS sake. No matter, just point them at the students and watch the carnage happen. The rest were all a bunch of ex-Yakuza who mostly wore variations on Plague Doctor masks. All of them wanted to head in to avenge their boss, who one of the hero kids brought in and who got killed. Only 2 of them had codenames before, but HNDJB made it clear that keeping track of them was annoying, so it was either pick a codename or get one assigned. On this, Darby and the handyman could agree. Some of them probably shouldn't have been on the front lines. The one they called Inquisitor had a quirk that forced people to answer his questions truthfully. Darby made sure to stay the hell away from that guy. More useful for information gathering than anything else. But the guy had a gun, was supposedly their best shot, and apparently had some kind of trick bullets or something that the other Yakuza thugs thought were the best thing since sliced bread. Then there was Gluttony, a generic brand version of Moonfish whose quirk let him eat anything he wanted, but left him constantly hungry. And Larceny, some guy who could pull objects out of a person's hands into his own. Nothing truly special, but these creeps were in it to the death because of some SHT their dead boss did to earn their eternal loyalty. The other thugs had some merit. The most obviously useful guy was this giant moth called Siphon, who could drain the strength right out of someone and add it to his own. Chronostasis could slow down people's movements, always a plus. Zirconium could create crystals, which seemed weak at first but provided a decent form of defense and weaponry. Mimic seemed like SHT due to the fact he was walking around in a creepy doll, but when he demonstrated that he could merge with much larger objects, his usefulness wasn't questioned. Punch Drunk, at first, seemed like a liability, since he drank more than anyone else at the bar, but his quirk could make someone else as dizzy and unbalanced as he was. Darby wasn't sure if Punch Drunk had to be 3 sheets to the wind in order for his quirk to be effective, but it was fine as long as he wasn't in the dude's range. One of the bigger masked guys called himself the Rapper, and he was gunning for a fight almost like Muscular was. Hell, at the rate things were going, he half expected that he'd challenge Muscular immediately afterwards. Then again, that guy was going on about fighting with just your fists being the only true way of fighting or some other horseshit that made Darby's eyes glaze over. What the F was the point of that? There was some guy called Canopy with a force field who hung around the Rapper with exasperation, apparently because their quirks combined to make a perfect offensive-defensive combo, until hands-off management said that he didn't give a single F who he was paired with and that if the Rapper wanted to hair off on his own, just let him. Canopy seemed perturbed, but agreed to it. Darby prepared himself. They were going to teleport right into the fray, guns blazing. They couldn't case the area beforehand, since the kid that HNDJB called Player 2 apparently had some kind of sensory quirk and they'd be spotted immediately. Suited Darby just fine. This was going to be sweet. He'd get to burn some kids who thought they knew what they were getting into, including his baby brother. He wanted to kill Shouter right now, but no, baby steps. The brat was spoon-fed everything 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had ever wanted, lived an easy life, was living the life that he was promised over and over, DMN it. First, he'd break Shouter, make him see how inadequate he was, then reveal to him and the entire world that the precious father who'd spoiled him was nothing but a dumpster fire. And then, he'd kill Shouter, right in front of Endeavor's eyes, to let the last thing Endeavor saw be his failed experiment defeat his masterpiece. It would be perfect. Of course, that had to come after he revealed Endeavor's dirty laundry to the world, let Japan see what their number 2 hero was really like. So that, when Endeavor died by his own son's hand, the world wouldn't mourn, but collectively say, good riddance. It was going to be so sweet. Darby, along with the rest of the Vanguard Action Squad, would not be watching television or accessing the internet that day in preparation. He wouldn't see what the news CYCL would be obsessing over prior to their attack. It wouldn't be pretty when he learned. Nezu's day was becoming a clusterfuck. Normally, the mammal would thrive on the chaos, but things were happening all at once. The situation with Endeavor had gone over as well as he expected. He'd taken the advice his third cousin provided, and secured his wife's release, his removal from his home, and spoke to his daughter and second son about his decision before permanently moving into his emergency apartment within his agency. Then, he announced the press conference for noon. Endeavor claimed that someone had found his personal information and was going to use it to extort him or hurt his family, so he would reveal it to the world and remove their leverage. He then proceeded to air his dirty laundry to the nation. The questioning afterwards was fierce, but Endeavor was entirely forthcoming. The most memorable part was his response when someone asked if he was planning to retire following this announcement. "No. If the Hero Public Safety Commission revokes my license or has me arrested as a result of this conference, I will comply. Otherwise, I will continue to do my job. If my ranking takes a hit in the aftermath, so be it. If all other heroes shun me, so be it. There are still villains that need to be stopped and crises that need to be resolved. I will mitigate the damage I have done to my family and continue to do what I must. It's been proven to me, definitively, that I will never be what All Might is, but I will do what I can to help keep Japan and its citizens safe. And if anyone thinks that these revelations will make me any less effective, just watch me." It was a bold move, to be sure. Predictably, immediately following the announcement, the backlash was swift and brutal. Sidekicks left the Endeavor agency in droves. Companies cancelled their sponsorships and merchandising deals. Pundits were going absolutely nuts. The HPSC was on the back foot following the announcement. They had yet to make a decision regarding Endeavor's hero license, for the simple reason that Endeavor, not his agency, but the man himself, resolved more cases than any other hero, and to lose that for any reason would be detrimental. On the other hand, this arguably hurt the Commission more than it had Endeavor. There were only two options: either the Commission was complicit with Endeavor's actions, making them corrupt, or they had no idea, making them criminally incompetent. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 grinned at the thought, knowing full well it was a mix of both with a heaping spoonful of the ends justify the means. All Might had been questioned about the situation, and he responded with his usual charisma. Two statements were making the rounds on social media. The first being his response to the idea of Endeavor continuing his hero career. "Enji Todoroki and I are not friends and I find his actions appalling, but I would trust Endeavor with my life." The second was a response to a reporter who wanted to know his opinion about the backlash and increased scrutiny on other heroes and the HPSC as a whole. The reporter had specifically asked, "Do you think that this will disrupt the peace you've dedicated your life to maintaining?" All Might had responded, "During my time in America, I often heard protesters shouting, 'No justice, no peace.' Most people believe this statement is a threat, that until justice is served, they will disrupt the peace. The fact is, the statement is a tautology. Without justice, there is no peace. Any so-called peace that requires injustice is not peace at all, but order instilled through fear. In other words, tyranny. And I am not the symbol of tyranny. So, I welcome this change, because until justice is delivered to the Todoroki family, there can be no real peace. And if there are further injustices being covered up, they must be found and corrected as well." 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was giddy about this massive shift until All Might barged in soon after, relaying Izuku's deduction that 𝐔𝐬𝐽 had received his quirk from All for One. The inhuman principal hid his glee that his and All Might's shared protégé discovered this potential leak. The staff had discussed the possibility of the League of Villains placing a mole within 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and now it seemed that this was correct. Most of the evidence 𝐒𝐻𝐲 found was circumstantial, but together, it painted a grim picture. The closest thing to a smoking gun he'd found was trying to uncover the manufacturer for 𝐴MR's belt. The company name used was approved by UA, but attempting to find the designer or the builders or the factory where it was produced only led 𝐒𝐻𝐲 to dead ends. As it stood, since there was a chance the boy's medical records were doctored, the only way to tell would be for Recovery Girl to get an X-ray of the boy's feet. Nothing to do but wait until the opportunity arose when the training camp ended. Of course, the minute he thought that, the school received an alarm. Izuku Midoriya pressed his panic button. Then Mirio Tagata. Then Tenya Ida. Then Nejiya Heido. Then Shoto Todoroki. Soon, every single student at the forest training camp was indicating they were in lethal danger. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 ground his teeth. It appeared that this would transcend his usual unpleasantness. He would have to prepare for war. In retrospect, Izuku was practically grateful it took that long for the other shoe to drop. Even without being constantly harangued by villains this term, he'd never been able to just enjoy something wholeheartedly without something ruining it. To that end, He was enjoying his time doing the test of courage, walking side by side with 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 throughout the forest. 1B has their work cut out for them, Izuku told 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺. Indeed, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 said. You have the means to pierce through and see their plots, whereas I hold something even more terrifying within me. It's just so wonderful out here, Fumi, Dark Shadow said. I mean, there's almost no artificial light here, since we're away from the camp. The shadows here are so deep, so pure. Her tone became deeper, and a little manic. Hedging his bets, Izuku said, Dark Shadow, come on, if you do this, there's a chance Eri will find out and get scared. Dark Shadow twitched, and said, I suppose I'll constrain myself, class representative wouldn't want to disappoint the little unicorn child. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 nodded in thanks to Izuku as he said, so what do you suppose they'll dash? The bird-headed boy was cut off as Izuku grunted in pain, clutching his head, then reaching for the one piece of electronic equipment you let all students bring to the training camp, the panic button. What peril do we now face? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 asked, his eyes glinting at the situation. Worse than the USJ, Izuku managed to say as he looked behind him. Though he could scarcely see it between the night and the trees, there was a plume of black mist billowing into the sky. Izuku managed to tamp down the sensation, and yelled, we have to get back. A gout of flames erupted into the forest, illuminating the area as their enemies spread out. From the underbrush, a pale humanoid creature jumped out at them, with an exposed brain, a single eye where its nose should be, jaws like a bear trap, and elongated claw-like fingers that snapped as they grew additional joints that undulated towards them. No Mew! 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 cried out as Dark Shadow erupted, grabbing the beast in a truly enormous talon and slamming it into the ground. Izuku spread danger sense around, trying to see what was going on, and he realized one of the situations that was going to play out, Eri and Kota. They're in danger. One of the worst ones is heading straight for them. Go to your foundling. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 said as Dark Shadow crushed the Nomu, we'll be fine here. Izuku nodded, leaping into the sky and taking off like a green bolt of lightning. A new form approached, a bald man wearing a simple black surgical mask, with crystals growing across his arms and torso. The flames made him shimmer, but that meager light did little to weaken the sentient quirk. Tell me, Dark Shadow hissed, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? 𝐒𝐿 and Yui were paired together, and they knew the smart thing was to get back to camp as soon as possible. As such, 𝐒𝐿 had taken Yui into a princess carry and was about to fly both of them out of there. It was a good idea, one that was unfortunately sidestepped by a new person leaping onto them and stabbing 𝐒𝐿 in the arm with a syringe, causing her to drop Yui. Or, I was hoping I'd find my love first, came a manic female voice clinging to 𝐒𝐿's back like a baby koala. It would have been so romantic, just whatever she was about to continue saying was interrupted by Yui delivering a palm strike to the girl's chin, shutting her mouth and driving her back as 𝐒𝐿 used the opportunity to remove the syringe and suplex her assailant. The girl twisted out and brandished a knife at the other two, who saw her features in the dim light of the forest flames. Blonde hair tied into two messy buns. Amber cat-like eyes that shone in the light of the flame. Elongated canine teeth in a smiling mouth. A disheveled schoolgirl uniform, worn with an odd mask and an elaborate contraption of tubes and syringes. They knew who this girl was supposed to be. Himiko Toga, 𝐒𝐿 said, furious. Sure, Izuku, sweet as he was, wanted to get this girl some help, where she could receive proper treatment and not harm innocent people. But, not only did Toga just stab her, but her entire goal was to murder her beloved boyfriend. She felt entitled to a little anger. Toga gasped happily, he told others about me. I knew I left an impression on him. She charged forward with her blade. 𝐒𝐿 dodged the cutting edge as Yui grabbed a stick and enlarged it to the size of a bow staff. Not a good one. Ah, phooey. Toga pouted as she threw a separate box cutter 𝐒𝐿's way and dodged a blow from Yui's improvised weapon. I'll just have to show him just how much I adore him after we met, 𝐒𝐿 growled. You mean you intend to drain his BLD until he dies? Toga blushed heavily as 𝐒𝐿 described it, and said, Is, in a SNSL tone that made it unclear whether or not she was actually responding to 𝐒𝐿 or if the thought sent her into a heavy state of alo. Oh, I love him so much. More than anyone I've ever met. When I become him, I'll finally be complete. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's protective fury flared. Escaping was still key, but maybe they should try and bring her in. She could evade danger sense, and leaving her on the field could place 𝐒𝐿 in danger, and she'd be DM'd before she let that happen. I won't let you touch him. As long as I have any strength left in my body, I won't let you harm 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had hoped that, perhaps, her proclamation would intimidate the vampire. If not, she expected her to perhaps act indifferent, or to mock her for her claims. She never expected Toga to gasp happily, looking like a child who got the present they wanted for their birthday. I found you. I may not have found my Izuku-chan yet, but this is great. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was confused, as Toga liked her lips and stared at her hungrily, taking out a syringe. You're the first of my sister wives that I've met. Toga cheered, and she lunged. Everything happened so fast for Kota. 1 minute, he was at his secret base, thinking about everything that had been going on. The next 𝐼 had come running towards him, before stopping to catch her breath. She looked scared. More scared than she had looked when Kota unknowingly made her relive her trauma. The hell's going on? Kota asked. Masks, 𝐼 said, in between her breathing. The shy Hassaikai. Here, she managed to choke out. Well, aren't I lucky, came a deep voice. Kota and 𝐼 turned to the source to see a hulking figure in a cloak and mask coming up towards them. I just came here to get a good vantage point, and I managed to run into one of the targets on my list, along with an extra. Nice hat, kid. Wanna trade it for my mask? He removed his mask, and Kota found that the face from his nightmares had come as well. There was a scar, and a false eye, but it was the face of the man who destroyed his world. Muscular. Ah well, Muscular said. You, girlie, you're on the no-kill list. I've got to bring you back with us. Though they did say you didn't need to be in one piece, Muscular cracked his knuckles as he grinned. You in the hat. I'm feeling generous. I've got this one here, so I don't need to play with you right now. I'm giving you one chance. Leave her and run away and I won't kill you. Kota would have. Probably should have. 2 things kept him there though. Firstly, he was so scared that his legs weren't responding, leaving him frozen. And the second, oddly enough, was one of the things that the green-haired guy told him. If I didn't run up and reach out my hand when I did, the regret would make me wish I were dead myself. And it was partly out of remembering that, and partly out of fear and needing comfort, that Kota grabbed 𝐼's hand with his own. That seemed to shake 𝐼 out of her own fear, and as she moved, so did he, and they ran for it. Muscular gave an ugly laugh, not like I wasn't lying. So you'll die braver than most, brat. Muscular threw off his cloak, muscles growing around him, encircling him like a suit of armor as he ran towards the children. Only to be thrown off by an incredibly fast impact as Izuku flew straight at him, 𝐵 empowering his kick as he dug the jagged metal soles of his alligators into the villain's jaw. Izuku covered himself in laserdisc scale mail, as well as brandishing a larger one as a shield. Muscular grinned widely. Oh man, this is perfect. A second target on the list shows up. I thought I'd have to get in line behind those 8 precepts of whatever to get a crack at you, but you just hand yourself over to Dash. That was as far as he got before Izuku sent a flurry of laserdiscs straight into Muscular, tearing through the man's muscle fibers like tissue paper. The Vestiges in his head wanted to cheer him on, but feared distracting him, so they remained silent. Growling in pain, Muscular smiled cruelly. Cute little gimmick, kid. Not enough, though. Show me your BLD. As the man lunged, Izuku burst out a smokescreen, one that, to him and the children behind them, was completely transparent. Izuku let one for all charge to 50%, letting it course through him, feeling his body creaking wildly as he drove a fist into Muscular's face. He followed that up with a Brooklyn smash, smacking him with the shield-sized laserdisc and letting the concussive explosion send the villain reeling. Izuku said nothing as he let out a strand of black whip, which wrapped around the villain's ankle, and Izuku flung him onto the ground, back and forth like some sort of metronome. Muscular managed to bulk up and grab onto the ground, kicking his leg to throw Izuku off, then leapt forward, bringing a knee to the boy's gut, which blew Muscular back as the laser discs along Izuku's body exploded in response. In response, Muscular slapped two cupped palms against the side of Izuku's head, disorienting the boy. He raised his fist to potentially take off the student's head. "Get away from him!" Kota yelled, letting a jet of water erupt from his hands, directly in Muscular's face, blinding him and pushing him back slightly. Muscular spat, wiped his face, and turned to the source. Oh, I'm really lucky today, aren't I? I know that quirk. You must be the son of those water hose heroes I splattered. I'll never forget that, not after they gave me this." He gestured to his scar and prosthetic eye with his thumb. "Must be fate. Told those chumps I'd hunt down their family if they couldn't stop me, and they couldn't. Didn't expect it to take this long, but the hell." Muscular was interrupted once more, as a shimmering translucent laser disc covered him, locking him in a dome. "You just have trick after trick, don't you, brat?" Muscular turned to Izuku. "Gotta give you some respect. Takes guts to trap yourself in a slaughterhouse floor. Let's see if you can cash the check you just wrote." "You don't understand what I just did," Izuku said, Black Whip covering him like a second skin, until only the green of his pupils was visible. Laser discs clung to him, like stars along a night sky. Tendrils snaked out of his back, and smoke poured out of him, filling the bubble. Green lightning sparked before the smoke obscured him entirely. "I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Are these the Nomu you fought at the USJ?" Vlad King asked Eraserhead as he hardened the BLD surrounding his target, protecting Ima, Soto, Zero, and Monoma from the ambulatory corpse. "Not on the same level," Eraserhead said. "I think they're scraping the bottom of the barrel with these creatures." He kicked one of the paler ones into a tree. The big three had charged into the forest to retrieve their underclassmen. The wild pussycats, meanwhile, were fighting two of the League of Villains, both of whom were wearing masks. A squirmy one who called himself Gluttony was eating through all of Pixibob's earthen creations, while another with arrow-shaped dreadlocks named Chronastasis was slowing down Tiger to the point that his elastic body flowed less like water and more like molasses. Mandalay was coordinating, fighting hand-to-hand while seemingly stressed about Kota's whereabouts. Ragdoll, unfortunately, wasn't present. Would have been nice to know their weak points. As Eraserhead glared at Chronastasis, activating his quirk and allowing Tiger to move at full speed and clock the guy, he noticed a flash coming from his peripheral vision, the roar of engines accompanying a figure bounding from tree to tree. "Aizawa-sensei. The League of Villains is attacking en masse in the forest." Tenya cried out. He was carrying a conscious but clearly weakened Ojiro on his back. "We are attempting to evacuate, but there are complications, particularly involving the enemy's quirks. Two of them dosed themselves up with what seems to be trigger. One of them can now drain stamina from us simply by inhaling, rendering a large number of us exhausted. Another is able to merge with the ground and the trees, able to both attack and disorient us." Eraserhead had to blink around then as Tiger coiled himself around Chronastasis. "Good to know. Any other useful information? Motive, perhaps?" Tenya's eyes narrowed. "This is a kidnapping attempt. Their primary targets are Midoriya-kun and Eri-chan." Eraserhead somehow stopped himself from swearing. He said, "Get Ojiro into the classroom and stay put." As Tenya complied, Eraserhead went to Mandalay. Within minutes, all of UAS students were told of what was going on, who was behind it, and who was being targeted. And all of them were informed that Eraserhead gave them permission to use their quirks. Shortly thereafter, there was a deafening sound as the helicopter Momo created on the hike took off over the forest. Melissa was at the helm, and Mai took her position at the minigun. Yes, they'd included a minigun and numerous rounds of RBB bullets. When Eraserhead had asked why, they simply replied that there was a non-zero chance they'd need it. Eraserhead was prepared to give them extra credit for that. The helicopter turned on its massive floodlights and the speakers were blaring some old-timey American song that had something to do with a pre-quirk war they'd had. Something about a lucky son, if he was translating that right. Eraserhead just shook his head as he kicked a Nomu in the solar plexus. At least now, the chaos was being directed at villains. Okako tried to subdue Toga. Her bond was the strongest, and that allowed more of one for all to flow through it into her, and between that and the training they'd been doing, she was able to wield about 5% of it safely. But Toga was quick and she had experience in combat beyond you training and an internship with Ryukyu. She was difficult to pin down, and more difficult to dodge her blows. Luckily, though, she wasn't alone, as Yui's makeshift staff smacked into Toga's head and sent her flying. She picked up a rock as Toga recovered. After wincing in pain, Toga gasped in delight, "Oh, you're both covered in lightning like Izuku-chan. And they are different colors, too. I wonder what mine is." "You won't get a color," Yui said, projecting her voice in a way Okiko hadn't heard before. "Izuku-an has a finite amount of bonds. You had the last one before he cut you off. And I took it instead." And while the bond made that declaration sound loud and passionate, even Toga would have heard her intense pride and seen the smirk on her face. "Oh, don't be jealous, dear," Toga said, liking her lips. "I have plenty of love to go around, too. I can love all of you, and he'll love me, and we'll all be together as I become you all." Toga lunged forward, ready to cut Yui down, but Yui held the rock in her hand, and it glowed with energy and grew to the size of a boulder. Toga managed to leap over it, but caught her foot on it as she landed, causing the boulder to explode and making her land on her face. Okiko put the girl in a SB Emerson hold, increasing the blonde girl's gravity. "Toga, we can get you the help you need. Izuku-an may not want to be in a relationship with you, but he knows you can't control your urges. We all know that you need BLD to survive thanks to your quirk. We can get you what you need. Please, surrender. Let us help you." Zu leapt into the trees, ignoring the shifting terrain caused by the formerly doll-like villain. She was holding Koji in her tongue and Kinoko in her arms, the two of them drained of their energy. Neither of their quirks would be overly helpful, as the flames caused by one of the villains destroyed Kinoko's mushrooms and the various animals were overwhelmed by the instinct to flee from the fire to follow Koji's commands. She could see Toru run past as well, carrying the large form of Bondo, knowing she was invisible to anyone else. Somehow, she had enough control that the light coming off of her rendered her visible to the eyes of those she chose, but wouldn't register to anyone else. It made very little sense, but to quote their boyfriend when he reached a dead end in his analysis, quirks were bullshit. While they were fighting in the clearing, the various members of the Ennead coordinated telepathically. One for all was enough to keep them from succumbing to Siphon's enhanced quirk, and allowed them to carry off those who were rendered unable to fight in the aftermath. Momo was leading the counterattack, creating numerous weapons. There'd been some issues with one of the villains named Larceny who could snatch objects out of a person's hand and take them in his own, but Leiko was with her, and she could play keep away. Not to mention, Momo used alternate tactics, like making items out of an osmium alloy, or creating flashbang grenades and removing the pins as he stole them. Setsuna's mouth had flown over as well, informing them that she, Mina, a hero, and Tetsu were fighting the villain Moonfish. Mina was hurling acid at the creep's elongating teeth, Setsuna was attacking with her flying body parts, and both of the boys were protecting them while breaking the toothy blades on their bodies. Still, they were at a stalemate, and Setsuna managed to spot Fumikage and Dark Shadow going on a rampage, so she was going to try and lure the boy over. As the big three rocketed past her, followed closely by the helicopter, Zu was concerned, but not overly worried. They were strong. Their connections made them mighty. Izuku would later admit he was going a bit overboard. He had a lot of anger, how couldn't he, with his background? He strove to ensure it didn't overtake him, make him something he didn't want to be, so he would always try not to hold on to the anger, but to identify its source and either correct it, or use that as motivation. But, occasionally, that anger had a righteous outlet for him to use. And, here he was with a psychotic murderer. One who wanted to kill a 5-year-old kid, a kid who was an orphan thanks to him. One who was trying to abduct his adopted daughter, and would certainly not do so gently and painlessly. One who could take some of the harshest beatings that pro-heroes could offer and still keep standing. So, Izuku truly went plus ultra. He transformed a bit of the smoke around Musculus Goodeye into a reflective surface, creating a flashing effect that blinded him, no matter the fog surrounding him. Laser discs tore through the muscles grown around his body. Black whips snared his arms, legs, and neck, locking Musculus spread eagle in midair. and 𝐒𝐿 went to town on him. 𝐒𝐿's limbs, including 2 additional black whips, were a flurry of blows, hitting muscular across his body. The Vestiges gave him small, non-verbal pointers. His eyes, solar plexus, kidneys, groin, were all hammered away as laser discs pelted muscular like blasts from a shotgun. Finally, 𝐒𝐿 slammed muscular onto the ground and kicked him square in the mouth. His jagged soles hit mandibles with a sickening crack, and muscular went slack. 𝐒𝐿 checked the man, finding that he was still breathing, unconscious, and with both of his arms and legs broken. Breathing heavily, 𝐒𝐿 dropped the dome surrounding him and the smoke dissipated. Eri and Kota were still there. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't let them see the beatdown he was giving muscular, not wanting them to see the violence. As muscular's prone, unmoving form lay on the ground, 𝐒𝐿 smiled at them. Kota was in absolute awe, and Eri looked like she was about to cheer when she saw something behind him and gasped. 𝐒𝐿 turned to see another hulking figure walk out of the forest, laughing and wearing a bird-like mask over a menere of unruly hair. 𝐒𝐿 snarled. "Well, DMN, kid, the new brute said. That guy with the hands talked you up, but I wasn't expecting a brawl like that. That was such a thrill. Now, the rapper's here to face you. You're one of Overhaul's goons," 𝐒𝐿 growled. "Hey, I only followed him so I could one day beat his butt," the rapper said. "I don't give a SHT about that guy's scheme to restore the Yakuza, and I certainly don't care about taking the girl he kept for who knows why. All I care about is fighting and winning through my own strength. No weapons, just man-to-man. If none of you hero students gave me the brawl I wanted, I was going to take on Muscular myself, but here you are. You beat both Overhaul and Muscular." He raised his gauntlet-clad fists. "I want a piece of you now." Sending danger sense outwards, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't detect anything nearby. That didn't mean there wasn't a threat that could evade it, but Nana told him that Okiko and Yui were fighting Toga at the moment, and hopefully there weren't any other blind spots. "Hey, Kota! Get back to camp, now. Run. I'll come back for you," 𝐒𝐿 yelled as he held up his fists in response. The 2 children ran like hell. "Excellent," the rapper said. "Don't worry, kid, I'm not gonna go after them. A real man doesn't act that way." "Great, first we get Akira, now there's a villainous Kiritetsu," Daigoro muttered. With a chair, the rapper hurled himself into the fray, his arms rotating at tremendous speeds to punch in rapid succession. 𝐒𝐿 endured the assault, between his Black Whip armor, throwing up laser discs to block, using Black Whip to intercept, and dodging with the bending Melissa gave him. Still, it was a brutal attack, which eventually stopped, leaving 𝐒𝐿 hurting but still in the fight, at which point, he counterattacked. The rapper only laughed in joy, taking the punches, the kicks, the Black Whips, the discs, the frequent bursts of FA Jin. "Yes. This is perfect. You've got extra fiddly bits, sure, but the strength beneath them is real. This is how it's supposed to be. F that shithead canopy and the spear and shield horseshit. Just 2 men tearing each other apart. Will this guy shut his stupid trap?" The hero student thought in response, scowling. 𝐒𝐿 was trying to take this effort down as soon as humanly possible. He didn't care about fighting for its own sake. He just wanted to make sure the people he cared about weren't going to die. His train of thought got cut off as danger sense warned him of a threat behind him. He had to stop it. Unfortunately, the rapper had just taken a fresh CYCL to his quirk and was raining down hell on 𝐒𝐿. Everything 𝐒𝐿 had was being used to meet his opponent head-on. And then he started to feel dizzy. As his coordination slipped and his senses dulled, 𝐒𝐿 heard the gunshot and felt it impact on his back. At first, he didn't think it was much, but then his laser disc started to fade, and the Black Whips retreated. The rapper's punch sent him sailing. When it did, 2 more masked figures appeared in 𝐒�l's blurred vision. One was taking a swig from a bottle, the other was reloading a revolver. "What the ever-loving hell, you little SS. Our fight was just getting good." The rapper roared furiously. No worryish, everything worked like it was shposh ta," the drunken voice of the masked guy closest to 𝐒� slurred. "The best way to get 𝐂𝐲 in our custody was to distract him, get him disoriented, then hit him with one of our quirk-erasing bullets," the other stated. "F you, Inquisitor. You two shitheads just ruined the best fight I've had in years. I'm going to punch drunk, you but. The rapper swayed as the drunken man walked forward, getting the rapper within range of his quirk. Izuku kept full cowl up, slowly draining from him as the bullet's effects took over his body. Maybe he could have fought back, but Punch Drunk's quirk made him unable to get his balance up to stand from the ground. How was this even possible? He didn't think that bullet pierced his skin. Pinprick, came the voice of Nana, like a cell phone losing its signal. Onika, letting you love you. Idiot, Inquisitor sighed as the rapper swayed and fell over. Still, he had his uses. Now, he looked at Izuku, who could feel the glare underneath the Plague Doctor mask. I wish I could kill you right now, but I suppose you'll have your uses. Shigaraki wants you alive, and I don't doubt that he'll make it painful when we bring you to him. But before I do, tell me, who killed Overhaul? Dunno, Izuku slurred, unable to stop answering, as he heard the Vestiges' voices grow dimmer. Think it washed Tomurasha Shinsei, all for one. He's telling the truth, but he's a child, one who could have been lied to, Inquisitor stated. Still, even if you weren't the one who killed Overhaul, his death is your fault. We'll ensure that you get what you deserve, and if Shigaraki's benefactor is indeed the culprit, well, we can get in close to finish the job. Oi, Nemoto! Punch Drunk slurred once again. Show, all for whatever toll us that Eri wash teach most important target, but that if we got at least one, we'd be cool. And we heard one at no mu got ragdoll through the portal. Show, what if we shay that Eri got away? We F over Kyusheishu and all for none together. Inquisitor let out a cruel laugh. A wonderful idea, Sakaki. Not like Eri was worth anything to us anymore. Gonna kick your ash, the rapper slurred out. Perhaps. As for this one, his quirk will be erased for anywhere from 1 to 12 hours, depending on dosage and metabolism, but we can't be too careful with him. Inquisitor took a step forward, taking out a syringe. Izuku, Yoichi said, before finally, the last of full cowl broke, one for all faded from Izuku's body. For the first time in months, Izuku was alone in his head. Even if he complained about it at times, the absence of the Vestiges and his girlfriends was so much worse than he'd remembered. Thankfully, Inquisitor took a syringe and plunged it into Izuku's arm, and within seconds, even he was absent from his head. Toga squirmed as the increased gravity took hold of her. Help. You mean you want to try and turn me normal? Well, I am normal. This is my normal, how I love, and I'll never stop. I'll never hide anymore. You can't make me. Okiko! Nana called faintly in her head. Izuku's been shot with one of the Shai Hasaikai's bullets. One for all is dash and she was cut off. As that happened, Okiko felt one for all drain from her, the bond fading. She became weaker, she'd felt the increase in her physical prowess for so long that its absence felt so wrong. And the ones she loved were no longer in her head. Yui's face was blank. Okiko knew her expressions from experience, but her face was no longer an open book. No, Yui whispered, forlorn. Of course, without the sharing bond, Toga's increased gravity disappeared, and Toga managed to squirm through her hold, shoving Okiko off her body. She looked like she was going to attack again, when she heard something on her earpiece. Toga let out a delighted squeal. We have Izuku-chan. We can go. It was so nice to meet two of my sister wives. Bye, Okiko-chan. Bye, Yui-chan. Don't worry, I'll take good care of our Izuku-chan, and I'll come back and bring you to us. Toga dove into the underbrush and made her way back to the portal. Okiko and Yui looked at her, then at each other, before racing off to follow her. They might not have been able to hear each other's thoughts, but they knew they shared the same one in that moment. They'll have him over my dead body. All Might took another leap. This was the fastest way for him to get to the training camp. Other nearby heroes were informed and in the process of being dispatched, but things could go wrong in an instant. Every second counted. He was shocked hearing that Izuku was fighting Muscular of all people, shock that grew alongside pride when Nana told him that Izuku won against that villain. He tempered his feelings, knowing everything could go wrong in an instant. And, of course, it did. Yoichi briefly shouted at him that Izuku was under the effects of some drag, before he lost the connection to his predecessors and his students. Filled with determination, All Might pushed himself, straining the embers of One for All, hoping he wouldn't arrive too late. 𝐒𝐲 cursed her decision-making. She'd known that Izuku was fighting muscular, but she thought he could handle it. And, evidently, he could, given that the villain was broken and unconscious. Izuku could always use backup, but the problem was that he wasn't the only one in danger. The largest concentration of students was facing a foe called Siphon, who was draining them of their stamina. Zu and Toru were evacuating their fallen classmates, but those remaining were in great danger, and the woods were being rearranged by some guy called Mimic who was hiding in the ground, so even students trying to flee were getting further lost in the forest. Figuring Izuku could handle himself, 𝐒𝐲 decided to help her less fortunate underclassmen. And once Izumu's distant voice told her that Izuku was hit by a strange bullet, only to fade away as One for All no longer touched her, she knew she made the wrong choice. Still, the rage she felt had its outlet. The villain she intended to face was here. 𝐒𝐲 was flying just outside the range of his vitality-stealing quirk. And so, while it wasn't as swift or as powerful as it was mere minutes ago, 𝐒𝐲 flooded him with wave motion, reveling in his pain. Damn it! Tetsu shouted as he and 𝐒𝐻ERO charged through the underbrush. We have to keep moving. The good news was that Dark Shadow was able to make quick and decisive work of Moonfish when Setsuna led Fumikage over there. The bad news was that Dark Shadow was totally berserk and was ready to attack them immediately afterwards. So, Mina and Setsuna were leading them toward the flames, hoping to weaken Dark Shadow enough that Fumikage could reassert control. Neither 𝐒𝐻ERO or Tetsu could keep up with them. They still followed that trail, knowing there was still going to be some fighting. Guys, a familiar voice cried out, and the two turned to see the towering form of Akira slumped against a tree, a twig sticking out of his missile-shaped pompadour. Fuki bro! 𝐒𝐻ERO cried out, reaching for him. You all right? Tetsu asked. Been better. Some of us managed to get away while this big guy drained our energy. I had Kendo, Tsunotori, Shiozaki, and Hitoshibro with me. I juiced them up with a pep talk and told them to get back to camp and leave me behind while I hid, Akira replied. So manly, 𝐒𝐻ERO nodded. Well, don't expect us to leave you, Tetsu replied. Worst comes to worst, we can hold the line. Sure thing. Akira grinned, beginning to shed tears. You guys are the coolest, the exact types of heroes I've wanted to befriend for ages. As he said this, both 𝐒𝐻ERO and Tetsu were engulfed in red light, which broke and left them powered up, fully energized, and much better off than they were. Did you just heal us? 𝐒𝐻ERO asked. Yup. Never knew it could do that till we got to the camp. Never tried it on someone hurting real bad before, Akira said. Tetsu helped Akira up. All right, let's get to the dash. He was cut off by a thrashing in the undergrowth, which revealed a massive, muscular man in a black mask. Where the F did those cheap-shotting Vestiges go? Don't even try it. 𝐒𝐻ERO yelled. We won't let you hurt any of our friends. What? No. The big man cried out in frustration, then tore off his own mask, his light brown hair obscuring his eyes. Two other guys from the league. They interrupted my fight with 𝐬𝐸. You were fighting Midori bro. Tetsu said, not wanting to let this guy get away with hurting his class representative. Yeah, and it was perfect. A great brawl, man-to-man, the kind of fight I wanted for years, but no one's been able to provide. Getting a brawl like that's the only reason I even agreed to this horseshit. And two of my so-called teammates ruined it by cheap-shotting him, knocking him out, and running the F away with him. The big man said. So, you're trying to stop them from getting away with our buddy? Akira said, confused. Hell yeah. You. Don't interrupt that kind of pure duel. A real man doesn't act that way. He cried out. The three students looked at each other, and 𝐒𝐻ERO said, then I guess we're on the same side for now. We won't interrupt you from beating, but we'll follow and keep everyone else off you. The big man looked at them, then nodded, all right. I'm the rapper. See if you kids can keep up with me. And he charged further along towards the flames. I guess even villains can be manly, Tetsu said. Maybe it's not too late for him, Akira said. Nothing manlier than pulling a villain into heroism. Rikiya Katsukame, aka Siphon, was in a bit of a bind. He'd reduced most of the students to complete exhaustion. A few of those left prioritized evacuation over fighting, getting more of the bodies out of the way, and Mimic and Larceny were helping to lose those FRs in the forest. Unfortunately, he'd reached the limit of Vitality Stealing's effectiveness. Anyone who had any energy left was staying back and pelting him with ranged attacks. Worse was that reinforcements arrived, in the form of a glowbug who was pelting him with energy beams and a goddamn helicopter with a minigun pummeling him with RBB bullets. He could survive the blows, but it ate through the reserves he'd built up. And more reinforcements were tearing through his allies. A buff blonde kid leapt out of the ground stark naked holding Mimic and proceeded to punch the former manager of the Shai Hasaikai into unconsciousness. Another kid grew various animal parts and started to make Larceny's day 1,000 times worse. That was unfair. Larceny had just played chicken with some girl pulling a rocket launcher. Took one of the Nomu to save his bacon there. Course, that led to her teaming up with some kid with a welding quirk to deal with that. Finally, when the assault from the aerial foes paused, Siphon realized there was another option. The gunner on the helicopter was reloading and the girl with the curly beams had to recharge, so Siphon went to the nearest prone student and grabbed him by the neck, intending to use him as a hostage. Unfortunately, Siphon didn't realize that he grabbed Nito Monoma. Once in contact with the villain, Monoma copied his quirk. Monoma couldn't copy the trigger enhancements, but given that Siphon's base quirk required that he touch the target, and Monoma was being held in his grasp, Vitality Stealing was effective. Within seconds, Siphon and his hostage were in an arms race to see who could drain whose stamina the fastest. A race that Siphon lost when the Spiral Girl flew over to him and shot him in the back of the head with a point-blank energy blast. Xiaotou cursed Endeavor, but for a different reason than usual. The man had trained him to use his quirk to attack all sources of opponents, and how to control it so that it wouldn't overpower him. Those techniques were, admittedly, much more useful now that Xiaotou was using the aspects of his quirk that naturally compensated for each other. However, Endeavor never taught him how to combat a fire. That seemed like a massive oversight. Xiaotou was doing his best, though, using his ice to break the flames alongside his classmates. Kamakiri slashed through trees to prevent the flames from spreading. Rin sent his scales to chop down more trees in the opposite direction. Tsuburaba sent up walls of air to keep the flames from spreading. Fukidashi used his onomatopoeia to summon the plap-plap-plap of downpour rain to attempt to smother the fire. Noble attempts that were minimized when the arsonist showed up. The stitched-together man who introduced himself as Darby showed up, looking incredibly smug as he casually threw flames at the students. Attempts to attack Darby were thwarted by his companion, Canopy, a calmly exasperated man in a bird-like mask who threw up a translucent yellow dome to stop their attacks. Kamakiri hissed, moving back as his attempt to slash through the force fields cracked his blades, which he dropped off of his arms. These shitheads are just toying with us. We can't hit them and they just keep on coming. These flames are too hot. Tsuburaba cried out. They're disrupting my air walls. Todoroki, how are your attempts to stop the flames with your ice? Fukudashi's speech bubble head turned to face him. Bad, Xiaotou said plainly. They're too hot, melts the ice instantly and boils the water formed. Too bad we can't fight fire with fire, Rin grumbled. Xiaotou blinked. Wait, that might actually work. He swayed to his left side, belching out flames as he kept a stream of ice running to cool himself down. The F are you doing? Kamakiri asked. Are you nuts? His flames are too hot for my ice, but even fire users have limits to their heat resistance, Xiaotou replied. And that barrier guy may be keeping the flames out, but the temperature's still rising. Rin finished the thought, pumping his fist in anticipation. It seemed to be working. The stapled man was losing his composure, yelling something at Canopy, who seemed apologetic, and the two of them made to retreat. And then, somehow, despite all hell having broken loose before, it managed to break loose a second time. The first was when Setsuna, pieces of her at least, flew over, followed swiftly by Mina. And nipping at their heels was an enormous and powerful dark shadow, who recoiled from the bright flames enough for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 to assert control over his quirk, slumping to the ground. Then came a wave of 𝐿𝐵 that managed to evade capture, along with 3 of the villains, 2 men in masks and 1 schoolgirl in an odd scarf with fangs on it. Followed by several of the students and 𝐻𝐸s, charging forwards. With 𝐷𝐵 focused on retreat, 𝐿𝐵 poured everything into his ice, nearly draining him as the resulting glacier manifested, clearing a path for him and his allies to follow the villains. At one point he heard a loud voice cry out, "You run pretty fast for a drunkard," followed by a crash. A hero had been launched by the rapper like a javelin, smacking 2 masked villains to the ground, along with the target they'd been carrying, the unconscious form of 𝐒𝐿𝐵. The one with longer hair appeared to have been knocked out, at which point the big guy ran up and started wailing on the cloaked guy. "𝐒𝐿𝐵!" 𝐿𝐵 cried out. 𝐷𝐵 did a double take at that before grabbing 𝐒𝐿𝐵 by the shirt collar and dragging him over. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, enraged, removed her gravity and launched herself over to smack the man, only to smack headfirst into one of Canopy's barriers. 𝐷𝐵 once again gave a smug grin and said, "Well, isn't that tragic, 𝐿𝐵 Todoroki," before disappearing in the black mist, which disappeared along with the barrier. As the portal closed, 𝐭𝐴𝐵 slumped to her knees and howled in grief. As if to add insult to injury, All Might landed in the clearing exactly 8 seconds after the portal closed. "This 𝐒𝐵𝐾𝐝," Hitoshi grumbled in the hospital waiting room. "Understatement," Tetsu said. Everyone agreed. 5 of the villains got away: Himiko Toga, 𝐷𝐵, Canopy, Chronostasis, and Gluttony, along with 2 of the 7 nomas. Muscular, Moonfish, Siphon, Larceny, Zirconium, Mimic, Inquisitor, Punch Drunk, and the rapper were all taken into custody. The rapper complied with the arrest, and the testimony of some of the students meant that there was a chance for leniency in sentencing. They were talking about rehabilitation as a possibility. Hell, Maruko came out to serve as a character witness for the guy for some reason, which was shocking. Still, that was a cold comfort given that Ragdoll, a pro-heroine, was abducted along with Izuku. Setsuna scowled. "The press is raking us over the coals for this. And they're not even consistent, they're going after you for failing to protect us, and then in the next paragraph they're calling us out for excessive force like these D-heads weren't trying to murder us. So this is why Aizawa-sensei calls them vultures," Mina scowled. "And they're going on about how all of us were injured when most of us only had minor wear and tear. And even those of us who got fed up mostly had to deal with exhaustion thanks to that big effort." Kamakiri said. Awase grunted. He tagged Kaibara, Shoda, Shishida, Kuroiro, Shoji, Honinuki, Ojiro, and Bondo from our class. Monoma, too, but then he pulled that hostage move and Monoma took back what he lost. "What about 1A? Tetsu frowned. Kuda, Komori, Jiro, and Kaminari. No one else had anything nearly as bad. Kiribro got tossed around, but he went through worse in training. Tokoyami was wiped, but that was mostly his own quirk. And Uraraka, well, she had some cuts and BLD loss, but nothing that even required an overnight stay. The mention of Uraraka lowered the mood again. Recovering 𝐿𝐵 was terrible. She and Kota had made it out of the woods unharmed, after Izuku took down Muscular for them. Finding out that her beloved papa, her savior, was taken from her by the men who hurt her in the past, she was beyond tears. She was just broken. Kota, too, was hurt by that, clinging to his aunts and uncle in shock. None of Izuku's paramours were well. In addition to losing their boyfriend, their bonds weren't working. Yui took it the worst, crying silently as she could no longer express herself easily. Zu, as opposed to her normal calm and collected demeanor, broke down as well, letting out rib-biting sobs now that her new family members weren't there in her head. Nejaya jabbered apologies to everyone. The normally bombastic Toru became withdrawn. Melissa paced back and forth, calling people and speaking in very fast and clipped English. Mai and Momo were making plans for some sort of contraption. It wasn't entirely clear what, and if their plans would actually help or merely distracted them from the situation. 𝐿𝐵, however. 𝐿𝐵 was seething. She didn't explode, like the epic poem of profanity she'd unleashed upon Bakugo. No, she was silent, but intense. Her stare was intense. Only All Might came close to her determined face, and even the #1 hero fell short. When 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya came into the hospital, weeping, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 embraced her lovingly and said, "We're going to get him back." It was said with such finality that they almost felt sorry for the League of Villains. Almost. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, then screwed shut in pain. His head felt like it had been split open. "Everyone, what's happening?" Izuku asked in his head. There was no response. He tried to call on One for All. Nothing. He remembered that bullet and the consequences. It must have injected some of that anti-quirk drag that Overhaul made from Ares BLD. He started to panic, and he shot awake. Of course, he realized that he was strapped to a chair, bound completely, even his neck forced into position. He opened his eyes once more. He was staring right into the amber eyes of Himiko Toga, looking at him like a hungry dog might look at a pork chop. "He's awake." Toga cried out. "Good morning, darling." After feeling the love of his girlfriends, Toga's declaration just felt wrong. "Ah, so our guest has graced us with his presence," came the calm voice of a younger man behind Toga, the only other person in the room. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐺, formerly of the Shy Hasaikai, now of the League of Villains. You may refer to me as Canopy." "So you're one of the people who tortured Eri?" Izuku growled. "Him tortured?" Canopy tilted his head. "All I know is that Overhaul took me in when my life had been upended and I had nowhere else to go. Gave me a purpose. And now, he is dead and his dream is in shambles because of you." He was taking Eri apart and stitching her back together with his quirk, Izuku snarled. Canopy looked unfazed by that, "If you say so. Pain, however, is but a transient concept in life. But it's a fun one." Toga said. "Canopy, now that he's awake, I'm gonna drink from him." Canopy put a hand on her shoulder. "You will not. We were under XPLCT orders not to touch him until given permission." "Ah, just a quick little sip." Toga pouted. "He's so delicious, and I didn't get enough BLD from my sister wives." "Oh, Izuku-chan, I met two of our girlfriends. Okako-chan and Yui-chan. They're so cute. I love them already." Izuku's glare to her turned murderous. Canopy sighed. "Come now, Toga. We need to inform Shigaraki of this turn of events. Darn, I guess I'll have to ask Tomura-kun to let me play later. Bye for now, Izuku-chan." Toga waved cutesily as she skipped away, Canopy on her heels. Once alone, Izuku tried to figure out his situation. The restraints were strong, and could easily suppress quirks. Unfortunately, even if they weren't, Izuku currently lacked his quirk. This sent Izuku into an anxiety spiral. That must have been the quirk-destroying drag that Overhaul was making from Ares BLD. The police report said they were temporary, but was that true? Could they have made a permanent version? And even if it was temporary, wasn't it possible for the quirk to be reset upon its return? One for All could easily revert to its original form, just the base quirk without the 2 centuries of build-up that let its wielder be so mighty. The Vestiges, his extended family, could be erased, and their quirks along with them. And the bonds? Would there still be bonds? Would they be erased? Would he start from a blank slate there, too? Would the Vestiges be gone, leaving them severed forever? Would they just not work? And, after this whole debacle, who was to say that they would stay with him? Toga already encountered Okako and Yui. Would they stay away for their own safety? Could he risk their safety by remaining bound to them? As the anxiety hit him, he began to breathe heavily, his heart pounding in his throat. He was drowning in his own thoughts. Izuku! Izuku! Yuichi's voice snapped him out of it. "Yuichiji-san." Izuku grabbed onto the voice like a lifeline. "We're here for you, Izuku." Nana said. "Come on, kid, we wouldn't go down that easily." Ryuji said. "What kind of chumps do you take us for?" Izuku sighed in relief, collapsing into the chair he was restrained in, before he thought, "Wait, what about the others? Are the bonds still there?" "Hold on, kid, it's like the power just came on after a blackout and everything has to boot up in response," Daigoro said. Izuku waited for agonizing seconds before suddenly, a flood of information came in, his mental state free from the walls he set up. allowing every one of his girlfriend's thoughts pour into him, until they realized what was happening. Aizuku-in. Okiko cried out happily, followed by everyone else. Yes, Okin, I'm here, Izuku said, relieved beyond words. Of course, the danger hadn't passed. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is. We're gonna get you out of there. Zu said. No. I don't want you getting hurt trying to get me out. Izuku said. Before they could protest, a voice came in, deep and concerned. My boy, my brave, wonderful boy. Hang on tight. Nezu's making plans. The heroes are coming for you. Stay strong, Izuku. Soon enough, I'll be there, All Might reassured him. Hello there, player 2, Tomura said, walking into the room, devoid of the severed hands that had covered him before, but carrying a large sack. Tenkoku-in, Izuku said, worried. Nana manifested right then, wishing she could touch the boy, to talk to him, to maybe knock some sense into him. You know what? You get a pass. You gave me a real gift, Kyuseishu, and for that, you can call me by my old name, Tomura said, almost cheerful. He then thought for a second, though, that does remind me. You're a chatty one. And I'm gonna need you quiet for this. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a ball GG. Holding it carefully with only 4 fingers, he secured it around the younger boy's mouth, tightening it a bit much, enough to cause pain, but not much damage. Now then, here's why I want to thank you. He took a seat in a chair opposite to Izuku. Now, if you just told me I used to be quirkless and that sensei was tricking me, who knows? I might have done what you wanted. Maybe not right then, but I may have decided to SWCH roots after that. But you reminded me of my old name, my old life. He smiled. Sensei told me about One for All. About how quirks leave behind a piece of themselves. I hope he's right. I hope that Fingsao Nana is able to hear me right now. Izuku's eyes widened. Nana gasped, and tears began to form in her eyes, causing angry tears to form in Izuku's own. See, I totally forgot everything that had happened before I ended up on the streets. But once you gave me my old name, once I calmed down, it all came rushing back. See, my old man. He was a real piece of work. Had a temper on him, and it didn't take much to let it out. And the thing that brought it all out, at the hardest difficulty. Heroes. Say anything about heroes, let alone anything positive, and he'd turn into a berserker. All I remember about him is being afraid of him. Worried he'd hurt me or someone else. I can clearly remember the last time. I was talking with Hanane-san and heroes came up, so she showed me a secret in Dad's den. A picture of our grandmother, a pro hero. I was so happy. I was a stupid kid who thought heroes were good, so I was proud that we had one in our family. He was derisive as he said that, then he became utterly cold. Of course, the old man found out about it. And when he did, Hannah blamed me for it. She was happy to make sure I caught the beating she earned. Mom and her parents didn't look too happy about it, but they didn't stop him either. They knew where their bread was buttered. I remembered one thing he said with perfect clarity, just before he dumped me out in the backyard for the night without supper. He said, heroes are people who hurt their own families, only to help complete strangers. Nana had broken down crying at that, and Izuku had joined her. The GG was keeping the sobs in, but the tears were flowing like rivers. Tomura leaned back, and, as if the irony of that wasn't enough, when decay first activated, his first action was to try and kill me. I was crying and puking because I was so scared that my quirk had hurt people I loved, and he tried to bash my head in with a weed clipper. So I killed him first. It was him or me. His bitter frown then turned into a grotesque smile. Honestly, that was the best thing that could have happened to me. If I didn't have a quirk. He might have thrown me out on the street anyway, and that's the best case scenario. More likely I'd still be under his goddamn thumb, a useless little wretch who couldn't speak out for fear of getting beaten. I have the internet. I've learned how much it is to be quirkless. But Sensei gave me the chance to avenge myself on that piece of SHT. Tomura got up, and you know, that got me thinking. You said that Nana trained All Might. So my old man was left behind, and All Might got his mom instead. And when I was on the street after losing my home, no one would help me. Everyone expected a hero to do the job for them. All those NPCs were happy and content to do nothing because All Might's there with a big dopey smile telling them that they can just do whatever they want because he's there to save them. Izuku wanted to argue that, but an image flashed in his head of Bakugo being drowned by the sludge villain, of the entire crowd and several pro heroes just standing around doing nothing because they were waiting for someone with a better quirk, specifically waiting for All Might to rush in and save the day. All Might, who, unbeknownst to them, could hardly stand at the time. Who then scolded him for acting when no one else would, because they didn't realize that if he hadn't run in there, All Might not have gone past his own limits to save the day. Was Tomura right about that at least? Was All Might making people too complacent? That's what made me realize what my goal is, player 2. To wreck this world that loves heroes so much to the point that they'll abandon children over it. To get my full revenge, not just the first taste that Sensei gave me all those years ago. Tomura then picked up the sack he'd brought in. He dumped the contents onto the floor, revealing the severed hands that had covered him at the USJ. These are my family's hands. Sensei recovered them from the wreckage of my old house, preserved them for me. Back when I first came here, I was a mess. The only thing that kept me calm was to have my family's hands embracing me, but now, I remember what they did to me. Hana, he picked up the smallest set of hands and disintegrated them. Mother, he did the same to another set. My grandparents, more hands disintegrated. And, finally, that bastard I once called father. The last hand, the hand that had adorned his face, crumbled into dust. So thank you, player 2. Thanks to you, I managed to get rid of what was holding me back, Tomura said as he dropped the dust unceremoniously on the floor. There was silence, save for Izuku's muffled sobs, and the wails of Nana that only he could hear. After a few minutes, it seemed Tomura had enough, and removed the GG from Izuku's face. Izuku didn't trust his voice at first, but finally worked up the nerve to choke out, "So, I know what All for One wants. But what do you want with me? I had wanted to kill you, but honestly, now I owe you," Tomura said with a sadistic grin. "So instead, here's what I'm gonna do. After we're done torturing you until you give up your OP quirk or weaken to the point Sensei can steal it, we'll cut off your arms and legs and mangle your vocal cords. Then, once we cauterize your wounds, Sensei will give you a copy of Super Regeneration. He likes to have extras of that quirk, it's great for Nomus. He's got a few more quirks that might help you survive your new life, because we're gonna give you to Toga once we're through with you. You'll be her combination BLD bank and body pillow. You'll have the tools so you won't die from her ministrations, so don't worry, player 2. You're going to be loved, for a long, long time." After Tomura left, there was a brief time where he was left alone. All for One's apprentice had dropped several bombshells and everyone in his mental network was forced to pick up the pieces. It was almost overwhelming. And that feeling was soon broken when he was given a new guard, the horrifically burnt Darby. Darby seemed distracted, and was muttering like Izuku was. Desperate for something to take his mind off of the everything. Izuku listened to the extra crispy villain's words. "Can't fing believe it. Planning this for years. Years. And he just up and says it. Says it like it's nothing. And there's idiots praising him for it, like telling the truth for once in his goddamn life makes up for every single shitty thing he did. Fing but," Darby swore, then finally realized he had an audience. "The F are you staring at?" "The only other thing in the room." Izuku asked. Darby let out a humorless laugh. "All right, Chuche. Guess I forgot you're not just a piece of furniture. So, Shouto Todoroki called you his Nissen, here." "Only after I convinced him to stop calling me dad," Izuku said. Darby spat. "A comedian, are you?" "I'm dead serious," Izuku said. "He told me he was shopping for a new dad and when I told him how I met my stepdad, he said I met the same criteria for him." "So I guess he's the comedian," Darby scoffed. Izuku shrugged. "Maybe. Shouto-kuen's got the ultimate poker face. I can't tell if he's serious or just messing with me. Especially in this case, given that Endeavor's a flaming pile of medical waste and he'd definitely be happy not seeing him ever again." Darby just stared at him. What, did Endeavor not give him something on his list for Christmas or something? Izuku stared at him, nonplussed. Well, there was the torturous training, the fact that he never had anything resembling a childhood, he was isolated from his siblings, and essentially turned into a living weapon. Not to mention that Endeavor drove his eldest brother to suicide and forced his mother into a mental breakdown that led Endeavor to throw her in a mental hospital. Darby had the look of someone who was not hearing what he expected, and was thus cutting the new information to fit the preconceived boxes he'd so lovingly prepared, like it was anything that bad. It could have been so much worse. And that gold-digging beach could have done so much worse than a loony bin. Izuku was about to question Darby, but Izumu seemed to place his hand over his mouth. Don't interrupt him. You may anger him. Darby scowled, realizing once again he had an audience, and just turned off to the side, watching Izuku and silently fuming, taking out a cigarette and lighting it with his own fire. Izuku called out, "All Might." "Yes, young Izuku." All Might responded, his own depression at the fate of Nana's family evaporating at his son's concern. "Did something happen with Endeavor?" Izuku asked. Nezu concluded his investigation. Between him, myself, and Sir Night-Eye, we were able to convince Enji to reveal his sordid past. He has released his wife from her hospital, promised to remove himself from his family, take care of them financially, and continue hero work for as long as the commission will allow, All Might said. "That's wow," Izuku said. "He apparently was given advice on how to handle the situation by speaking to your biological father," All Might said. Izuku blinked. "Wait, what?" "It turns out that Enji Todoroki and Hisoshi Midoriya are third cousins," All Might said. "I thought I was done with shocking revelations today, guess I have room for more," Izuku said, shocked. Then he realized, wait, if we're distant cousins, oh, this means there's no chance that Shoto-kun will stop calling me Izuku. "A heavy burden to bear," All Might said, grabbing onto that little bit of levity that he could. "Why are you asking?" This villain named Darby was complaining about Endeavor. "I think Endeavor revealing everything ruined some of his plans. He sounds like he has a personal vendetta against the man," Izuku said. "Wait, is this the villain that burned the forest?" All Might asked. "Yeah. Why?" Izuku said. "All for One was beaten into a bloody pulp of ruined organs and an entirely shattered skull, so we thought he was dead. He survived. Tenko Shimura was presumed to be one of the piles of BLD and dust in the wreckage of the Shimura household. He survived," All Might began. "Endeavor's eldest son, Tuya Todoroki, was caught in a conflagration that burned down a mountainside. The temperature of the flames was more than enough to cook human flesh, and young Tuya had poor resistance to heat. The only piece of him that was found was a melted white piece of his jawbone. By all accounts, there's no way that he could have survived," Izuku almost gulped, "but here we have a horribly burnt man, using extremely hot fire, whose entire face looks like it was patched together by an amateur, who hates Endeavor, and seems to have specific knowledge of the man's family life. We're 3 for 3, All Might concluded. You're all confined to the campus until our operation is complete," Eraserhead stated to the assembled students who attended the training camp. "Your families have been informed, and are on their way," Vlad King added. "The last thing we would want to do is separate you at this time." "Why are you keeping us here?" Kaibara asked. "That feels like you think we're criminals." "We have a few reasons, the primary one being that we want to protect you in case the League of Villains tries something else," Vlad King began. "Didn't most of them get arrested?" Soto asked. "Not the teleporter or the guy with the hands," Setsuna countered. "And they're the front runners of the whole thing. The other reason is to ensure that none of you decide to go herring off and attempt to rescue Midoriya on your own," Eraserhead continued. "I know a significant number of you wish to help save him. Unfortunately, we cannot allow that to happen. You'd be placing Midoriya and yourselves in jeopardy if you do so. All of you performed admirably during the attack, but that was a failure on our part to prevent it from occurring." "You can't be serious," a hero said. "We were so close to saving Mido bro. How can I look him in the eye if I don't do everything I can to save him?" "You did do everything you could to save him," Eraserhead said. "What if your interference led to Midoriya being injured or dying? Would that be satisfying to you? How about the inverse? How do you think Midoriya would feel if you ended up dying attempting to save him?" A hero froze in response. Mina hugged him, followed by Setsuna and Tetsu. I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm saying this because, at the moment, you lack the training necessary to perform a task of this magnitude. Every single one of you is heroic, but none of you are professional heroes. Allowing you to participate without your licenses would be illegal, irresponsible, and downright foolish, Eraserhead stated. Okiko clenched her fists as she stared at Eraserhead. Please listen to him, Okan, everyone, Izuku said to his girlfriends. I trust them, and I don't want you getting hurt in the process. Tears streamed down Okiko's eyes, but she averted her gaze. Aizawa-sensei? Momo asked. While we may be unable to participate in your operations directly, is it possible to do so indirectly? Aizawa's rather creepy smile emerged, asked the rat. Indeed, Momo stated, determined. Ribbit, how are you doing, Aizu-chan? Zu asked once again, from their gathered place in the support lab. Honestly, I endured worse in middle school, Izuku said. Given that it's middle school, that's not necessarily comforting, Toru said, hoping to lighten the mood. They will likely ramp it up so that they can enact their plan, Momo said, frowning as she recalled what Izuku was facing. I'm going to send them into space, Okiko growled. Shigaraki and Toga first. They both burned their last bridges with this. For Tomura, sure. Toga seemed upset when she was told about it, though, Izuku said. Wait, really? Toru asked. Well, her objection centered solely around the idea that I couldn't give hugs without arms, Izuku admitted. So the psychopath has some good judgment, it seems, you said. Who knew? Nejaya burst into the room. All right, so far we have All Might, Ryukyu, Night Eye, Fat Gum, Gang Orca, Tiger, Best Jeanist, Karma Woods, Mount Lady, Edgeshot, and Endeavor confirmed for the raid. Mai looked up from her work. So does that mean the big three will be in on the rescue? No. Nejaya said. Despairingly. It's terrible. They said the mission's too dangerous for provisional license holders. I can't go and fly Aizu-kun out of there. Nejaya-chan senpai, this is all for one they are facing. All Might came out of his battle with the guy missing most of his torso. You don't want to be anywhere near him. Izuku said. Which means we don't want you anywhere near him either. Okiko countered. That was interrupted by Melissa coming in through another door, looking frustrated, so there's a sprinkle of good news atop a pile of bad. Kathy literally dropped what she was doing and tried to get her squad to fly her out here, but Pterodactyl and the Zoa Creeper began attacking Manhattan and both of them are infrared-level threats, so she got called in. And Dad can't get anything from I-Island over here in a timely fashion. And the good news, Ribbit? Zu asked hopefully. Melissa gave a faint smile. Dad was able to give me remote access to I-Island servers with the same clearance I had back home. Woohoo! Mai cried out, I'll be tearing through those blueprints like a dingo in a maternity ward. And with any luck, they'll tear through the villains with the same ferocity, Melissa said. Any further conversation was interrupted by a knock at one of the doors. Nejaya was closest, so she opened it. In full costume was Mount Lady. It was interesting that the heroine who grew to the size of a building was currently only taller than about half of the students present. Nezu sent me down here, said you had something for me. Hey, Takeyama-senpai, you bowed. Kodai-chan. Mount Lady exclaimed, not expecting to see her first intern when she arrived. What's going on? And you're not texting. Been improving, you said. Good to hear. Sorry about your crush getting kidnapped, Mount Lady said. Boyfriend now, you said. Wait, really? Mount Lady said. Congrats. And that means I win the pot. She looked thrilled, until she remembered, wait, Gang Orca showed a picture of him with the frog girl at his aquarium to stake his claim. Kodai-chan, is he two-timing you? Ribbit, we're polyamorous, Zu interjected, her tone sad. Oh, good, that's fine then, Mount Lady said. Wait, that means Shishido wins the pot. DMN it. So that's why Gang Orca was angry about Shishido that one time, Zu said, putting a finger to her cheek. There's a betting pool on our relationships. Momo asked, a little horrified. Hey, The media and fan forums don't have a monopoly on shipping people, 𝐼𝐺 said. Less talky, more babies. My interrupted, taking 2 calf-high platform boots and placing them on the table. They were the same purple color as 𝐼𝐺's costume. Not that I don't appreciate it, but I haven't been able to find boots that can transform alongside me, 𝐼𝐺 said. At least, none that won't bankrupt me. And I think crafting a DNA-infused garment takes longer than we have. Oh, these aren't that high-tech, 𝐼 said. Just your standard steel toes and orthotic soles. You is the real MVP for these. Quirk evolved, 𝐻𝐸 stated, grabbing the boots. Pardon me, she apologized as she grabbed 𝐼𝐺's wrist, her fingers glowing. She then touched each boot with all 5 fingers, then pressed her fingers together, causing the boots to glow with her signature lavender light. Nothing appeared to happen. 𝐭𝐸𝐚, what did you just do? 𝐼𝐺 asked. Shouldn't they grow or shrink? They should now be key to your size and grow alongside you, Momo said. Wait, you can do that. 𝐼𝐺 said, feeling like she just found the cure to 1,000 of her headaches. Told you, Quirk evolved, 𝐻𝐸 shrugged. We have to test it. 𝐼𝐺 said. Outside. Melissa said. It didn't take long for the heroine and the students to make it outside, where 𝐼𝐺 put on the shoes which fit perfectly, oddly enough, and grew to her giant form. As promised, the boots grew alongside her. Laughing with happiness, she shrunk back down, and embraced 𝐸𝐸 in a big hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she babbled. This will make hero work so much easier for me. If you want a work-study position, my door's open. Same if you need experience as a sidekick. You nodded. Let's start by focusing on the mission, Okako said. Oh, absolutely. 𝐼𝐺 said, your boyfriend is as good as saved. Mai got a manic glint in her eyes. Well, since that was proven to work, I have a few other babies that you could possibly try. 𝐼𝐺 began to sweat. Should I be worried about that? If Aizukuan's life weren't on the line, I'd tell you to run, 𝐸𝐸 said. Now. Endure it. 𝐼𝐺 sighed, not like I can usually afford good support gear. All for One was practically giddy. Search was settling in nicely within his hoard of quirks. Removing it from the girl was child's play. Few quirks could resist his will for even a brief moment. Speaking of which, the 9th holder was being held. No food thus far, just enough water that he wouldn't die of dehydration but not enough to truly slake his thirst. And bloodletting sessions courtesy of Himiko Toga. Just enough to help weaken his will. And so, he decided he'd start prodding for weaknesses. The heroes were no doubt on their way, but All for One could take them, evade them if need be. And if All Might came, oh, that would be a wonderful rematch. Still, that was something to look forward to, he had business to take care of. So, he had Kurogiri teleport the 9th to his chambers. Once he did, he activated one of his favorite quirks, Imposing Theme, a quirk that caused everyone in the area to subconsciously fear him, as though there was a terrifying orchestral tone announcing his presence. It was subtle, but it was a wonderful quirk to make his presence that much more effective. Dr. Garaki was visible on screen, ready and eager to start the next phase of the process, whether that was physical torture or modifying the boy for his new purpose. He was so proud of Tomura for that idea. This was why he kept minions occasionally. He needed some new perspectives to stay fresh after a century. With a swirl of black fog, Kurogiri stepped into his MSDR's chambers, carrying the child still bound to his chair. Search scanned his physical form, revealing the pain from being restrained in the chair for hours, the aches from his capture, the hunger and thirst, combined with the fatigue from BLD loss. The boy was beginning to weaken. It would probably take more pushing, but All for One knew that now was the perfect time to plant the seeds in his hostage. The 9th holder blinked, adjusting to the lighting of the chamber, noticing the imposing figure of All for One, seated among his medical equipment like a king on his throne, clad in a suit and black, imposing helmet. And the boy looked at him flatly. What? Wasn't he scared? No, the boy was shaking with nerves, but he was expecting this. All Might must have coached him well. So, little 9th. I suppose you already know who I am. I do. Hello, Mugen Shigaraki, the 9th holder said. I'd Bo, But that's a little difficult right now. All for One was so thrown off that imposing theme cut off abruptly, like a record needle scratching. How do you know that name? All for One asked, his tone a touch of anger overwhelmed by genuine confusion. Most people didn't know that name. Garaki didn't know that name. Family secret, passed down from Yoichiji-san, the ninth holder stated. For a second, All for One wondered, how the hell did Yoichi have a kid? He'd spent decades meticulously pruning the branches of his family tree to ensure only he remained. Was he able to do it in secret? Was he a sperm donor? Even if that made sense, and it wouldn't, Yoichi was less a man with health problems than a collection of health problems walking around like a man. That wouldn't explain the familial connection. The only non-online friends Yoichi ever had were those two pests who freed him. Oh, that made more sense. So, you can communicate with the vestiges of your predecessors, then, boy. His tone was derisive. Not all of them, the ninth said. Shizuku Kendai and Hitoshi Marabashi didn't make it in the transfer. There was an awkward silence, before the ninth clarified, power stockpile and bonding. Oh, those two, All for One said dismissively. Power stockpile kept trying to latch onto All for One. No real surprise it took that quirk instead. Had to go through my collection with a fine-toothed comb to ensure it didn't lift anything else. Didn't really need the soulmate quirk, but I'm always loath to part with any jewel in my collection, no matter how cheap or tarnished. The boy glared, but was silent. You know, child, young Tomura has his little vendetta against you. But it doesn't have to be this way. If you give me One for All, I can spare you the torment that he wishes. I'm even willing to propose a trade. Since One for All is now an amalgamation of 9 quirks, I'd be happy to offer you any 9 you may wish. I have the means to copy quirks, so any quirk you wish, I can provide. Plenty of them have no use for me at the moment, as I am now. The ninth looked confused, squinting in the poor lighting. Wait, you're still injured. Didn't you steal Overhaul from Chisaki? All for One scoffed. So, apparently All Might learned from Shimura's folly and chose an apprentice with a brain. Overhaul came with complications. In your hands, though, it could be a formidable weapon. I have plenty of others I can give you as well. Paralyzing glare. Lightning breath. Why, if given the time to make a replica, I could even give you search. Emerald eyes widened. Ragdoll, Miss Shiotako's quirk has been of great interest to me for a while. One of the many things I love about this society. Your pro-heroes are like a buffet. It's quite a wonderful quirk. Yours, if you want it, All for One offered. The boy scowled, but didn't respond. You know, I don't have to be nice about it. Young Tomura said we would amputate your limbs after taking One for All, but it doesn't have to be in that order. We can make this very slow, very torturous. You can spare yourself that. And I know you can hear me, my wayward little brother. You and your little followers. You know what I'm capable of doing. You can prevent it. If you fight, you'll be prolonging the pain. Just give in and accept it when it comes, and the boy will be spared, All for One stated. The boy still said nothing. All for One decided to probe his connection to his brother's quirk, hoping to speak to his old nemesis directly. Luckily, his helmet concealed his expressions, hiding his flabbergasted shock. Because he couldn't access One for All. What the ever-loving hell? Trying to compose himself, All for One said, Dr. Garaki, show our guest that we're not bluffing. Right away, my lord. Garaki stated. The boy blinked in confusion, looked at the screen next to All for One, and blurted out, Dr. Tsubasa. The rotund, bespectacled man stopped in his tracks, looking at the ninth. Oh, that's an identity I've not used in years. Ah, you must have been one of my patients. Garaki giggled as he looked more closely at the boy. Right, I remember you now. Quirkless. The last one I've seen in a while. Too enamored of the enemy to seriously consider for recruitment, but had minimal possible use as a template to experiment with combined quirks. Shame I didn't have anything useful prepared before I had to abandon that identity. The ninth holder growled out, Your grandson, Tsubasa. What happened to him? Garaki paused. Him, which set of grandchildren was it? Going from that age group. Ah, right, the winged boy. Used him for a Nomyu. One of the ones we sent with Tomura-kun to the USJ. The ninth looked shocked, tears rolling down his eyes. All for one grinned. There was a vulnerability. He rose from his throne and approached the boy. "Oh, I remember young 𝐿𝐭𝐴 telling me that you fought the winged one. What a lovely reunion of childhood friends. I believe they had some of them locked in custody, but some were killed in the fray. Tell me, did you kill your old friend?" The ninth shook his head, tears still flowing, a choked sob in his throat. All for one's grin widened. The boy's will was weakened. And he needed to see what his defenses were. Like, even if he couldn't steal one for all just yet, he would test the waters. He'd done this before, with no repercussions. He placed his gnarled, misshapen stump on the ninth holder's head, the holes on his palm touching the boy's forehead, crimson and black lightning sparking as he attempted to take back his property. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 frowned while drinking his 12th consecutive cup of tea. Few of the people who knew him well would stay near him if they knew that. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 knew he was flying too close to the sun, but desperate times require desperate measures. And these times were desperate. Villains had invaded his sanctuary a second time, threatened his pupils and absconded with Midoriya. Midoriya, All Might's successor and stepson. 𝐿𝐴𝐽's personal student, protégé, and beloved pet. He knew not to refer to Midoriya as such outside of the confines of his own head. Humans would be so touchy about that. But what better term to use for an individual of another species that one trained and cared for personally? Humans, the good ones at least, treated their pets like a combination of children and siblings. Would anyone look at Koji Kuda's love for his rabbit as anything other than wholesome? And yet, if 𝐿𝐴𝐽 were to claim such affection for Midoriya, that would be inappropriate or crossing a boundary or questioning the unwritten rules of interspecies interaction that human society obeys in order to properly function. Oh, he was rambling internally. 12th cup of tea. It came with the territory. Not to mention that he couldn't show too much displeasure right now. However angry he was at this situation, this was another one of his students. One who was, in his own way, as much a victim of 𝐿𝐴𝐽's newfound nemesis as Midoriya was. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 rode in Eraserhead scarf, flanked by Vlad King and Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐴 as they entered the room holding Yuga Aomar and his parents. The boy looked concerned, while his mother and father had expressions of outrage tempered with fear. "Thank you for waiting," 𝐿𝐴𝐽 said cheerily, popping out of the scarf with an expression of cheer. "I hope you found your accommodations welcoming." The elder Aomar man said, "We are diplomats. You cannot hold us like this, nor prevent our dear Yuga from leaving campus." "Are contraria?" 𝐿𝐴𝐽 stated. Firstly, diplomatic immunity applies to law enforcement, not to school policies. Were Yuga to leave, it would still result in him losing his enrollment in UA's hero course. Secondly, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs contacted the French government, and we received a temporary waiver of your diplomatic immunity in regards to this case. Both parents flinched. Yuga merely stated, "Monsieur 𝐿𝐴𝐽, I will do what you ask if it will help rescue Monsieur Midoriya. I was unable to aid my classmates, stuck in remedial lessons as I was. I felt relief and shame in equal measure at that fact. I will do what you ask." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gave no indication that the statement was a lie, so 𝐿𝐴𝐽 gave a sad smile. "I appreciate your candor, 𝐒𝐴𝐽-kun. Now, on to the issue. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 personally inspected your support belt prior to the camp. Immediately upon returning here, he did so again. He found that the belt, while outwardly identical, lacked a smudge marking on its internal components that 𝐿𝐴𝐽 accidentally made during the inspection. Furthermore, it contained a very sophisticated GPS transmitter." Yuga looked utterly shocked and devastated. His parents, however, had excellent poker faces. "The belt's creator sent us a new one the day before the summer camp, claiming the previous model had a manufacturing defect," his mother said. "We replaced it while Yuga was bathing." 𝐒𝐭𝐴 gave no indicator of a lie, but the statement was vague enough to count as a lie of omission, so 𝐿𝐴𝐽 continued, "And who is this creator?" Bespoke support items such as this typically identify all of those who had a hand in making it for liability reasons. Searching the companies listed for this item turned out to be like chasing a ghost. Several support companies were named, but none of them listed any individuals who could be responsible. "I do not know the belt's precise creator," the father said. You put quite a bit of trust in this company, then, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said. Given how important this belt is for your son's physical well-being. There was silence. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 decided now was the time to drop the bombshell. Monsieur and Madame Emma, when we subjected you to full body scans upon entering you, they included complete X-rays. We did the same to all of our students, including 𝐂𝐵 upon their return to campus. Tell me, 𝐂𝐵, do you know the physical symptoms of quirklessness? Now, finally, the elder 𝐂𝐻𝐽𝐫 visibly looked frightened. Yuga, for his part, looked confused. None. What does that have to do with my belt being compromised by villains? A lot. The benefactor of the League of Villains is a man who can give and take quirks. The nomes that they use are created by splicing multiple quirks into a single individual, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said, beginning to drink a 13th cup of tea. Now, human biology has changed drastically since the dawn of quirks, but there is one known constant correlation, the presence of 2 joints in a person's smallest toe and the lack of a quirk. This isn't 100% accurate. Among the first generation of quirked humans, about half of the individuals with quirks still possessed the second joint. In the second generation, that dropped to nearly a quarter. By the third generation, the second joint was eradicated. And, of course, heteromorphs muddy the waters even more, but their quirks tend to be obvious. However, there is a consistent trend. If 2 people with quirks, who lack the second joint in the pinky toe, give 𝐵𝐻 to a person who possesses that second joint and that person does not show signs of a quirk by the time they are 4.5 years old, the chances of them naturally developing a quirk are, for all practical purposes, 0. Yuga looked stricken. Non, see enist par possible. Vlad King sighed, before placing a holographic projector on the table in front of them. I'm sorry, 𝐂𝐵. This is the X-ray of your foot compared to those of your parents. It clearly shows that you possess the joint that they lack. Yuga started to tear up. Maman, papa, pourquoi? His mother began to cry as well. Yuga, mon tracer. Je suis désolé. She wept as she embraced her son. We, all for one, let us be for so long that we had almost forgotten our debt to him. He reminded us over a year ago. He told us to convince Yuga to join UA's hero course. He told us while he was disposing of a subordinate who failed him, the elder 𝐂𝐵 said, the memory causing him to shiver. Did all for one give a similar threat of violence when providing you the new belt? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked. The man nodded. There were 2 packages. The first contained the belt. The second, a freshly severed human tongue. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded. So you obeyed his commands under the threat of violence. The textbook legal definition of duress. The parents looked at 𝐻𝐻𝐻 with disbelief, while Yuga continued to weep. The only issue we truly had was compromising the location of the camp and thus endangering our students, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said. Obtaining a quirk from someone else isn't a crime. Technically, that was true, but that would likely change if anyone believed that was possible. In any case, no need to punish Yuga for this. He'd need to call in Hound Dog, though. This was going to be a lot to deal with. All for one was not expecting this. He expected to be dragged into the liminal space linking the 2 quirks. That always happened whenever he tried to use his titular quirk on a holder of One for All. But it never was like this. The space of One for All previously resembled a hunk of rock floating in a void of shadows, trying to isolate and hide from him, small enough to contain the wreckage of the vault he threw Yoichi in. Now, the quirk resembled a castle flying in the sky, tethered by 8 chains of multicolored lightning. And above the castle, like the sun in the sky, was the glowing core of One for All. Where All for One previously had to fly out to reach the other quirk, now, there was a glowing portal between both quirks, about 200 meters in width and height. On his side, the harsh red and black lightning lined the portal's dimensions. On the other, the white and green lightning of One for All illuminated them. Standing on the other side were 17 figures. In the center was the boy, the 9th holder, with All Might standing behind him, a massive figure made of golden fire. Yoichi stood smugly between Laserdisc and F.A. Jin, and the others who held the quirk stood beside him. All for one was shocked to see the other 8 figures standing among them. All girls around the 9th holder's age. A girl who could manipulate gravity. A girl who could manipulate mass. A living prism that was transparent by default. An energy beam cannon. A frog mutant. An eyesight mutant. A girl with a tiny energy stockpile. And a matter replicator. And those quirks were overshadowed by the fact that all of them had one for all coursing through their bodies as well. All for one activated search, to see what was going on, and was shocked. Bonding was working on them, linking the girls to the ninth, using the prior Vestiges as their medium. Almost as soon as he activated search, its Vestige, dressed in the costume of the hero Ragdoll, ran towards the portal. Before All for One could react, Black Whip sent out one of his tendrils and grabbed Search by the hand, pulling her across the threshold. All for One flew towards the portal to intercept them, but was stopped before he could cross into the other quirk space, like a bird hitting a window. Search cried out, "Thank you," before she became unmoored, flying out of Black Whip's grasp, drawn into the core of One for All, which pulsed once she came close, and grew stronger. Once that happened, the collection of Vestiges in All for One surged out towards the portal. All for One sent out rivets to try and corral the quirks, but All Might surged across to the other side and punched him in the face. His collection, his appealing collection, was leaving him. Other members of One for All's entourage surged inside to grab quirks. Others, like Laserdisc and the Creator Girl, were using long-ranged attacks to destroy quirks at range. No, he couldn't keep this up. At this rate, they'd destroy or abscond with some of his most valuable possessions. They could destroy Life Force. Or even All for One's namesake quirk. He shut down the connection and returned, wheezing, to the waking world. "My lord!" Garaki shouted, concerned. All for One said, "Ǩroģiri, return him to Tomura." "Yes, 𝐴𝐻𝐿." Ǩroģiri obeyed, engulfing himself and Izuku in mist and disappearing. All for One returned to his seat, reconnecting from his portable life support to the more helpful stationary machines. "Garaki, prepare an upper tier or higher Nomyu to send to me." Garaki said, "Sir, we only have a limited supply." "That wasn't a request, Garaki," All for One said sternly, and the doctor complied, rushing to find one. All for One went over the chaotic haze that occurred while trying to steal from Kyusei. Luckily, he hadn't lost eidetic memory, and he could replay the events exactly, dissecting it as though he were going over a movie scene frame by frame. When he was finished, he scowled. He lost 34 quirks in total, including all 3 copies of Super Regeneration. 2 of them were destroyed by the Eyesight Girl, who had a gun produced by the Creation Girl. The last one made it through to One for All. Including Search and Super Regeneration, 11 additional quirks were now in the possession of his enemy. Ironically, 2 mutant quirks All for One prepared to inflict on Kyusei for Tomura's plan were taken. One of his most useful mental abilities, Quirk Understanding, was taken. A few other quirks were lost, but that paled in comparison to his new nightmare. Kyusei took overhaul. The quirk that he lost so much to obtain was now in his enemy's arsenal. Ǩroģiri returned with a black-skinned Nomyu. All for One took the creature's quirks, needing only Super Regeneration but wanting to replenish some spaces of his lost collection. Without the quirks within it, the corpse fell over, unmoving, and began to dissolve. All for One dismissed Ǩroģiri and mulled over his options. How were there 8 additional Vestiges in One for All? How did he miss the quirk going through all of those? Wait, he recognized those quirks. The Sports Festival. Antigravity was the 3rd place winner. Creation, Eyesight, and Frog also reached the 3rd round. So they were Kyusei's classmates, but how did? Bonding. Bonding was accidentally given to Yoichi before All for One took Quirk Understanding, when his ability to identify the quirks he stole was much more limited. He hadn't given Bonding a second thought since taking it. He thought the quirk was teleportation, then found that it increased empathy between 2 lovers, useless to him. Was it possible it could actually teleport? Or do more? Particularly after growing in One for All over the decades. 1 lover increased to 8. 8 additional wills to fight to take the quirk. Was taking One for All possible at this point? And after the loss he just incurred, was it even worth it? Despite all those misgivings, All for One had wanted this for way too long. He had another option. He'd cultivated Tomura's hatred over the years. Such hatred still had the potential to override the wills of all 17 individuals tied to One for All. And if that was insufficient, then One for All would die with its 9th holder. How the hell are we not dead? Izumu asked, shocked. Presumably, he wants One for All badly enough that little altercation wasn't enough to earn us a death sentence, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 surmised, surprisingly calm. Everyone, calm down, Ribbit, Zu interrupted. Is Ragdoll in here with us, Ribbit? There was silence. So wait, why is her Vestige not in here with the others? Nejaya asked. A Vestige is only formed within One for All when a previous host of One for All passes One for All to a new host. When All for One transfers a new quirk into One for All, the vestige of that quirk is absorbed into it and eradicated, as previously happened to Power Stockpile and Bonding. What on earth was that? Izuku asked. Quirk Understanding is an emitter quirk first held by Ken Konokoshi before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. Quirk Understanding allows the user to know the exact capabilities of their quirk, what it can do, how it can grow, and what needs to be done in order to grow properly. In its original user, that previous description was the full extent of the knowledge granted. When taken by Mugen Shigaraki and later Izuku Midoriya, who possess multiple quirks, Quirk Understanding can be applied to any and all quirks possessed by that individual. Well, that's convenient, Toru said. Focus, Okiko said. Let's start by figuring out exactly what we've got in here. Anything that can help you escape. Quirk suppressors have limits and something here might break them. Quirks taken from Mugen Shigaraki include Search, Quirk Understanding, Super Regeneration, BLD Bank, Survivor, Multitasking, Shock Absorption, Spring-like Limbs, Smoke Manipulation, Diagnosis, and Overhaul. 3 mutants, 2 transformations, 6 emitters. Wait, Overhaul was one of the quirks we took from All for One. Momo cried out, scandalized. Now I'm really glad they're not leaving Vestiges, Ryuji mumbled. As excellent as this is, I believe the point is moot, All Might stated. You see, the raid on the League's hideout will begin soon. Izuku blinked, how soon? About a minute, give or take. The Midoriya penthouse had become rather crowded. 1A in general had circled the wagons around Inko and A, not to mention their families. Currently, the Urarakas, the Asuis, and the Yoaroses were in the apartment, as were the Bakugas. The Kodais, Heidos, Hatsumes, and Hagikyas were drifting in and out to help. Inko had been alternating between weeping and cooking, the latter more out of needing to do something than out of any true need for it. She was currently speaking with her fellow parents, trying to ease her anxiety. Mirio and Tamaki were present, as was Pony, who along with Melissa didn't have family members who could make it in a timely fashion. The girls had been spending most of the time training to keep their minds off of everything. They'd gotten so used to it that they had taken to wearing their PE uniforms whenever they weren't sleeping. Yua had given them plenty, they were surprisingly comfortable, and it was the closest thing to their hero outfits that they could wear without getting in trouble. Luckily, the 8 female members of the Ennead were seated in Izuku's room, trying to comfort one another, when they were forcibly brought into the space of One for All, forced to fight in a battle of wills against Izuku's captor. The revelation from All Might that the raid was beginning was tempered when Pony walked into the room. Hey, you is holding a press conference about the attack, the horned girl said sadly. We should see what they say. Momo collected herself first, standing up and bowing politely. Thank you, Pony-chan. We'll join you, while she telepathically said, at least some of us should keep an eye on that situation. Don't worry, the League wheeled me in here to watch it, too, Izuku said. As they walked out to the living room, Toru commented, wait, I can follow our chat with Izuku and keep my concentration on what I'm doing much more easily. Me, too, Mai said. And I'm cooking something up in the meantime, and I can still focus on this conversation. Multitasking is an emitter quirk first held by Ikumi Munaka before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. Multitasking allows its user to fully concentrate on 2 mental tasks for an hour, 3 mental tasks for 30 minutes, 4 mental tasks for 15 minutes, or 5 mental tasks for 5 minutes. Attempts to use multitasking for longer amounts of time or for additional tasks can be done, at the expense of debilitating migraines. Any changes to multitasking upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. Multitasking is currently usable for any individual connected via bonding with the Stage 3 sharing bond technique. 𝐒𝐲 looked thrilled. That's awesome. What about 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵? That quirk sounds really neat and useful. 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 is a mutation quirk first held by Tsuyoshi Sumiura before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using all 4-1. 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 increases the time the individual can survive while lacking air, water, food, sleep, or shelter by 100 times the standard amount. 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 does not allow its user to operate at peak performance without the usual amount of a resource, nor does it mitigate the pain nor adverse symptoms of deprivation. Mugen Shigaraki intended to give this quirk to Izuku Midoriya after stealing one for all to prevent death caused by neglect, thereby prolonging his agony. Any changes to 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 is not yet fully assimilated within Izuku Midoriya's body and it is unknown if it is transferable through bonding. Oh, that's much less useful than I thought, 𝐒𝐲 said. I mean, it's great if we're on a desert island or something, but day to day, not so much. Oh my, Momo said, to give someone that quirk for that reason. I knew all for one was a monster, but my word, ribbit, so how come we can use multitasking, but 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 isn't even fully usable for Aizu-chan? Zhu asked. Quirks granted to an individual by all 4-1 have an adjustment PRD where the recipient's body must integrate the quirk and adjust their body accordingly. Quirks that lack physical changes such as multitasking and quirk understanding take the least amount of time to assimilate, while those that change the user's biology such as 𝐶𝐴𝐵𝐵 and shock absorption take longer. Once assimilated, bonding will only share stockpiled quirk factors that can travel through the bonds and are compatible with the target's existing quirk. This is further complicated as the newly acquired quirks interact with themselves, the quirks already replicated by one for all, and the energy accumulated by power stockpile. Reliable data will be available within 24 hours. Oh, shock absorption sounds cool, too. What's that? 𝐒𝐲 asked. Shock absorption is a mutation quirk first held by Chika Totsutotsu before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using all 4-1. Shock absorption protects the user from damage from physical impacts by absorbing and dispersing them. The user may attack using shock absorption by redirecting the force of blows onto the attacker. Shock absorption does not completely negate the damage done to the user, and past a certain threshold of force becomes ineffective. Any changes to shock absorption upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. Shock absorption is not yet fully assimilated within Izuku Midoriya's body and it is unknown if it is transferable through bonding. Is there any way to turn off this stupid quirk? Daigoro asked. Quirk understanding currently cannot be turned off. Great, Toru groused. Let's focus on the press conference, then, Momo said. Maybe we can wall the voice off. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 suggested. Data inconclusive. I'll take it. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 stated. Izuku was happy to learn that, yes, the mental partitions taught to him by the Vestiges were able to block out the voice of quirk understanding. Which was good, because, even without that voice, and even with multitasking, both the mental and physical feedback of having 11 new quirks settling in him was too much to handle. And if he tried to wonder the source of some of that feedback, well, that was enough to bring quirk understanding out of the box they'd forced it in. He'd briefly wondered why his arms and legs were feeling off, and suddenly, Spring-like limbs is a transformation quirk first held by Chuko Ashitaka before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using all 4-1. Spring-like limbs allows the user to coil the muscles in their arms and legs to store energy and release it in great force. This can increase the power behind the user's physical strikes or to increase their mobility. Overusing spring-like limbs can result in pain in the user's ligaments. Any changes to spring-like limbs upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. It was simultaneously wonderful and disappointing in Izuku's eyes. On the one hand, he was getting such amazing insights into his quirk, and he wasn't fumbling around in the dark anymore. On the other hand, this did spoil a bit of the fun. He supposed answers were always better than not having any, but still. Thinking about it, He thought, what's the effect of spring-like limbs on the range of laser disc? Data inconclusive. He smiled. Looks like there were limits to this quirk and room to experiment. The quirk-suppressing cuffs may have kept him from accidentally using one of the quirks and potentially injuring himself, but as he was told in heroics lessons, those only suppressed quirks, they didn't eliminate them, like Eraserhead's quirk did. They couldn't stop passive effects, and since they were designed to restrain, their efficacy on quirks that didn't have a physical component was reduced. Something like Black Whip or Float. The cuffs stopped that cold. Something like Danger Sense or Search. Not so much. So, Izuku was dealing with a bit of sensory overload. The 6 members of the league that were present flooded him with information about potential weak points. Darby in particular was held together with chewing gum and a wish. The worst was Tomura. The man-child brushed up against Izuku, and the contact revealed everything wrong with his nemesis medically. His nutrient deficiencies due to poor diet. The fact that his quirk desiccated him and caused his trademark itching. The skin conditions that were exacerbated by his hygiene. And with that knowledge came Overhaul, thrumming beneath him, begging him to restructure the man's body to make him less miserable. You have the Death Touch quirk and you want to use it to heal the guy who wanted to turn you into a lump of flesh that can't even put itself out of its own misery. Ryuji said, miffed. Look. Just because I want Tomura in a cell doesn't mean I don't care about his quality of life. What the hell even happened there, anyway? Izuku asked. Diagnosis is an emitter quirk first held by Misao Shitori before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. Diagnosis allows its user to touch a living creature and immediately sense its peak biological condition and how the target's current state differs from that condition. Diagnosis will identify any and all physical ailments, diseases, or disfigurements the target is suffering. Diagnosis relies on skin-to-skin contact. Any changes to diagnosis upon being absorbed into One for All require more time to quantify. Thanks, quirk understanding, Degoro said, tired. Back in the hole with you. However, between that and relaying information to All Might to aid in their raid, Izuku couldn't focus on the conference that Tomura was ranting about. He tried to cue into the others. I'm going to kill that purple-skinned CNT. Okiko snarled, which caused Izuku's eyes to widen. I'm not far behind you, Yui grumbled. At least the teachers weren't taking any of that CRP, Toru added. Sorry, quirks made things difficult, what did I miss? Izuku asked. Nezu and Yu gave a standard apology for the incident, Momo stated. Some asked for details about recovering both Yu and Ragdoll, which was hampered by them not wanting to interfere with an ongoing investigation. See, Player 2. Tomura interrupted. The minute your precious heroes show even the slightest weakness, they set upon you like sharks to BLD. They're more zest at them for failing to stop us than they are at us for pulling off our heist. And you're halfway to a villain in their eyes already. What? Izuku stated flatly. Ribbit, one reporter kept asking if the league might be trying to recruit you, Ribbit, Zu said. Cited that your old school district, Ribbit, was shut down for quirk discrimination and aiding and abetting villainy. And that your takedown of Muscular was particularly brutal, Ribbit. Into the ionosphere. Okiko growled. Melissa interrupted. Nezu and Aizawa had to reveal some things about you, namely that you were misdiagnosed as quirkless, that you're All Might's apprentice, and that Ei is under the care of your family. While it seems to have taken the heat off of you, it's caused a bit of a ruckus. Oh, wonderful, Izuku thought. As Tomura's rant concluded, there was a knock at the door. Pizza Dilvawai. It doesn't take long for the heroes to burst in. Soon enough, Izuku is mumbling about seeing Kamu Wood's lacquered chain prison again alongside Edshot's 1000-sheet Pierce for the first time. Save the fanboying for later, my boy. Sorry for the delay. All Might said. I thought you said it would only be a minute, Izuku said, somewhat shakily, as All Might tore off his cuffs, Izuku letting full cowl surge through his body just to test it. We're fighting the enemy at multiple locations. All Might said. Besides, your information was quite welcome. What the absolute SHT? Tomura shrieked. Izuku tapped his temple. Team chat's been enabled the entire time. 𝐼𝐺 could only reply with a strangled cry. 𝐺𝐬𝐿, floating above the entangled league, turned to each of the members. "We have the necessary information on all of you. Harry Kurono. Sorimitsu Tabe. Heikiji Tangai. Himiko Toga." He turned to Darby, grinned cheekily, and said, "Tuya Todoroki." Darby's eyes bugged out. "How? How the F did you know that?" All Might grinned. "Oh, we only speculated. You just confirmed it for us." "No." 𝐼𝐺's hands dug into his legs, scratching at the fabric of his clothes since they were bound and couldn't reach his face. "No, no, no, no. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." 𝐼𝐺 willed himself, before he cried out, "Sensei." Every member of the League of Villains began spewing a black liquid that enveloped them, as they disappeared, replaced by several gray-skinned Nomu. "What?" Edgeshot cried out. "I disabled Kurogiri." "No, this is all for one himself," Izuku said. "This is how he took over 𝐻𝐸𝐸𝐽." Izuku's muttering was cut off when he began to spew the liquid himself. "Izuku!" All Might cried out as his sun slipped out of his fingers. His face contorted in rage. He backhanded a Nomu leaping behind him, and another crawling towards him received a blazing kick from Endeavor. "We can handle this," Endeavor said. "Go get your son." All Might had a small smile before he careened off towards the second site they were targeting. All for One considered his options. There was always a risk to reward whenever taking the quirk of a public figure like one of the top 10 pro heroes. His position in the shadows kept nations from outright declaring war on him. And these heroes? None of their quirks alone would be worth the effort to take them at the moment. No matter how empty he felt with so much of his hoard taken from his grasp. Vestiges was the epitome of that principle. A wonderful quirk that required years of practice and effort to make useful. In that time, All for One could steal hundreds of simpler quirks and gain exponentially greater power. He debated the others. None of them were bad. Dragon and Ursinus were probably difficult to use with his injuries. The gigantification quirk belonging to the woman was inferior to the quirk he gave Gigantomachia, as it was both weaker and less versatile. Plier Body and Fat Absorption would be phenomenal additions to his collection, if their theft didn't carry such a hefty potential backlash. In the end, he decided that he could wait. Society would collapse soon after he killed All Might. Hell, even if he failed to kill All Might, One for All was almost gone from him, and a retired All Might was just as good as a dead All Might. Best to go after them sometime after today. At least Fat Gum had been a treat. It took more effort to bring him down than the others, thanks to his quirk, but the man had limits, particularly once All for One enhanced his rivet quirk with branding to superheat them. And it was so cathartic for All for One to take out his frustrations by gouging out chunks of the man, causing his flesh to sear and sizzle before he finally fell, skinny, bleeding and burnt. "I've heard about burning fat, but this is ridiculous." All for One chuckled as he gazed upon the destruction he wrought on the heroes who dared trespass onto his domain. Then one of his Technopath quirks alerted him to the fact that the heroes had captured 𝐼𝐺 and his new flunkies. Time to save 𝐼𝐺 once more. A brief bit of exhalation and his ward and entourage were returned to him. And then, almost as an afterthought, 𝐾𝐸𝐽 as well. "Worry not, 𝐼𝐺. A single loss means nothing as long as you can keep trying. That's why I brought your nemesis here. We can break him in time. You will be fine, because I am here," All for One said, reveling in using his enemy's catchphrase against him. 𝐾𝐸𝐽 clenched his fists as he stared at the carnage, at the heroes strewn about the wreckage. Vestiges bleeding out. Fat Gum charred and emaciated. Two things interrupted All for One's train of thought. The first was the sound of All Might rushing towards him. Odd, that was faster than he anticipated. The rate of the man's decline must have been mitigated somehow. No matter, he was still losing the last few bits of One for All still in his system. The second was a news helicopter hovering above them. That was also quicker than he expected, and complicated matters, but in the end, it was welcome. This would be the last battle of All Might's career. Nothing better than a live audience to witness it. This time, the revolution would be televised. Redestro raised a cup of sake in toast as the battlefield in Kamino was being televised live. Excellent work, Skeptic. A masterstroke. Uncovering the hero's plans and sending the news to them in one fell swoop. Trumpet grinned, and an excellent job alerting a reporter unaffiliated with Shueisha. The fewer connections to us, the better, Skeptic said, downing an energy drink. Unfortunately, curious questioning may have set our agenda back. The boy's going to be entangled with All Might now, and that's a hard platform to touch. Curious pursuit of interviews has done us so much good in the past, Redestro said, tears spilling down his eyes. Her work has uncovered so much of society's repression of meta abilities. It's a shame that those tactics failed in this instance. Still, she's managed to craft a decent narrative for our followers, Trumpet stated. There are plenty of people who feel cheated by our current system, and find the idea that a null rose above its station to surpass them utterly infuriating. Many of our recruiters have been finding great success among them, left unsaid, and in fact unconsidered, was that if the Meta Liberation Army's goal of ridding Japan of the quirkless actually succeeded and they managed to actually install a quirk-based hierarchy solely on the strength of a person's quirk, most of those people would be forced into a lower caste. The ideology of the Meta Liberation Army required the idea that the weak were oppressing the strong, and if they eliminated their current targets, then there'd need to be a new group to blame for their misfortune. Perhaps the loyal could escape initial judgment, but once all their enemies were defeated, they would find their new enemies within. This truth, however, would have to wait. For now, the Meta Liberation Army's leadership watched as the target of their ire faced down the League of Villains. The Midoriya home was silent, but the tension was palpable as they watched the fight between Izuku, All Might, and the League of Villains. Inko was sandwiched on the couch between Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, silently crying as her son and her new boyfriend were facing some of the worst villains on the planet. Eri was transfixed on the screen, being hugged by Satsuki Asui, while Samida Asui stayed behind them, his hands on their shoulders for comfort. Mirio and Tamaki were at one side of Nejaya, holding hands for comfort. Okiko was hugging a shivering Zu, with Momo embracing the two of them. Mai and Melissa were huddled next to one another, Pony to Melissa's right, Yui and Toru next to her. The other parents were seated, or standing, tense, until finally, the silence broke. Can't any other heroes help them? Hoshi Uraraka said. Akiko turned to face her mother. I'm sorry, Ma, but you have to be quiet. We need to concentrate. The hell are you talking about, Starlight? Taiyu Uraraka said. Ribbit, we're seeing if we can help Aizu-chan, Ribbit, Zu said, rib-biting more than usual out of worry. He's not talking to us, Ribbit, but that's to be expected in this circumstance, Ribbit. Gama Asui croaked in surprised, wait, what? Mai peeked up, and nonchalantly said, oh, we're all telepathically connected to Izuku. His quirk's got a ton of nifty stuff in it. As if to punctuate that, she began to spark with her pink lightning of one for all. Great Scott, Mai. Why haven't you told us? Mr. Hatsume put his hands to his head. Been busy, Mai replied simply. Any further conversation was halted by Inko gasping as one of Izuku's impressive dodges failed. Toga sank a blade into his tricep, letting out a stream of BLD that she let spray onto her face like a thirsty child in front of a water hose on a summer day. She lapped up what she could before the wound sealed shut, and she pouted. How was that possible? Nana called out. That didn't hit an artery. A combination of BLD bank and super regeneration. BLD bank is only partially assimilated and not operating at full capacity. Super regeneration is functional, but operating at a reduced speed. We might as well learn more about them, Melissa thought, trying to access quirk understanding. BLD bank is a mutation quirk first held by Matteo Sanguinetti before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. BLD bank lets its user generate more BLD than normal, replenishing lost BLD nearly instantly. BLD produced by BLD bank is more efficient at collecting oxygen from the lungs and nutrients from the digestive system, and the user is protected from ailments associated with the cardiovascular system. While the average human adult would die of BLD loss after losing 2 liters of BLD, BLD bank would theoretically allow the user to lose up to 16 liters of BLD before dying due to replenishment. To keep up with this increased production, BLD Bank requires its user to consume more calories than a typical human. Mugen Shigaraki intended to give this quirk to Izuku Midoriya after stealing one for all to allow Himiko Toga to feed on Izuku Midoriya's BLD with reduced chances of killing him, thereby prolonging his agony. Any changes to BLD Bank upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. BLD Bank is not yet fully assimilated within Izuku Midoriya's body, and it is unknown if it is transferable through bonding. Super Regeneration is a transformation quirk first held by Logan Wadsworth before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. Super Regeneration allows the user to heal from wounds inflicted upon them incredibly quickly. As this quirk is not yet completely integrated with Izuku Midoriya, Super Regeneration is currently operating at a slower pace than it normally would. Damage that has been sustained and healed before receiving this quirk cannot be fixed, nor damage that is cauterized before Super Regeneration can be activated, nor lethal damage that is sustained at greater speeds than Super Regeneration. Mugen Shigaraki intended to give this quirk to Izuku Midoriya after stealing one for all to prevent him from dying from wounds the League of Villains would inflict on him, thereby prolonging his agony. Any changes to Super Regeneration upon being absorbed into one for all require more time to quantify. Super Regeneration is not yet fully assimilated within Izuku Midoriya's body, and it is unknown if it is transferable through bonding. Man, as useful as that explanation is, it's a slog to listen to, my groused as she closed herself off from that quirk. As they were absorbing the information, Izuku was trying to avoid the hits. Chronostasis nearly tagged him with his hair, but Izuku managed to dodge and retaliate with Black Whip, tripping the masked man before flying away from Gluttony, only to have to dodge from getting torched by Darby. All for One let out more of the foul black liquid, and a Nomu with wings for arms and tentacles surrounding its open brain flew in, trying to intercept and ground the boy. Izuku fired a Hadouken at the beast before having to jump away from Toga. Why is he playing defensive? Momo asked. That seems unwise. He's off balance, Yin said simply. These new quirks have also increased the power in one for all stockpile, Yoichi said. As such, his usual methods of gauging his power are completely off-kilter. Plus, Search is overloading his senses, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 chimed in as Izuku threw up a laser disc to shield himself from Darby's flames. The police managed to evacuate people and they are continuing to, but Izuku's trying to ensure he's not going to hurt them. And, of course, now that he has overhaul, he wants to go in and heal everyone, Goro said, simultaneously proud and exasperated. Same for Toshinori, Nana said. He can't exactly go all out with this many people in the way. All for One's essentially using Izuku as a hostage. You know, I'm all for turning these Vestiges into a fine red mist, but the news chopper makes that difficult, Ryuji grumbled. If he doesn't play it safe, they're gonna crucify him. Izumu agreed, and while we'd be fine with it, well, that's not in the kid's best interests. My God, the edgelords have learned empathy, Goro said. It's a freaking miracle. That declaration was followed by the sound of the fifth host being smacked around. Izuku caught his breath as he made some distance between him and the League by stomping on the ground, throwing them off balance. He desperately wanted to be with the people he loved. He wanted to be safe. Everyone bonded to him felt that same desperation, that they needed to close the distance between them. They were united in their need to be in the same place as the one who forged these bonds. And he needed to be with them. As that happened, they felt that need, that building tension within their own skulls. And for half a second, they realized that the humming sound wasn't something they were imagining, but something that each of them could hear. Pop! With the sound like a bubble bursting, the 8 of them were gone in the blink of an eye. No one was sure who started screaming, but when they realized the girls who just disappeared were now standing alongside Izuku on the live feed, the screaming only increased. Ironically, only one person was completely calm. Eri looked at the events unfolding. Papa Izuku wasn't alone anymore. He had Grandpa Might and all 8 of her mamas. She knew in her heart that everything would be all right. Pop rather than simply being in his head, the popping sound was audible to everyone as 8 new figures found themselves in the fray. Izukuin! 8 voices cried as the Ennead formed ranks, readying themselves, the multicolored lightning of one for all crackling across their bodies as the League backed away in shock. The soulmate man really was the teleporter that day, All for One grumbled as he sent All Might flying via impact recoil. Everyone, why are you here? Izuku asked. We wanted to help you, 𝐿𝐼𝐾 said, cracking her knuckles. We couldn't sit idly by, Momo concurred, forming body armor around herself and a staff in her hands. So, now. Mai said, grinning wildly as Momo handed her a gun. We are here, all 8 of them cried simultaneously. Ladies, you have my express permission to use your quirks to defend yourselves and escape. All Might yelled out to all of them. Really, this happened now? Izuku swayed to telepathy, worried. Bonding Stage 4, attracting bond requires that the bond between the user and a willing target reaches a certain threshold of size. The bond's evolution is triggered by the 2 individuals being separated and wishing to be in the same place. Izuku Midoriya and all 8 individuals currently bonded to him reached this stage simultaneously. Then, why did you all come here? Izuku screamed in his head. I wanted to get out of here so that I'd be with you and all of us would be safe. Attracting bond requires consensus to determine which individual teleports to the other's location. Otherwise, the greater willpower determines the destination. In this particular case, the combined willpower of 8 of the bonded overrode the willpower of the user of bonding. Wait, you guys were fantasizing about teleporting over here, too? Nejaya asked, charging wave motion and hovering. Yep, ribbit, Zu said, growing claws from her hands and letting out her black whip-coated tongue. I mean, I wanted all of us safe, ribbit, but I guess I wanted to tear the League a new one even more. Me too, Yui replied, being given a blunt practice sword by Momo. Me too, 𝐿𝐼𝐾 said, taking to the skies. I've never felt so seen, Toru replied, ironically while fading completely out of sight. I love you all so much, Izuku said, summoning more laser discs. But, this is so inconvenient right now. Like you wouldn't do the same in our shoes, Melissa scoffed, bulking up into her muscle form. Oh, I absolutely would, Izuku said, as they all leapt into the fray. So, this is everyone, Izuku-chan? Toga asked happily, grey sludge coalescing around her body, replacing her form with Izuku's as she dodged you, striking her with her training sword and threw a knife at 𝐿𝐼𝐾, who seemed to move at super speed and caught it at the hilt, throwing it to the ground. Oh, they're all so cute. You have good taste and you taste good. The sludge finished forming around her head, completely transforming her into Izuku, only wearing Toga's outfit, strained to bursting thanks to his muscles. In his voice, she said, it feels wonderful, as she dove out of Yui's strike. As she threw more knives, Toga felt something in the back of her head. The combination of being in Izuku's form, having had a bond that was severed, and being interested in the Ennead romantically led to her bond being reignited. It was only the initial empathic bond, restored by tricking the quirk into thinking she was Izuku. But it was there. Yui and 𝐿𝐼𝐾 twitched, but didn't let up on their assault. Izuku faltered, stumbling a bit, allowing gluttony to hit him. The rest hadn't stopped their fights in response, but they all felt the girl join their network. Still, they were used to the sensations of being bonded. Toga wasn't. Toga subconsciously broadcast her love and her dreams to them, shouting it out, like she'd wanted to do after years of repression. But this time, more than learning about Izuku, Toga now learned what she looked like to others. She'd been used to others feeling fear and disgust towards her, and that was present, but not as much as she'd think. Anger was more prevalent, particularly from 𝐿𝐼𝐾. Her love and admiration for Izuku was so strong it almost hurt, but she found the idea of someone hurting him so awful that she'd fight tooth and nail to stop it. People had hurt him so often in the past, and 𝐿𝐼𝐾 felt that hurt like it was being done to her. And she'd felt that way without the bond. The emotion she wasn't expecting to sense, however, was pity. They thought it was terrible that she was forbidden from drinking BLD, that her parents forced her to suppress her quirk. So many of them empathized with her struggle. But that didn't matter. Because she hurt others. She'd killed others. And that was unacceptable to them. There were ways to deal with her need for BLD that didn't involve knifing someone in an alley. It may not have been easy, and she may not have been aware of it at the time, But it was possible. They wanted her to get help, not because they wanted her to become normal, but because they wanted her to stop hurting people. Toga's world was torn to shreds and rebuilt when she finally gave in to her urges and drank from 𝐼𝐸. Now, it started reeling once again as she clearly saw into the lives of other people, how their actions changed because of her, the fear and caution they felt. They were real people. They thought she was a real person. They wanted what was best for her. And they didn't want her in their lives. The enormity of it all caused her to misstep, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 punched her in the face, causing the 𝐒𝐿 disguise to slough off of her head, severing the bond once more. Her face began to run with tears. As everything hit her at once, Toga turned and ran. She vaguely noticed that the form 𝐒𝐿 gave off green energy as she ran, allowing her to run at super speeds. 𝐒𝐿 began to give chase, but was waylaid by the winged, tentacled 𝐿𝐵𝐼. Once she was a fair distance from the battle, in a secluded alleyway, Toga shifted her appearance to another person she'd taken BLD from, then continued to run. She kept going until she was too tired to keep running. She made her way onto a fire escape, climbing to the roof of whatever building was closest. Once there, she curled up into a ball and wept. All Might was so proud and yet so frustrated at his students. None of them were supposed to be there, and All For One was beyond their current capabilities. He couldn't use his full power in the way that was necessary. So, you and your vaunted successor require little girls to fight your battles for you, All Might. All For One taunted. Smiling, All Might said, well, we needed someone with the same maturity as your apprentice, Mugen. All Might was thrilled when All For One flinched at that. But there would be ethical problems associated with hiring preschoolers. All For One didn't respond save by blasting All Might with an air cannon. All Might looked at the battlefield. Melissa was currently harrying Tomura, her bulked-up form resembling a slimmer version of Star and Stripe, her lightning the same piercing blue as her eyes. That lightning was being used to blast the young man at a distance. At one point, the man dodged, but Melissa countered with a punch to the solar plexus that sent the villain flying. One of the masked men, Chronastasis, was seemingly being pummeled by nothing at all. Toru made Overhaul's right-hand man into her punching bag. It made sense, he had no weapons on him, and the man's quirk required him to aim precisely and remain perfectly still. Against an invisible foe, he had little defense. The 𝐿𝐵𝐼 brought in to prevent 𝐒𝐿 from flying away had been facing 𝐿𝐵𝐺AIA, who had been pouring continuous beams of energy into it to try and overcome its regeneration. Following Toga's retreat, 𝐒𝐿 slapped it and increased its gravity, causing it to sink to the ground, struggling under its own weight. As they had done back at the forest camp, Darby and Canopy had teamed up. Unfortunately for them, so had Mai and Momo. Momo was constantly spraying firefighting foam to counter Darby's flames. Mai was wielding a belt-fed machine gun that fed into Momo's torso and thus, thanks to the scarlet lightning produced by the upper-class woman, had an unlimited amount of 𝐴𝐵𝐵 bullets. Canopy's shields eventually shattered under the barrage, and the masked man was knocked unconscious. Darby continued to belch out flames, but the 𝐴𝐵𝐵 bullets, despite melting, still impacted him, and the foam was starting to coat him and reduce his effectiveness. Zhu had been handling Gluttony, who was surprisingly fast and strong. He bit down on her tongue with such force that, had it not been for her Black Whip enhancement shielding it, it would have been cut off. Zhu retaliated by slashing him in the face with one of her claws, causing the man to screech in pain, then start eating into the concrete, eating through the street and tunneling into the ground like an earthworm. Izuku was doing better now that he wasn't the sole fighter. He kept his eyes closed, trying to use Black Whip or Laser Disc to aid his girlfriends as they fought. Of course, he faltered when Toga reconnected to the Ennead when she transformed, and that allowed Gluttony to burst from the earth and attack him. Acting purely on instinct, Izuku caught the man's wrists in his hands to stop him from attacking him. Once that happened, Izuku blinked, and the man blinked. It was like he dissolved and popped back into existence. When he returned, Gluttony looked shocked, clutched his stomach, and curled up onto the ground. "What the hell?" Chronastasis yelled. He looked at Tomura. "You son of a..." Whatever Chronastasis was going to say was cut off by a flood of rivets tearing out of All For One's back, like an obscene spider. Several dug into Kurogiri, who began to produce his warp gate. More grabbed onto 𝐿𝐼, 𝐷𝐵, and 𝐶𝐵, digging into them without harming them. One speared through Chronostasis's head, sending out a stream of BLD as the red lightning of All for One's namesake quirk stole Chronostasis' namesake. As the tendril retreated and Chronostasis slumped over, dead, the 3 remaining members of the League were dragged into Kurogiri's portal. "No, Sensei. What are you doing?" 𝐿𝐼 yelled. "I need to keep you safe. That man would have turned on you. As long as you remain free, there will be another chance," All for One said, while throwing All Might away with impact recoil. "Sensei, don't leave me. We can still kill All Might here and now. We can do it together." 𝐿𝐼 cried out. "I'm sorry it has to be this way, 𝐿𝐼," All for One said, almost kindly. "Don't worry. Everything I'm doing is for you." With that, the 3 men were dragged into the portal, 𝐿𝐼 kicking and screaming, before the tendrils left Kurogiri's body and the portal closed. All Might picked himself up. "That was almost touching. Not that I buy it for an instant. You have the compassion of a leech." "Well, now that 𝐿𝐼 and what allies he has left aren't in danger," All for One said smugly. "Now, I can let loose." All Might surged forward and decked All for One in the face. "Students, retreat." "On it, Ribbit," 𝐬 said, picking up the groaning gluttony, still motionless, in her tongue. Izuku looked to the 8 girls, and took a deep breath, and they made their way out. And, of course, they moved in the same direction as the fallen heroes. All for One tried to move, but Gran Torino burst in, yelling, "Surprise, Beach," and distracted him for All Might to punch him once more. Izuku began by using Diagnosis and Overhaul on Best Jeanist, apologizing for the fact that this was going to hurt, and healed his injuries. Once the denim-clad hero was up, Izuku moved to Fat Gum, then the others. Within seconds, all of the gathered heroes were conscious. "We need to provide backup," Gang Orca cried once Izuku healed him. "With all due respect, sir, this is beyond all of us," Momo said, taking charge as they fled the battlefield. "Yes, even though 3 of you are in the top 10. That's the man who killed All Might's mother. That's the rumored quirk thief. All Might is perhaps the only person alive who's on the same level as him. We need to prioritize any civilians that may still be in danger. What the hell is even happening right now?" Ryukyu said. "Long story," Nejaya said. "If you're lucky, you may be cleared to hear it." Ragdoll, conscious, but wrapped in Tiger's arms for modesty, said sadly, "I could help you find any civilians, kittens, but my quirk, he took it." Izuku gulped, then pointed to a skyscraper. There's a woman in that building. 20th floor. Broken leg, couldn't evacuate in time. That's the only one left." "On it," Mount Lady said, regrowing to her giant form to get to the woman in time. As they ran, Ragdoll whispered, "What?" Nejaya giggled, "I just told you, long story." All for One now faced a conundrum. Namely that he was limited in the number of quirks he could effectively use for this encounter. There were a fair number of quirks that he'd collected simply so that he could have them. These ranged from cosmetic quirks to those that could be powerful if he had decades of training and knowledge. He could have spent 10 years getting the appropriate education in particle physics to effectively use that one energy manipulation quirk. Instead, he spent that same amount of time and effort obtaining more quirks and using the good ones to become just as powerful, if not more so. And now, there were so many quirks he couldn't use now because of the current state of his body. Quirks that relied on his eyes had been rendered useless to him. Breath quirks were reduced in usefulness. Toxic quirks were too risky thanks to damage to his kidneys and liver. Fire, electromagnetic and radiation quirks were out thanks to interference with his medical equipment. And, of course, thanks to Overhaul, most powers that relied on his hands were now added to the junk pile. Of course, that thought was expounded when All Might said, "Now, I was admittedly woozy back then, but I'm fairly certain I didn't do that to your hands. Did you have an accident with a blender or something?" Keeping his temper in check, All for One chuckled, "You should talk, All Might. What, are you jealous that someone else struck a blow to me? You truly are a brute. The symbol of peace, everyone, a violent thug." All Might growled at that, "You hypocrite. For 200 years, You've been Japan's most prolific murderer. The Nerima massacres, the Shibuya disaster, the Hokkaido earthquake, the Osaka riots, and those are just the few of your exploits that made the history books. How many lives have you destroyed? How many innocents who just wanted to live their lives were snuffed out for your ambition, your greed, your boredom? As he yelled, Gran Torino flew in behind All for One to tag him in the back of the head. All for One laughed as he slapped Gran Torino away. "Oh, you sound just like the floating girl." All for One loved that his foe's eye twitched at that. Such a fool that Nana Shimura was. It was a treat to finally shut her up once and for all. All Might rushed in and punched his nemesis. All for One caught him in impact recoil and sent All Might flying. "Oh, you poor deluded fool. Your mentor must be crying in shame right now." Of course, poor Nana had some worse luck than that. All Might spat, "Is this where you tell me that Tomura Shigaraki is Nana's grandson? Because I've been aware that he was born as Tenko Shimura since the USJ encounter." All for One felt his brain blue screen for a second as he processed this. Finally, he only said, "What?" "My apprentice has some good resources and wonderful analytical skills," All Might said proudly. "We also know that he was born quirkless, until you remedied that." Young Midoriya recognized his brand of shoes. All for One was apoplectic as his planned reveal, meant to shock All Might and grant him the upper hand in this fight, fell completely flat. And so, calling upon air cannon and force multiplier quirks 𝐒𝐫𝐴 for stealing spring-like limbs, that was such a great enhancer for this combination, he blasted All Might, who tanked the blast and rushed forwards to strike All for One in the face, shattering his imposing mask. All for One called upon spear-like bones to grow from his deformed hands and struck All Might in the chest. And finally, the man began to stumble. All for One grinned as he saw All Might fizzle and steam. With cameras rolling, he bolstered the volume of his voice. "Now, then, Japan. Look upon your number one hero. See what's left of him when his quirk leaves him. See the powerless, broken form of your beloved." He trailed off. All Might was revealed, lacking any evidence of the grievous injuries left from the battle 6 years ago. The man was whole. No longer as buff, and his hair limped a little, but Toshinori Yagi was a healthy-looking middle-aged man. How in the hell was this even possible? Wait. How trustworthy were the Shai Hasaikai's reports about Eri? According to them, she was merely a child with fear and hatred of her uncontrollable quirk. Were they able to work around that? Was his nemesis able to restore himself where he failed? All for One devolved into raging gibberish as he sent rivets after All Might, hoping to impale the man once again. As they retreated, Izuku experimented with one aspect of his quirk to make things somewhat less awkward. He released some of his smokescreen, then wrapped it around Ragdoll's body. The opaque cloud clung to her body like extremely puffy clothing. "Thanks, kitten," Ragdoll said. Tiger grunted appreciatively and gave a thumbs up, still holding onto Ragdoll, but now solely out of relief that she was safe. "The heck was that?" Toru asked. Smoke manipulation is an emitter quirk first held by Seiichiro Tabahara before it was stolen by Mugen Shigaraki using All for One. Smoke manipulation allows the user to shape up to 50 cubic meters of smoke to their wishes. The smoke may take any form the user wishes. A single cubic meter of smoke may be made into solid matter. Smoke manipulation is unable to create smoke on its own. Any changes to smoke manipulation upon being absorbed into One for All require more time to quantify. That was Kagami's quirk, wasn't it? Daigoro said, sadly. Yes, and said, equally sadly. Wait, what? Izuku asked. My sidekick, Ien said. I'm sorry, Ien, Izuku said, filling in the blanks on his own. Just glad we got the last thing left of him out of that BS Ien said solemnly. Wait. Your sidekick's hero name was Kagami? Toru asked. Despite not being visible, and despite wearing a collar that hid his mouth, everyone could feel the smug smirk that Ien was giving them. Most of them groaned in response. Momo, on the other hand, giggled, Ien and Kagami. Smoke and mirrors, that's wonderful. They didn't have long to wait before the group of heroes and students was taken to a hospital for them to be checked on. All Might, for his part, hadn't expected this. He'd been doing so well, but that was his downfall. With One for All no longer holding him together, and with his restored body now using the last dregs of One for All more efficiently, he'd become complacent. He'd used it more, and hadn't been as careful at monitoring his output. Now, he was painfully aware of how little power still remained within him. All for One chose to monologue about this fact, and used several quirks to enlarge his right arm to grotesque proportions, looking utterly horrifying. This had to be psychological. All Might built his career on being someone who could punch any problem and make it disappear. If someone could. And All Might by punching him. That would be chaos. A flash in his peripheral vision gave him hope. Endeavor, Edgeshot, and Kamu Woods had arrived from the bar. Night Eye wouldn't be far. The rescue efforts following this final bout would be underway. All Might had nothing to fear. They were here. As the determination burned in his gut, All Might felt the power of One for All burn as well. The embers of the torch he passed burned to a massive inferno, as he felt the power within him, the will of Yoichi, Ryuji, Izumu, 𝐻𝐭𝐻𝐿, Daigoro, Ien, and Nana passing down until it reached him, who took their power and cultivated it until passing it on to the boy who would perfect it, the boy who shared that power with those he loved. A category that included him. And so, for the first and only time in his life, All Might held the full power of One for All. The completed One for All. Izuku's One for All. As he bulked up into his muscle form, the steam he produced became a smokescreen, obscuring the two combatants. Sensing All for One's malice like a signal flare with danger sense, All Might shot out a thick strand of black whip, engulfing the grotesque arm and slamming the villain into the ground. He leapt over All for One's now prone form, shooting a laser disc into the ancient man's back, before rocketing upwards with float, the force of his flight dispelling the smoke. The kinetic energy he built up gathered into his fist with Fa Jin, alongside the entirety of One for All that All Might could hold. United States of Smash. All Might cried out as he flew down and crushed the villain with his full power. The impact caused a tornado in the wreckage of the warehouse as All for One fell to the ground and did not rise. Knowing the news helicopter was still present, All Might held his fist up triumphantly. He could feel the cheers of the people across the nation. Later, as the police loaded All for One, Kurogiri, and the Nomyu into their custody, the reporters arrived. Before they could ask him any questions, All Might merely pointed to the cameras and said, "Now. It's your turn." Before walking away, the Ennead tried to stay together as long as they could, but they were brought in for questioning by the police and heroes. And the doctors had to ensure they were all right, particularly Izuku. Not to mention, their families wanted to see them. Izuku knew what was coming when Inko burst into the room wailing, hugging him harder than the restraints the League bound him in. Eri followed, looking at them. "Hey, Eri," Izuku smiled. "I'm back." "You have Chisaki's quirk now," Eri said. "I saw you use it." Izuku sighed. "I do. The faceless man took that quirk before he killed Chisaki. He tried to take my quirk, but I took others from him instead. He healed the heroes. Hell, he fixed gluttony. That man's quirk let him eat constantly, but his hunger was never sated. Izuku used diagnosis and overhaul to reform him so that he could feel full for once in his life. It didn't even mess with his quirk's function. He collapsed, the absence of hunger so alien to him that it seemed to register as pain. Eri looked at him, and after a second that lasted an eternity, she hugged him. "Please don't leave me again," Eri said. "I'll try not to," Izuku said, crying. "I love you, Papa," Eri said. "I love you too, Eri," Izuku said. Inko began to cry harder. There was a brief window of time between the police interviews, doctors' visits, and parents arriving to hug and scream at their children where Izuku was able to meet with Ragdoll. Eri and Inko were both asleep in his hospital room. Izuku should have been as well, but he was too wired. He walked to the room Ragdoll was in. All four of the wild pussycats were there. Tiger looked surprisingly gentle, Pixie Bob and Mandalay trying to cheer up Ragdoll, who was lying there, looking up at the ceiling blankly. Kota was also there, looking pensive. Izuku knocked on the open door. "Hey, there," he said awkwardly, with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Kota took the opportunity to bolt over to the teen and hug him, tears spilling down his face. His smile turning more genuine, Izuku patted Kota on the head. Well, it's a better greeting than the first time. The joke made the pussycat smile, but Kota just said, I'm sorry. You beat up Muscular and you saved us and you made sure we got away but they caught you, and dash it's okay, Izuku said. It's the villain's fault. No one else's. Kota nodded, backed up, and bowed, thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Izuku said, bowing as well. And thank you for saving me. You distracted Muscular at just the right time. Kota clammed up, unsure what to say. Izuku looked at the adults, who were all looking at them with teary-looking eyes. I'm sorry, but I need to talk to Ragdoll-sen alone for a minute or so. It's about something that happened while we were with the League. I'll be as quick as I can. Take your time, Midoriya-kun, Mandalay smiled, bowing at him in thanks, then leading Kota away for a bit. Tiger gave him a pat on the shoulder and smiled as he left. When Pixie Bob got up, she gave a smirk and said, if you're looking to confess, I'm sorry to say the four of us are a package deal. Not that we'd be uninterested, Izuku, a hero nerd at his core, blinked as his eyes widened, so the rumors are true. Wild polyamory is real. He then stopped, shook his head, and said, it's nothing like that. I've got a group of my own, and we're booked solid. Sorry. Pixie Bob sighed, I figured. Ah well, no worries, kitten. And with that, she left. Ragdoll smiled, hey Midoriya-kun. I hope you're doing all right. I'm fine. I'm more concerned about you, Ragdoll-san, Izuku said. She sighed, I'm as well as I can be. Not much happened to me after they caught me. One of the Nomyu had some kind of sedative injecting quirk, and when I woke up, All for One was there, and he, Ragdoll shivered at the memory. You don't have to relive it, Izuku said. Shortly after he did it to you, he tried to do it to me. Ragdoll gasped, oh kitten, I'm so sorry. He failed. My quirk is unique. And it has a lot to it. Izuku said. It can't be taken, so when he tried, it was like a tug-of-war, and I kind of pulled back, and, well, basically I took some quirks from him, and Search was one of them. His voice got smaller as he said the last one, almost like he was sorry he had it. Ragdoll looked shocked, and then said, oh, kitten. I'm glad it's not in his hands anymore. It's fine if you have it, Izuku looked around, that's the thing, I don't have to keep it. Ragdoll's eyes bugged out as Izuku continued. No beating around the bush, my quirk is transferable. I'm not the first to have it. All of my weird collection of powers belong to previous users. And it's evolved over the years that I don't have to transfer all of it. I can give out pieces. Which means I can give you back Search. Ragdoll's face brightened, you can do that. She gave a wry smile, are you absolutely sure your group can't fit 4 more? Izuku blushed, you know there's 9 of us already. Ragdoll sighed, kidding. Mostly. Still, best thing that could happen after that whole brouhaha. How does it work? It's not like All for One, Izuku said, concentrating. He envisioned Ragdoll's vestige as it entered One for All's core, and used that to split it off. He placed a hair between 2 of his fingers, and it glowed bright green for a second. It works based on DNA transferring between the giver and the recipient. So, unfortunately, this is the least gross way to do it. He looked apologetic. You're going to have to eat this. Oh, such a gentleman. Ragdoll said, taking the hair, eating it, and gulping down some water. You could have used this as an excuse for a kiss. Izuku's blush heightened. I wouldn't do that. I'm happy where I am. Just teasing you, kitten. Ragdoll ruffled Izuku's hair fondly. So, it should take some time to digest and reintegrate into your system, Izuku said. He got up and bowed. I'm happy I could help you out. Thank you so much, Midoriya-kun. Ragdoll said, beginning to cry, causing Izuku to cry as well. They parted. Izuku returned to his room. He looked over his mother and Ai's sleeping forms. Only to realize, as soon as he did, that he could instinctively tell their current abilities and potential weak points. His eyes bugged out. Did it fail? No, the stockpile was depleted, Yoichi said. And you did remove Search. But for some reason, it's still here. Upon fusing with one for all, power stockpile was modified to collect and replicate quirk factors. Upon being transferred to one for all, search was integrated into the core of one for all and its quirk factor was replicated, and it began to mix with the similar replicated quirk factors of quirk understanding, diagnosis, multitasking, and danger sense. When search was returned to Tomoko Shitoko using 1,4-ALL's modification through bonding interacting with Momo Yorozu's creation through a stage 3 sharing bond, replicas of search's quirk factor were left behind. Parsing that grammar is a pain, 𝐷𝐴 said. It's like the quirk is vomiting words at us. Izuku sighed. Well, now that we've got that squared away, I should get some sleep. It's been a trying time, we can figure this out after some sleep. And, with that, now that this important task was done, Izuku's body crashed. He fell asleep very quickly. No time seemed to have passed when he woke, but the light was different, and his mom and Eri weren't there. Ragdoll, however, was, and she looked worried. Ragdoll-san. Izuku said. It didn't work out the way we expected, she said. Izuku winced. Yeah. I found out afterwards. I've still got a copy of Search in here unintentionally. He tapped his head for emphasis. It's more than that, Ragdoll said. Search is more powerful. I used to only be able to track 100 simultaneous people. Now it's much more. And I can process it more easily somehow. And I get alerts if they're in danger. And I can sense what their quirks are. And why's your quirk named One for All instead of Decade Force? Izuku leaned back on his pillow. Okay, this just got a lot more complicated, All for One seethed. He'd lost much more than he thought he ever would in this encounter. He expected to reveal to the nation a broken All Might, one foot in his grave and the other foot shoveling dirt into it. Instead, while there was shock at the demigod being revealed as a man, it wasn't nearly the shock he'd hoped for. And All Might's last stand left All for One worse than before. Thank all the gods he took a new copy of Super Regeneration after 𝐂𝐸𝐴 depleted his stores. That was the only way he could have survived. And that didn't even help his newest issue. All Might shot All for One with a laser disc that shattered his cervical vertebrae and severed his spinal cord. And All Might wasn't holding back subconsciously like his successor did. Laser disc burned him, cauterizing All for One's broken spine before Super Regeneration could heal it. All for One was now a quadriplegic. He stewed in his cell. Guns were trained on him, but he couldn't move even if he wanted to. He'd intended to wait until Tomura was given his quirk, then burst out of Tartarus from the inside. Now, he could still potentially do that, but it would be exponentially more difficult. No, it seemed that, if he was going to get out of here, all of his hopes were riding on Tomura. After a brief telepathic conversation with All Might, followed by a truncated explanation of One for All, Ragdoll swore herself to secrecy and left, somewhat overwhelmed. Izuku got out of bed and took a deep breath. That was intense. I'm surprised Quirk Understanding didn't butt in with some sort of tangent, 𝐷𝐴 scoffed. We apologize for the inconvenience we initially provided, Banju-sama. Izuku did a double take, and the Vestiges seemed to as well. Is that Quirk Understanding? Indeed, we are Quirk Understanding, Midoriya-sama. As a result of intermingling with other mental quirks, sifting through the memories of our current host and his predecessors, and being exposed to the energy stockpile within One for All, we have attained consciousness. We are attempting to adopt a more welcoming persona after our underdeveloped form caused you and your cohort undue stress. I appreciate that, Izuku said. You're not shouting, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said. That's definitely an improvement. Thank you for your feedback, Shinomori-sama. After reviewing our performance the previous night, and your reactions, we have decided to remain silent unless directly addressed. If any of you wish to alter our behavior, please inform us. Be advised that, as the current holder of One for All, Midoriya-sama's orders will take precedence. Izuku blushed reflexively. He rubbed his head. I don't feel the same sensory overload as I did before. Multitasking has been fully integrated and enhanced, Midoriya-sama. It now allows you to unconsciously compartmentalize tasks and filter your perception. Would you like to hear about changes to its active components? Sure, Izuku said. Multitasking, when consciously activated, now allows you to concentrate on 2 mental tasks for 4 hours, 3 for 2 hours, 4 for an hour, or 5 for half an hour. 6 tasks are beyond the current scope of multitasking. You will need to refrain from using multitasking for a minimum of half an hour after reaching the time limit, preferably a full hour. Extending past your limits will result in migraines that increase with severity the longer you use multitasking. Izuku nodded. Look, I'm going to have a lot to deal with for the next few days. So, for now, quirk understanding, please don't address us unless we directly ask you for something. I will comply, Midoriya-sama. Thank you, Izuku said. There was a pause, then Daigoro said, Man, Black Whip sure is a cool quirk, isn't it? No response. Hooray! Freedom! We're reaching the point where I'm wondering whether or not we should just reveal one for all publicly and be done with it, Nezu said with frustration. Izuku blinked. Nezu-sensei, are you all right? You seem off, and you haven't had any tea since we've arrived here. All Might looked nervous. Nezu went a little overboard while you were held captive. Nezu sighed and fiddled with a pen. I apologize, Midoriya-kun, I need to detox a little before I can handle another cup. I'm merely frustrated at how many people have wandered into this situation, most through no fault of their own. Izuku put a finger to his chin. Does tea have a stronger effect on tiger qualls than humans? Nezu dropped the pen he was fiddling with and stared at Izuku. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I mean, I had to make estimations based on your size and weight after narrowing down your genus. I couldn't be sure of the exact species, particularly after figuring out your fur was bleached from your experimentation, but hush, Nezu said, leaping onto the desk, then onto Izuku's knees. Have confidence. You won the game fairly. On that note, Yagi-san, I will now fight you over whose successor he will be. I believe that ship has already sailed, All Might said. I will crack open your cervical vertebrae with my fangs like you were a tree kangaroo, Nezu said, deceptively cheerfully. I can be both. Izuku said warily. Plus ultra. That works for me. Nezu said, returning to his desk. Though do be aware that, upon your display of healing powers, Recovery Girl will want to stake her claim. I believe she's looking to retire sooner rather than later. Should we inform Aizawa-sensei about my, new curriculum, then? Izuku asked. Perhaps not yet, Nezu stated. When you teleported your polycule to your location on live television, Aizawa-kun proceeded to take out his sleeping bag, get in, and curl up into a ball. He hasn't left since. The only thing he has said to anyone thus far is, nope. I believe Kankuen left him the last of his liquor stash. He hasn't needed it since Fukikuen joined his class. Good for him. I'd been worried about him for a while, All Might said. Indeed, but we've gone off topic, Nezu said. I invited the wild pussycats to you to possibly aid us in perfecting your training after the camp was cut short. They initially declined, but I believe the return of Ragdoll's quirk has changed their opinions. And I suspect Miss Shayatoko wishes to practice her own expanded quirk under safe conditions. And to possibly grill for more information, I can't be sure. Izuku smiled. I mean, I'm willing to share some of it, but I would like to get some advice before I do. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Young Izuku, one for all is your quirk now. Any decision you make is yours alone. The last embers of one for all have left my system, and I have formally announced my retirement. My age is over. Izuku scratched his chin. Yeah, about that. All Might raised an eyebrow. So, I've got a lot more energy in one for all with these new quirks and it's really messing with my ability to properly measure out my power, Izuku said. And just because you're retired doesn't mean you're not a potential target for villains. All Might's eyes widened. You mean, I made Melissa a quirk and I gave one to Ragdoll, Izuku said. You could certainly use a quirk since you've got a vacancy, and I can always refill the stockpile over time, right? Nezu nodded. An excellent idea, Midoriya-kun. You have plenty on your plate dealing with these new quirks, so restoring your output to something manageable would be an ideal scenario. And you'll be protecting your adopted father as well. All Might must have decided he was a Midoriya then and there, because tears rolled down his eyes like rivers as that was said. I'm still retiring, though. It's become clear to me that I've had my flaws and that much of what I've attempted to do has enabled great injustices. People are driven to be heroes, but even some heroes are now content to be bystanders. I think my time would be better spent helping the next generation grow. Izuku smiled. I thought you'd say that. So, then, all that you need to do now is... Izuku took a hair between his fingers, which glowed. As he plucked it, he made his face mimic All Might's, eat this. Nezu chortled as All Might sighed, never going to live that down, am I? No, Izuku said. As All Might took the hair and swallowed it. So, what percentage do I have? All Might said. Stockpile-wise, I'd say you've got about 20% of your maximum one for all. I ported over F.A. Jin, since I know now that Izumu-ji-san's staying here and I won't lose my bond with Nejaya-chan. Izuku tapped his head for emphasis. I also gave you shock absorption and super regeneration, so you'll have a decent amount of power, a way to power up if necessary, and some extra durability. Though, BLD Bank and Survivor are intermingling with super regeneration and shock absorption, so you'll probably get some of them in there, too. Those four have actually created a Gestalt quirk that's been transferred to the girls I've bonded with. It's essentially an overall body enhancement quirk that keeps them at optimal health, protects them from damage, and heals them quickly. I think I'd call it total body enhancement. I'd need to think about dash. All Might chopped Izuku lightly on the head. A bit much, my boy. Sorry, Izuku blushed. So, this is a pretty good mixture you've given me. All Might said. I might be able to continue normal hero work if I wanted to. Well, trouble tends to find us anyway, so, Izuku said. All Might laughed. Too true, young Izuku. Now, that's all, I presume. There might be additional quirks along for the ride, Izuku said. We won't know until later. At the time, All Might took Izuku at his word. Soon, he would learn that his successor pulled a fast one on him. About 3 hours later, while Izuku was with his classmates in the common room, he heard the sound as he and Inko were in the Midoriya's living room. Thump 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 click. What was that noise? Inko asked. Oh. He tricked me, All Might said, simultaneously proud, annoyed, and thrilled. What's wrong, Toshi? Inko sounded worried. Your son decided to give me a quirk now that one for all has left my body, All Might said, frowning. Part of the energy stockpile, and a few quirks to help protect me. And one of them, which he didn't tell me about, was bonding. In his head, he heard his predecessors laughing, Nana loudest of all. Ah well, Inko was happy, and he knew that for a fact. She was also crying, but that was to be expected. Wait, the quirk thief is real. Denki yelled. Holy CRP. Itsuka groaned, and of course you're immune to him. Tenya looked distraught. In retrospect, this does make sense. We knew that the Nomus were created with multiple quirks, so it stands to reason that someone who can give and take quirks would be responsible. That being said, I'm starting to agree with Tokage-kuan's assessment of your quirk, Midoriya-kuan. Yeah, it's a fair assessment, Izuku said, from his spot on the couch. Currently, Momo and Okiko were on either side of him, you sitting on the floor by his feet, Eri on his lap. Setsuna laughed. Someone tried to steal your quirk and you were like, no, how about you hand over yours? Absolute bullshit, my fellow greenhead. She detached a hand, and Izuku reluctantly gave her a high five. Honestly, I'm surprised you're not surrounded by your entire Kyoka joked. Ribbit, we're on rotation at the moment. Zu came in from the kitchen, sitting next to Okiko. Otherwise, we'd be walking around as one giant clump of people. Which sounds nice, but logistically tricky, Izuku said. The restroom in particular. Mina quipped, basking in the various blushes that statement produced. Any further discussion would have to be tabled as Nejaya burst into the common room. We have visitors. Izuku turned his head and beamed, hey, Mirio-senpai, Tamaki-senpai. Hey, Izuku-kuan. Mirio said, giving the younger boy a gentle noogie. Glad to see my kohai in decent shape after that mess. Tamaki managed to say hey, and stayed composed for 14 seconds before succumbing to his anxiety and pressing his face to the wall. Hey, you're really improving, Tamaki-senpai. Izuku said, to which Tamaki gave him a thumbs up, not changing his position. Honestly, he's the most relatable person on this whole campus, Hitoshi said, coming up behind his tea, alongside Akira, Shoda, and Shishida. Hey, how are you guys doing? Izuku asked. We came here to ask you that question, Shoda said, a little exasperated. Hitoshi looked at Shoda and rolled his eyes. What else did you expect? That was the manliest thing I've ever seen. Akira said. Since when did you guys learn how to teleport? Since that exact moment, Momo stated. The fact that Izuku's quirk is yet to fully settle within him means that there are times when it will manifest in different ways at unexpected times. Hence why we were able to avoid charges of vigilantism due to arriving at Kamino. To be expected, Shishida nodded. While Midoriya-kuin's acumen is remarkable, the fact remains that, in terms of practical experience, he is still on the level of a preschooler. Well, there's worse options for first quirk accidents, Mirio said. You don't want to know how many times I've fallen through floors when I shouldn't have. There was a collective shiver. Tenya chose to change the subject. How are the other members of 1B? Are you coping well, now that the dormitories are mandatory? We're doing well, much better now that Midoriya and Ragdoll are safe, Shoda said. More of our compatriots wished to arrive, but we weren't certain if you would be willing to have visitors after that harrowing ordeal, Shishida said. As such, only those of us more familiar with Midoriya elected to visit. We're planning to have a massive party to celebrate the victory, though. Akira said, pumping a fist. You all invited. Izuku teared up a little, and said, of course. Thank you for the hospitality. Oh, and Midoriya-kun, 2 of our classmates wish to address you in private, Shishida stated. Todoroki-kun and Ayama-kun both have issues they wish to discuss that they would rather no one else be privy towards. Well, we can guess Todoroki's issues, at the very least, Hitoshi said. But, yeah, they wanted it to be private. Izuku nodded, then said, that reminds me, I have something I have to ask Principal Nizu. Shishida adjusted his glasses in shock, then said, how do you not run in dread at how casually he says that? Denki shrugged. This year's been completely crazy, so we've had to get even crazier just to cope. At this point, aliens could land, or monsters could rise from the ocean, and most of us would just be like, yup, typical Tuesday. Izuku finished texting his message, then pocketed his phone. 5 seconds later, it vibrated with a chime. He checked it. How did the principal respond? Chako asked. Several dozen laughing emojis, Izuku said. Momo blinked as she glanced at the screen. Are those custom emojis of Nizu himself? Does that really surprise you? Izuku asked in response. No, not at all, Momo conceded. Aoyama looked haggard when Izuku walked into the room. Search and diagnosis, once fully absorbed, had given him a full workdown of the other boy's body, with quirk understanding providing a brief synopsis of his quirk. Aoyama hadn't slept or eaten properly since the day of the attack on the camp, and technically, he hadn't gotten much sleep during camp, either. And that was combined with the usual strain that his quirk put on his body. CRP, that has signs of a first-generation quirk, Yoichi said. If they weren't weak, they weren't safe. Sometimes they weren't safe even if they were weak. As soon as Izuku walked in, Aoyama immediately put himself in a Dejiza position. I'm so deeply sorry, Monsieur Midoriya. Izuku winced, and he could just feel that, if things were even a little different, he'd be there in Aoyama's place. It's not your fault, Aoyama-kun. Nan, it was, even if I was unaware of it, Aoyama said, tears flowing. You only faced that ordeal because of my actions. Even in ignorance, I am nothing but a despicable villain. Izuku paused before saying, look, Aoyama-kun, you didn't have any ill intentions, and even if the experience was unpleasant, good things came out of it. The League of Villains has little, if any power left, All for One is paralyzed and imprisoned, and not only did he fail to steal my quirk, I stole some from him. If I had the choice to avoid that ordeal or do it all over again, I'd do it cheerfully. So, even though I don't think it's necessary, I forgive you. Completely. Slowly, Aoyama rose. Thank you for your kindness, Monsieur Midoriya. However, I cannot in good conscience continue this path knowing I have been tainted by such villainy. This quirk is the tool of a villain. Izuku squared up. Did you see the Kamino fight? Oui. Both you and All Might were très merveilleux, Aoyama said half-heartedly. Did you see me heal the heroes down by All for One? When Aoyama nodded, Izuku said, that quirk was overhaul. I stole it from All for One. It originally belonged to a Yakuza boss named Kai Chisaki, who I captured on my internship. He was a monster who would kill people with his quirk, or use it to torture Eri. It can completely destroy and reshape the matter of anyone the user touches. It can be the deadliest, most painful weapon imaginable. But now that I have it, I'm going to use it to heal people. Aoyama looked torn. Do you really think that I can be a hero with this quirk? All Might told me that often, justice is born from evil, Izuku said. And in a conspiratorial whisper, he added. And he'd know. Both of our quirks originated from All for One. Aoyama's eyes widened, his jaw dropped. After a few minutes, he steeled himself. I will not tell a soul. Good, Izuku said. Now, there's something else. Your quirk isn't suited for your body. I can't do anything to change your quirk, but with overhaul, well, I can change your body. Qua, Aoyama said flatly. A couple of quirks I took basically give me a cheat sheet to your biology. Your quirk didn't come with any mutations to make it easier for you to use, but I can sense what you'll need and alter your body to accommodate your navel laser, Izuku said. I'll only do it with your permission though. Oui. I will allow it, mon ami. All that I ask is that you do not interfere with my aesthetics too much, Aoyama said tearfully. For his last comment, his typical flamboyant personality seemed to return, if only a little bit. Of course, Izuku said. He grabbed Aoyama's wrist and began to mutter, okay, going to need a focusing organ, something like an eyelid for control, a group of core muscles, and a means to cushion the impact? Izuku put another finger to his chin and said, I've got it. This will only take a second. According to quirk understanding, Overhaul had few ways to be empowered by One for All, given its own unbelievable strength. Still, it had two major improvements. Chisaki could heal people, but in doing so would create a horrifying BLD splatter and cause the person seconds of excruciating pain. If there were ways to reduce those side effects, Chisaki never pursued them. The process was incredibly quick, and the pain was replaced by a lightly pleasant tingle. Aoyama blinked, and Izuku let go of the boy, all done. Aoyama made himself aware of his body. So many aches and pains he'd long accepted as normal were now gone. He removed his belt and inspected his new belly button. There was a flap of skin that opened to reveal a glittering diamond-like jewel. Magnifique. Aoyama said, that crystal will help you focus the laser's beam, and the membrane will help prevent it from going off accidentally, Izuku said. There's a small bone and cartilage structure behind it, alongside muscles to hold it and a fatty deposit to help cushion your organs from the recoil. It shouldn't impede your movement, but if it does, let me know so I can adjust it. Merci beaucoup, mon ami, Aoyama said. Tears ran down his face. No problem, Aoyama-kun. Izuku smiled. That's just what a hero should do. As they parted ways, Aoyama said, how vexing, that smile outshines me even at my brightest. While Izuku had met Aoyama in one of Yu's conference rooms, Shudo asked to meet him in his dorm room. Izuku got there, briefly running into Monoma. The blonde's eye twitched and he looked like he was going to say something, but lost motivation and walked away in a slump. Is he okay? Izuku asked, not expecting to ask that question today. The guy didn't take the whole Kamino incident well, 𝐒𝐿 stated. He was muttering like you if you were on amphetamines. Most I could discern was something about sharing the spotlight. Here to see Todoroki. Izuku nodded, and 𝐒𝐿 replied, 5th floor, west wing, 3rd door down. Thanking him, Izuku made his way up. A brief knock, and Xiaotou answered. Hey, Izuku, glad to see you again, he said, sounding a little lost. Come on in. Pardon the intrusion, Izuku said as he entered the room, looking surprised at the Japanese-style structure that was so different from the typical dorm rooms he'd seen. So, 𝐤𝐻𝐿, I was made aware of what happened with Endeavor. Xiaoto's expression didn't change at first, but he shut his eyes and sighed, looking frustrated. It's everything I ever asked for. He admitted to so much. Nezu informed me that I was mistaken about some of his motivations, but he still let everyone know. And he left. Fuyumine was given ownership of the house, Natsuani returned now that Endeavor's gone, and my mother was discharged and is living with them. He spoke to me, apologizing, saying he'd support me financially but that I was in no way obligated to contact him or do as he said. That he'd help me any way he can, but that if I wanted to never speak to him again, that he would accept that as the consequences of his actions. Izuku, unsure, said, I'm guessing it's not as satisfying as you expected. I'm confused more than anything, Xiaoto said. I expected none of this. Everything I thought I knew was just appended. Now, I barely know what I'm doing. Though finding out we're fourth cousins was a pleasant surprise at least. Yeah, who'd have guessed our but biological fathers knew each other, Izuku said. About that, Xiaoto said, taking out a sealed, stamped envelope. Endeavor left this for me to give to you. Izuku took the envelope and read its contents. It was a handwritten letter, including Endeavor's signature, a rarity that made the hero nerd in him sing while the rest of him processed its contents. If it's not too private, can you tell me what he said? Xiaoto asked. He started by thanking me for the whole sports festival speech, saying that it helped him put things in perspective, Izuku said, confused. Then he was talking about how he knew Hisoshi. Apparently, when Endeavor was at Ue, Hisoshi lived with his family for a few months. Apparently there was a lot of abuse among the family. Tears started to form in Izuku's eyes. Are you okay, Izukuni? Xiaoto asked. I think I know how you feel, Izuku said. All this time, I assumed that Hisoshi left our family because I was quirkless, that he just paid us child support out of, I don't know, shame or something. Now, it turns out that he was afraid of being a parent like Endeavor, and he didn't trust himself to not be an but to me, so he left instead. Tears flowed freely. None of that's bad news, but none of it's really helpful either. Yeah, that's about right, Xiaoto said. Well, at least we're suffering this sort of revelation together. Izuku composed himself, wiping his tears. Yeah. I've had more than my fair share of those while the League had me. And one of them was actually another revelation for you, Xiaoto inhaled. Does this ever stop? I don't know, it hasn't for me, Izuku said. Do you want to know? Might as well, Xiaoto said, resigned to his fate. Darby, that guy with the blue fire from the League. Izuku began. As Xiaoto nodded, he continued, turns out your brother Tuya survived his training accident. Xiaoto just stared at him. Izuku continued, he was complaining about Endeavor ruining his plans, and when one of the heroes addressed him by that name, he freaked out and asked how he knew it was him, and All Might said they just guessed and that he confirmed it. Xiaoto continued to stare, then lay down on the floor. I think I'm done for now. I'll deal with this tomorrow. Honestly. Same, Izuku said. Later that night, the Ennead were in the Midoriya's living room playing card games. Inko was currently out with All Might, while Eri was fast asleep in her room. While no one else was present, Nana appeared, sitting on one of the chairs. She looked horribly depressed. Hey, Nanaka-san, Izuku said. I don't deserve to be called that, Nana said. I completely screwed up being a mother. Izuku got up and hugged her. Okako followed suit, as did Nejaya and Toru. Momo diplomatically said, Shimura-san, you did the best that you could to prevent All for One from killing your son dash. Fat lot of good that did. Nana spat, tears flowing. That BSTRD still ended up killing Kotaro in the end. The only difference between keeping him and giving him up was that he ended up hating me. And that hate turned him into a monster so horrible that my own grandson chose to stay with the man who orchestrated every terrible thing in his life. It would have been kinder to keep him and let All for One kill him in front of me. It would have been kinder to snap Kotaro's neck myself. Zu joined in the hug as Nana sobbed, joined shortly by everyone else. When they subsided, Zu said, you couldn't have known all that, Ribbit, doesn't matter. Nana shook her head. Kotaro's just as dead, and he made his family miserable in the interim, because of my stupid mistakes. All I did was practically handcraft a tool for all for one to use against you. Suddenly, things became clear to Izuku. It wasn't your fault that Kotaro became a monster. Hisoshi Akutami and Enji Todoroki both lived with abusive relatives. For a while, they lived under the same roof with the same abusive woman. Hisoshi chose to break the CYCL. Endeavor didn't. Momo continued, you tried your best to keep Kotaro safe, and had to hurt him in the process. He was the one who chose to pass that hurt down to others. What about the foster parents you left him with? Melissa asked. What if they're the ones who got Kotaro all twisted up? And Mugen's the but who forced you to make that choice, Toru added. Between that and giving your grandson that quirk, he's the one who's really at fault. Nana sniffed. Damn it, where did you kids get this insight? Izuku smiled. I, for one, have some great teachers living in my skull. One of them is one of the nicest women I know. Helped raise 2 boys. One of them didn't turn out right, but the other became the greatest hero of his time. Nana smacked him half-heartedly. Cheeky brat, she choked out affectionately. Man, hugging ghosts is nice, Mai said. So, Izuku, I guess this means you're going to contact Hisoshi-san after all. I suppose I am, Izuku said. I mean, not right now, but soon. At least hear his side of things. I mean, I don't necessarily need him in my life now, but his absence has affected me for so long that I might as well confront it. Nana got up from the chair, squeaking from the movement. Well, I hope it's as helpful to you as this was to me. Can't let some prick hurt my third son. She floated up to Izuku and ruffled his hair. Izuku laughed. It is kind of odd, you adopted Toshichu-san and me, and now Toshichu-san adopted me, Melissa snorted. You're dating your stepfather's honorary niece, I think you can handle it. True, Izuku conceded. Wait, could Nana ruffle Izuku's hair before? Mai asked. There was a pause. I mean, I could feel her touch before, Izuku said. True, ribbit, but we can see your hair move with her touch, Zu said, putting a finger to her cheek. They were interrupted by the door opening. I'm home, 𝐭𝐽 said, walking in. How are you all? Who is that? 𝐭𝐽 whisper shouted, pointing at Nana. Everyone stared between Nana and 𝐭𝐽, and Nana asked, you can see me. This is a stage 4 bond side effect, isn't it? Nejaya asked. It is indeed, Heido-sama, quirk understanding stated. Oof, guess that keeping that quirk silent and less spoken to needs work, Daigoro said. Mom, could you please take a seat? Izuku said. Concerned, but trusting her son, 𝐭𝐽 complied. Mom, this is Nana Shimura. Nanakasan, let me officially introduce my mother, 𝐭𝐽 Midoriya. Hey, 𝐭𝐽-chan, Nana said, a little embarrassed. Good to finally speak to you, she said uncertainly. 𝐭𝐽 managed to say, nice to meet you, before she fainted. Mama 𝐭𝐽's doing much better with this sort of thing, Okiko mused. Right. Izuku agreed, proudly.